Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. And the third unique story on the channel. What if I was reborn in Avatar: The Last Airbender as the Dragon Knight? Let the tale begin. Chapter 1: Those Who Transcend. His whole body ached. He tried to move, but every muscle screamed for him to stop. What the hell? His senses had been dulled and he couldn't see at all. He could feel a faint wind gusting past, and voices? Muffled sounds. He kept trying to move. The soreness wouldn't subside, but he could feel his body start to respond to his commands. Where am I? NKE-OV. Muffled speech again. His senses focused. Forcing his eyes open caused him to wince. Light blasted him from all directions. More talking. The words were more distinct now. He just twitched again. A young boy's voice reported. Scott? No, it's different. Is he all right? A girl this time. His age maybe? Or a little younger? I didn't see him move. Another boy, this one older, said skeptically. He felt something. Just something. It was touch. It took all his concentration just to distinguish his senses. What's going on? Don't poke him, the girl scolded. Fantastic. How else am I supposed to tell if he's alive or not? The older boy asked. Poking him doesn't help, the girl snapped back. I agree. Are you okay? The girl asked. Can you hear me? Her voice was lighter now. Kind and sincere. He tried to respond, but couldn't speak. He forced himself to inhale, then exhale. With a sharp, pain-filled groan, he forced his arms underneath him. He's getting up. He forced himself to sit up. Blurry shapes and colors dashed back and forth across his vision. The breeze was stronger than he realized. Are you okay? The younger boy asked. No, not really. The many blobs of color became 3 blobs of color, 2 blue ones and 1 orange one. Come on, the older boy demanded, speak up already. The colors started to take on shapes. The more they started to settle, the wider his eyes got. Nuh. He's trying to say something, the girl said. Faces started to form. The clearer the faces, the foggier his thoughts became. In no way. What was that? The older boy asked. He could see clearly now. He recognized the boy staring back at him. This is impossible. No way. Are you all right? The girl asked. He recognized her too. A dream? Is this a dream or could this be some kind of sick joke? If you're hurt, you can tell us. We'll help you. What the hell's going on here? What the what? The older boy asked. He was Sokka. Sokka had dark brown hair, blue eyes, and was darkly completed. He was one of the blue blobs, wearing a heavy fur coat dyed blue. His expression was harsh, but also inquisitive. His eyes would quickly dart to any movement. Are you hurt? The girl asked. She was Katara, the other blue blob. She was Sokka's sister, and looked like it. Though, unlike Sokka, Katara had a much softer expression. She seemed genuinely concerned, though there was no way she knew the confused and weak individual before her. Wait a minute. He looked himself over. He moved quickly enough to cause his muscles to tense up again and he winced. Don't hurt yourself, the younger boy, Aang, said. He looked as young as he sounded. He was only 12. He wore orange and yellow robes and had a shaved head. On his head and hands were blue arrow tattoos. His gray eyes also shone with concern. From what he could tell, he was all there. He still had his slick black hair, his thin but strong frame, and he could only assume he had the same brown eyes. He was wearing his blue jeans, black t-shirt, navy blue hooded jacket and running shoes. This was a surprise, but a good one since the last thing he knew he was asleep in his pajamas. This situation was confusing and uncomfortable as it was. It didn't need to be embarrassing too. My name's Katara, Katara told him. I was afraid you'd say that. This is my brother, Sokka. And this is Aang, Katara said friendlily, gesturing to her companions. He's the Avatar. Katara! Sokka snapped. He could still be a Fire Nation spy. That'd be news to me, he groaned, but a little caution might not be a bad idea in the future. What's your name? Aang asked cheerfully. His mind was still pretty well scrambled. It took some effort to process the question. Now to answer it. What is my name? He thought hard. Tom. My name's Tom Rindy. Tom Rindy? Sokka scoffed. What kind of a name is that? Katara jabbed Sokka in the side to shut him up. Ignore my brother, Katara said, almost more to scold Sokka than to advise Tom. I think it's a nice name. Me too, Aang agreed. Well, isn't that cute? Tom thought sourly. I've introduced myself to cartoon characters. Well, I guess I'm either unconscious, drugged, have lost my mind, or have stepped into someone's bad fanfiction. Where are you from, Tom? Aang asked. I doubt you've heard of it, Tom said dismissively. Well, what nation is it in? Katara asked. Probably haven't heard of that either. Oh, come on, Sokka groaned, rolling his eyes. There are only 4 nations. Are you from the Earth Kingdom, Water Tribes, Air Nomads, or do I need to throw you off this bison because you're Fire Nation? Sokka. Katara scolded. None of the above, Tom said plainly. Katara turned back to Tom. Well, you have to live somewhere, she said worriedly, or was your home destroyed by the Fire Nation? Look, Tom groaned, rubbing his head, it's a long story, one I don't fully understand yet. Or rather, one I don't understand at all yet. More importantly, where am I? You're in the sky, Sokka reported. Thanks, Tom thought sarcastically, I noticed. We're on our way to Omashu, Aang told Tom. Much more helpful. Judging from the temperature and those winter coats, that'd mean this should be just before 105. That's a long way from the end. Or does that have nothing to do with it? I can feel, so this isn't a normal dream if it is one at all. I don't suppose you have any idea of what happened to me. No, sorry, Katara said apologetically. We found you unconscious in a field, Aang told Tom. All you had was this. Aang produced a black backpack. Tom recognized it, it was indeed his. Tom took the backpack and looked through it. Normally his school backpack filled with books and the like was now filled with light camping gear. Someone, his subconscious or otherwise, was going to great lengths to push him along a particular path. Among the effects in the pack, Tom noticed his own personal paperback copy of Niccolò Machiavelli's The Prince. No doubt about it. What am I supposed to be here? Tom thought angrily, a Greek chorus. Well, if you have nowhere to go, Katara started, you can travel with us until you can find your way home. That's a great idea, Aang exclaimed. That's a horrible idea, Sokka exclaimed with just as much vigor. We don't know anything about this guy. He could still be Fire Nation. I don't mean to impose. Not at all, Katara said happily. So I am to play the part of this group's Greek chorus. Should I wait this story out, try to accelerate it, or throw these 3 to the wolves and end this all now? What is this world? How did I get here? How do I get home? I'll have to find out these things for myself, because I have to get home, to her. Chapter 2, Those Who Enlighten, Part 1. 2.5 days till arrival at Omashu. That clinches it. If things are happening in real time and not skipping around like in a well-edited TV show or movie, it's not a dream. Also, Tom could read The Prince. He had heard somewhere that you can't read in your dreams. That's a step forward, Tom decided, he supposed. But that didn't really tell him what was really going on, only what wasn't. What is this place? What am I supposed to do? He refused to just be an observer. Though even that seemed to be difficult in its own way. He had to survive. Tom had to keep moving forward. So what was he going to tell these people before him? Tom already knew Aang, Sokka, and Katara. But they weren't people to him. They weren't real to him. And what about who he was to them? He couldn't tell them about his home, or even who he really was. They'd think he was a madman. In several tense conversations, well, tense for him, Tom did his best to dodge questions about himself. No one seemed to notice. Even in spite of Sokka's apparent suspicion, he seemed perfectly content with the non-answers Tom gave when he was in any way the topic of conversation. Finally, late one day, Appa landed on a showy hilltop. Aang hopped off and beckoned his companions follow. At the top of the hill he presented the Earth Kingdom city of Omashu. Omashu was a work of art in animation, but breathtaking in person. A magnificent stone bastion atop a cliff and a mist-shrouded path to the city gate. It looked like the whole structure was made of fine white limestone, and it had an otherworldly feel about it. The highest of its 3 peaks were at least as high as the natural peaks of the surrounding mountain range. I used to always come here to visit my friend Bumi, Aang explained cheerfully. Wow, Katara gasped at the sight, we don't have cities like this at the South Pole. If Katara was surprised, Sokka was awestruck. They have buildings here that don't melt, he said, his jaw looking like it was about to hit the ground. Pictures don't do it justice, Tom said absently. He collected himself and smiled dejectedly. Maybe I should take a photograph, he said under his breath. You've heard of Omashu before? Katara asked. I've seen drawings. That wasn't a lie, though the drawings were animated. Tom elected to omit that part. Well, let's go slowpokes, Aang said with a huge grin on his face, the real fun is inside the city. Aang leapt down the hill like he was floating through water. It was the first time Tom saw anything like it, outside of maybe some moon landing stock footage, yet it looked so natural. Wait, Aang, Katara called. Aang stopped halfway down the hill and turned back to listen, sliding a little on the snow. It could be dangerous if people find out you're the Avatar. You need a disguise, Sokka agreed. So, what am I supposed to do? Aang asked, unconvinced. Grow a mustache? Turns out the idea to use Appa's fur for the disguise was Sokka's. Tom wasn't really surprised. Aang now had a silly-looking plume of white hair and the kind of mustache you'd see on those novelty glasses. If it looked silly on TV, it looked idiotic in person. Tom hoped that not everything was going to be in extremes like this, or this was going to be a lone hallucination. This is so itchy, Aang complained, scratching his head. How do you live in this stuff? He asked Appa, who just snorted at him. It's amazing why they'll fool people anymore, Tom said, shaking his head. You don't think it will work? Katara asked. No, it'll work. Sadly, Tom sighed, to hell with new types, humans are evolving in reverse. Tom turned on his heel to head toward Omashu, but slipped on a patch of ice and landed hard on his back. Why are you falling down, Tom? Sokka asked after he stopped laughing. Aang's the one who looks like my grandpa. Well, technically, Aang is 112 years old, Katara said as she helped Tom up. Cryogenics doesn't work that way, Tom mumbled to himself. Aang lifted his staff with his foot and spun it like a circus performer, only to rest on it like a cane. Now let's get to Skip Pinion whippersnappers, he said in a forced old man voice, the big city awaits. It was a long but easy trek to the city. Though the path was wide and solid, the sheer descent on either side was unnerving at best. Unsurprisingly, the city was even more grand up close. You guys are going to love Omashu, Aang said happily, the people here are the friendliest in the world. Rotten cabbages, an angry voice declared, what kind of slum do you think this is? The 4 children focused on the Earth Kingdom soldier who was at that point destroying a meek-looking man's cart, full of cabbages with earthbending. No, my cabbages. Spectacular. Just keep smiling, Aang advised quietly. The 4 walked cautiously forward toward the 3 guards blocking the gate, including the one who apparently hated vegetables. The earthbender guard produced a boulder from the ground and hung it over Aang's head, demanding him to state his business. Aang quickly started ranting at the guard and poking him in the chest, which alarmed Sokka and Katara. Fortunately, the guard relented and let them pass after Aang introduced himself as Bonzu Pipenpedlopsocopolis III. Omashu was arguably even more beautiful within her walls. Ascending houses and shops with green tile rooftops rose among various chutes, and the bustle of a late afternoon city day. This is the Omashu delivery system, Aang explained, miles and miles of tubes and chutes. Earthbending brings the packages up, and gravity brings them down. Great, Sokka scoffed, so they get their mail on time. They do get their mail on time, Aang said mischievously, but my friend Bumi found a better use for these chutes. I'll meet up with you guys later, Tom said, already starting to turn away. You're leaving? Katara asked. I said I'll meet up with you later, Tom said as he started to dash down a flight of stairs. But wait! Aang called, don't you want to hear about? Too late, he was already lost to them in the crowds. Tom had no use for a white-knuckled ride down some silly package delivery system. He had spotted the cabbage merchant when they entered the city and decided to skip that whole sequence on the delivery system. Tom followed the downtrodden salesman as he made his way to his stand where he knew Aang and his friends would reappear. Now that he knew where he needed to be, he looked around in the surrounding area. Quickly, he found what he was looking for, a tailor. Tom walked up to the man minding the store and produced a quarter that he had fished out of his pocket. Is that a silver piece? The store clerk asked. Only if it buys me a new set of clothes, Tom replied. But of course, the man said quickly. He ran around the desk and started measuring Tom's arm. That won't be necessary, Tom told the man, just give me something that fits and lets me move around freely. But for a dash. I need to be somewhere. That seemed to be enough for the tailor, who ran back behind the desk and produced a simple green shirt, a matching pair of pants and brown shoes. The only thing distinguishing about the outfit was the large Earth Kingdom insignia on the front of the shirt. Will this do? The still stunned merchant asked. That's perfect. There's a changing room in the back, the merchant said, pointing. Tom changed, put his normal clothes in his backpack, and tossed the quarter to the tailor on his way out. That was easier than expected, Tom thought. Tom had decided it would be better not to stand out. Now he blended in just fine. He returned to the cabbage stand and, hearing approaching crashing, pulled the cabbage merchant aside. You're going to want to step back. Why? The unfortunate man asked. His stand was then crushed by one of the delivery carts. Aang looked up at the guards from atop the pile of wreckage. 2 cabbages, please? Aang, Sokka, and Katara were led in by the guards toward the throne. Tom followed on his own just behind them. The elderly king eyed Aang and Tom, neither of whom seemed to notice. The guards sat Aang, Sokka, and Katara down, leaving Tom to stand off to the side near them. The guard that arrested them spoke to the king. Your Majesty, these juveniles were arrested for vandalism, traveling under false pretenses, and malicious destruction of cabbages. The guard turned to Tom. This young man claims to be their companion and asked to be brought along. Off with their heads, the frantic merchant flailed, 1 for each head of cabbage. Silence, the guard ordered, only the king can pass down judgment. What is your judgment, sire? The king though hard as he looked at the 3 accused. Throw them. The king started, drawing everyone but Tom's attention, a feast. Again, everyone reacted but Tom. A lavish meal was prepared on a long dinner table. The 4 children sat at the far end from the king's seat, who was at the time standing behind them. The king chuckled. The people in my city have grown fat from too many feasts, he said, so I hope you like your chicken with no skin. Thanks, but I don't eat meat, Aang said politely. How about you? The king asked, turning to Sokka. I bet you like meat. The king shoved a chicken leg into Sokka's mouth, which he didn't mind when he started chewing on it. Is it just me, Katara asked quietly, or is this king's crown a little crooked? She gestured teasingly. You sure are a strange bunch, the king said as he took his seat at the other end of the table. Especially you, the old man said, pointing a bony finger at Tom. You're different. Almost as if you're from a whole other world. Tom flinched, but only for a minute. The two eyed each other wearily. Tom already knew not to underestimate this man. But what is it that you know? The king changed the subject. So tell me, young bald one, where are you from? I'm from. Aang thought, Kangaroo Island. Oh, Kangaroo Island, eh? The king asked. I hear that place is really hopping. Sokka's laughter broke the deafening silence. When he noticed the looks he was getting, he shrugged. What? It was pretty funny. The king yawned. All these good jokes are making me tired. Guess it's time to hit the hay. As he started to get up, the king reached into the sleeve of his green robe. He then tossed a chicken leg at Aang, who caught it in a pocket of wind he produced. There's an airbender in our presence. And not just any airbender, the Avatar. Aang let the chicken leg drop onto his plate, but this was obviously a useless gesture. Now, what do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Pipenpedlopsocopoulos? Okay, you caught me, Aang said, standing up. I'm the Avatar. Doing my Avatar thing, keeping the world safe. He lifted the tablecloth. Everything checks out. No firebenders here. He put his hands on Sokka and Katara's shoulders to get them up. Good work, everyone. Let's go, Tom. Love each other, respect all life, and don't run with your spears. Aang, Sokka, and Katara back toward the exit. We'll see you next time. Come on, Tom. Unfortunately, the guards stopped them. Tom, knowing that would happen, never left his seat. You can't keep us here, Katara asserted. Let us leave. Let us leave? The king asked as he munched on one. We're in serious trouble, Sokka whispered. This guy is nuts. Tomorrow the Avatar will face 3 deadly challenges, the king said ominously. But for now, the guards will show you to your chamber. My liege, the guard next to the king asked, do you mean the good chamber or the bad chamber? The newly refurbished chamber, the king answered. Wait, which one are we talking about? The one that used to be the bad chamber, until the recent refurbishing, that is. Of course, we've been calling it the new chamber, but we really should number them. Take them to the refurbished chamber that was once bad. The king then turned to Tom. Will you be going with them? I don't see why not. Tom started on his way out. You look after those kids now, the king said. They don't need help from the likes of me. The king snickered. We'll see about that, won't we? The world can be full of surprises. Tom flinched again, but he kept walking. Chapter 3, Those Who Enlighten, Part 2. The 4 kids were briskly shoved into the newly refurbished chamber. The door behind them was shut with earthbending, sealing them in. They looked around at the nicely decorated room. This is a prison cell? Katara asked, but it's so nice. He did say it was newly refurbished, Aang said. Nice or not, we're prisoners. Sokka pointed out. I wonder what these challenges are going to be. Aang said, visibly nervous. We're not sticking around to find out, Katara said. There's got to be some way out. Not unless one of you remembered your C4 or Ampho, Tom said dismissively. He strolled lightly over to one corner, dropped his pack next to him and sat down, wedged into a little nook. What about the air vents? Aang asked excitedly, pointing to the holes in the upper part of the wall only a few inches wide. You think we can fit through there, Sokka said. You're crazier than that king. We can't, Aang agreed, but Momo can. Momo, however, had roughly doubled in size at dinner and was loafing on one of the beds. Aang tried to push Momo through the vent, but he was just too big. Tom had to stop himself from making jokes he hoped his companions were too young to get. Go on, boy! Aang encouraged, get Appa. Soon though, Aang had to give up. How is Appa supposed to save us anyway? Sokka asked dejectedly. Appa is a 10-ton flying bison, Aang responded. I think he could figure something out. Well, No point in arguing about it now, Katara said. Looks like you'll need it for tomorrow. Katara then noticed Tom in the corner, eyes closed. Oh, no. There are only 3 beds. Don't worry about me, Tom said, sounding as if he was already half asleep. Are you sure? Katara asked. Tom didn't answer. In the about 3 days since she met him, Katara had learned one thing about Tom: he slept like the dead. One of the guards woke Tom up the next morning. He, Katara, and Sokka were led down hallway after hallway. Finally, they were brought to a dead end. Tom knew where they were. He had had enough of being yanked and jerked around by whatever the hell was doing this. It was time to change the script. The guards grabbed the arms of the 3 prisoners and the rock wall opened into the throne room. So I will give your friends some special souvenirs, the king finished saying to Aang. I've got a better idea, Tom declared as he threw the guard holding him hard into the ground. I think we'll just skip the next part. Tom shot forward through the air, legs swinging around with the intent to slam into the now purple-clad king's head. However, instead of his target, Tom's legs slammed into a suddenly formed rock wall. Immediately after, a small stone pillar slammed into his chest. He flew back just as far and as fast as his charge and landed hard. A warrior who fights without weapons or bending, the king noted, that's rare. But you're outnumbered and you've lost the element of surprise. It looks like no one will be skipping anything. I think he broke my arm, the guard Tom had attacked cried. Oh, quit your bellyaching, the king said, waving the man off, he barely touched you. The king looked to Tom, still on the floor. For such a fierce warrior, you sure were ginger with my guard. What can I say? Tom strained to say, I'm just a big bleeding heart. Well, as I was saying, the king continued, those 3 rings. He looked down and saw that Tom had, at some point, crushed the ring intended for him. Those 2 rings are made of pure genomite, also known as the creeping crystal. It's a crystal that grows remarkably fast. Even during this explanation, the rings on Katara and Sokka's hands had already changed shape and were fixed to their hands. By nightfall your friends will be completely covered in it, the king continued to explain. Terrible fate, really. I can stop it, but only if you cooperate. It's already creeping. Sokka gasped. Aang turned to the king, I'll do what you want. As Aang was led away by the king and his guards, Sokka and Katara helped Tom up. Some help you were, Sokka scoffed. Didn't see you do anything, Tom replied lightly. This isn't the time to be fighting, Katara scolded, we have to follow them. After a long walk, long enough for the crystals to cover the water tribe siblings' entire forearms, the group entered a cave covered in stalactites and stalagmites. In the center of the cave was a waterfall battering a ladder leading to a key on a long chain. Tom watched the scene unfold dispassionately, only bothering to look out of the corner of his eye. It seems I've lost my lunch box key and I'm hungry, the king said mockingly. Oh, there it is, he said, pointing to the key shrouded behind the torrential waters. Would you mind fetching it for me? Aang tried several methods to get to the key, all of which ended in him being spat out of the waterfall and nearly impaled on the spikes below, all the while being mocked and jeered by the king. Come on, Aang, Tom said aloud, knowing Aang couldn't hear him. He had seen nearly a dozen tries and had lost his patience. Someone like you can get that key without even touching the water. As if on cue, Aang cut the waterfall with a blast of wind and caught the chain with a stalagmite he had broken off and thrown. The stone spear embedded itself in the wall above the king, leaving the key to dangle right in front of his wrinkled face. There, Aang said crossly, enjoy your lunch. I want my friends back now. UHP, not yet, the king said, I need help with another matter. It seems I've lost my pet Flopsy. Okay, found him. Aang said a while later in a bright, open area, sunken down from the rest of the room, far from the cave with the waterfall. The creature Aang found looked like a white rabbit with comically long ears. Bring him to me, the king demanded, Daddy wants a kiss from Flopsy. As Aang approached the rabbit-looking thing, a similar-looking animal approached from behind. This one, however, was about the size of an elephant, had long horns and fangs, and moved like a gorilla. Aang noticed its approach when it landed with a thud. A Tom and Jerry style chase began, Aang chasing the rabbit, and he being chased by the monster. The rabbit ducked into a hole in the wall and Aang started to fish for it, but as the monster approached, he was struck with a realization. Wait a minute. Aang turned to face the stampeding monster. Flopsy? The beast stopped, waging its short tail like a dog, then proceeded to hug and lick Aang. Flopsy! Aang cheered as he pet the now much less threatening creature's head. The king whistled and the beast ran towards him, vaulting up the wall to greet him. Flopsy rolled over and let the king rub his belly, shaking his leg, again, like a dog. Oh, that's a good boy, the king cooed. Yes, who has a soft belly? Aang hoped onto the wall by his friends. Guys, are you okay? He asked, worried about Sokka and Katara being encased in crystals and Tom's wound from before. I'll live, Tom said passively, though a little strain could be heard in his voice. And other than the crystals slowly encasing my entire body, Katara said cheerfully, we're doing great. Just then, the crystals grew enough to unbalance Sokka, causing him to fall over. Aang took that as his cue and approached the king. Come on, I'm ready for the next challenge. Finally, they were led to an underground arena. Your final test is a duel, the king said, and as a special treat, you may choose your opponent. Two strong-looking men brimming with weapons appeared next to the king. Neither looked particularly friendly. Point and choose. He'll point at the king, Tom said quietly. Hey, that's a good idea. Sokka said. No, it's not, Tom continued in a low tone, he'll be the strongest of the three. That was more than having seen this before. Tom predicted that would happen even before he saw the episode on TV. He only hoped he would have been smart enough to predict that even if this wasn't all just a TV show to him. I choose, Aang paused, you, he finished, pointing at the king. The king smiled, wrong choice. The king stood up straighter, discarded his robe, and reveled a body solid as stone. With but a flick of his heel he catapulted Aang into the arena and leapt after him. You thought I was a frail old man, but I'm the most powerful earthbender you'll ever see. Can I fight the guy with the axe instead? Aang asked. There are no take-backsies in my kingdom, the king answered, you might need this. One of the guards on a balcony threw Aang his staff, which had been taken before the challenges started. You should have picked Sokka, Tom called from one of the balconies to Aang. Aang wasn't really listening, as he was busy dodging boulders sent at him by the king. Why me? Sokka demanded. You're easy to beat, Tom said lightly. He tapped Sokka's crystal cocoon, causing him to fall over again. Aang dodged another volley of rocks. Typical airbender tactic, the king complained, avoid and evade. I'd hoped the avatar would be a little less predictable. He threw another rock. Don't you have any surprises for me? Sooner or later, you'll have to strike back. As the fight continued, the king kept mocking Aang. Though with time, Aang's attacks did get more creative. Finally, the king lifted a section of the balcony about the size of a big rig cab from the ground with great effort. In response, Aang created a wall of spiraling air. When the giant mass of rock was thrown, it spun around and hurtled back at the king. He shattered the rock before it could hit him, allowing Aang to thrust his staff under the king's chin. It wasn't quite a victory though, as the king had one last surprise, a boulder hanging over both of them. They both knew to call it a draw. Well done, Avatar, the king said happily, you fight with much fire in your heart. The king disappeared into the ground and reappeared on the balcony, one that he didn't destroy, where Tom, Sokka, and Katara were watching from. When Aang joined them, the king spoke again. You have passed all my tests, he said, now you must answer one question. That's not fair. Aang returned, you said you would release my friends if I finished your tests. Oh, but what's the point of tests if you don't learn anything? The king asked. Answer this one question and I will set your friends free. What is my name? The king started to walk away. From the looks of your friends, I'd say you only have a few minutes. How am I supposed to know his name? Aang asked his friends. Think about the challenges, Katara suggested. Maybe it's some kind of riddle. Tom preferred the riddle of the Sphinx. Or the riddle from Puzzle Box in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or the riddle about evil in Code Geass, or I know a lot of riddles, don't I? Tom thought. I got it! Sokka exclaimed. His name isn't Rocky, Tom cut him off. How'd you know I was going to say that? Okay, Aang said, so back to the challenges. I got a key from a waterfall, I saved his pet, and I had a duel. And what did you learn? Katara asked quickly. Well, everything was different than I expected, Aang thought out loud. And? Katara asked tensely as the crystals continued to grow. Well, they weren't straightforward, Aang continued. To solve each test, I had to think differently than I usually would. Tom didn't notice the pause because he was counting all the good riddles he knew. From what he saw on TV, Aang should have figured out the king's name by now, but he hadn't. Tom sighed. You're thinking too hard. You already know who he is. Wait, Sokka asked. You already know who he is? Why don't you just tell us? Katara asked. I already tried to skip this when I attacked that guy, Tom explained. If I just gave Aang the answer, what would be the point of all this? But dash. Don't worry, Aang said with a smile. I know his name. Thanks, Tom. They made their way back to the throne room as quickly as they could under the circumstances. Aang stood before the king with a joyful grin. I solved the question the same way I solved the challenges, Aang explained to the king. Like you said a long time ago, I had to open my brain to the possibilities. The king started giggling and snorting, just like an old friend of Aang's. Bumi, you're a mad genius. Aang ran to embrace his old friend. Oh, Aang, Bumi said tearfully, you haven't changed a bit, literally. Over here. Katara called, only her face still visible behind the crystals. A little help? Sokka asked. He was only about half a face. Bumi made a simple gesture, shattering both crystal prisons. Genomite is made of rock candy, he took a bite, delicious. Not how rock candy works either, Tom mumbled to himself. So this crazy king, Katara asked, is your old friend Bumi? Who are you calling old? Okay, I'm old. Why did you do all this, Sokka asked, instead of just telling Aang who you were? First of all, it's fun messing with people, Bumi snickered, and Tom couldn't help but agree, but I do have a reason. Aang, you have a difficult task ahead. The world has changed in the 100 years you've been gone. It's the duty of the Avatar to restore balance to the world by defeating Fire Lord Ozai. You have much to learn. You must master the 4 elements and confront the Fire Lord. And when you do, Bumi smiled, I hope you will think like a mad genius. Bumi then looked to Aang's friends. And it looks like you're in good hands. You'll need your friends to help you defeat the Fire Nation. If you don't mind, Tom spoke up, I have a question for you. Ask away, Bumi said cheerfully. Do you know who I am? Bumi sighed. I'm afraid not. I can only say one thing for certain, you are different from anyone I've ever met in all my years. I can tell you're special. Aang will be needing your help more than anyone else's, I suspect. You'd be surprised, Tom sighed. Don't be sure you won't be surprised, Bumi warned, there is more to this world than meets the eye. Tom smiled. Thanks, he said, I think I needed to hear that. I shouldn't get arrogant, or assume I know what'll happen next. My mere presence could change things in ways I'd never expect. I knew I should have watched the butterfly effect when I had the chance. Thank you for your wisdom, Aang said politely and bowed, but before we leave, I have a challenge for you. Tom, Katara, and Sokka watched Aang and Bumi rocket down the mail chutes and Carney right into a very unfortunate merchant stand. Fine, Tom decided, I've made my decision. I'll stay with these people. And I will return home. But I'm going to do it my way. Chapter 4, Those Who Liberate. Tom and Sokka returned to the campsite with their bags looking as empty as when they left. It was the first time Tom had been camping for more than a few days, but he was taking to it well. The group made good time riding on Appa, and the lifestyle was easy. They were beginning to run out of food. They had bought a good deal in Omashu, but in just a few weeks, it began to dwindle. More and more the children had to live off the land. Sometimes it was easy. Sometimes the land had little to yield. That brings us back to the half-empty bags. Aang hopped off the tree limb he was resting on when he saw the other half of their party approach. "What's for dinner?" he asked lightly. "We got a few options," Sokka started as he opened his bag. Tom sighed, defeat in his breath. "No we don't," he admitted sadly. "We could only find a handful or two of nuts." "We do too have options," Sokka protested. He started fishing into his bag to pull out his bounty. "We've got round nuts, and some kind of oval-shaped nuts, and some rock-shaped nuts." When he produced the rock-shaped nut, he examined it for a moment. "That may just be rocks," he admitted, tossing the pebble over his shoulder. "Dig in." Katara looked to Aang for a moment. Of course, he was at a loss too. "Seriously, what else you got?" she asked, this time looking to Tom. "Like I said," Tom started sadly, "that's all there is to be found. Maybe if you didn't have to feed me too." "Don't think that way," Katara assured, "you're our friend, what else could we do?" "Yeah," Aang agreed, "you've helped us out plenty of times already. You told us about those mushrooms, remember? We'll figure something out." "Hello?" Sokka emphasized, "What about my nuts?" Once again, Tom had to stifle an inappropriate joke. While they were trying to decide what to do with Sokka's nuts, no one noticed the group's mascot, Momo, playing with the discarded pebble. With the uncanny timing only an animated television show could produce, as soon as the little lemur struck the pebble on a nearby stone, a rumbling crash rang out. "What was that?" Sokka gasped. Once again, the very moment Momo dropped his pebble on the rock, another boom echoed. "It's coming from over there!" Aang exclaimed as he ran towards the noise, Katara close behind. "Shouldn't we run away from huge booms?" Sokka asked, "not toward them?" "One would think," Tom moaned smoothly as he followed. He had lost track of where the story was in the weeks the group had been camping. He was wearing his sweat jacket and blue jeans instead of the Earth Kingdom clothes he had bought in Omashu, and now he was going into a populated town. Sure, his companions were just as conspicuous, but that wasn't much consolation. He thought about changing, but there was no real point in holding up the party for such a trivial reason as fashion. The party ducked behind a thick tree root exposed by a nearly empty riverbed. They observed a young man in green clothes levitating and throwing rocks from one tall bank to the other. "An earthbender," Katara observed. "Let's go meet him," Aang suggested with his standard exuberance. "He looks dangerous, so we better approach cautiously," Sokka warned. Katara had, however, already made half the way to the stranger and called out to him. "Hello there," she called, "I'm Katara. What's your name?" The youth stopped mid-motion upon realizing he was being watched. He broke out in a full run down the riverbed and blocked it behind him with a rock slide. "Nice to meet you," Aang called to the already departed stranger. "I just wanted to say hi." Katara thought out loud. "You came out of nowhere and startled him," Tom pointed out. "His country is at war, remember. It's no wonder he ran." He already knew why the boy ran, but he had been trying to impart some good sense on these people. Maybe Tom could avoid whole episodes worth of the TV show if he just explained the Aesop's fable moral the kids were supposed to learn from it. It was worth a shot. That said, he had to be careful not to go and predict the future. That would probably pose a lot of questions. That was something to be avoided. Especially questions like, "How did you know that?" "Hey," Aang realized aloud, "that guy's gotta be running somewhere. Maybe we're near a village. And I bet that village has a market. Which means no nuts for dinner." Katara finished happily. The two of them ran off with Tom keeping a steady, relaxed pace behind them. "Hey!" Sokka complained, "I worked hard to get those nuts." When even Momo brushed past, Sokka conceded. Yeah, I hate him too. The town was clean and welcoming, something Tom wouldn't have guessed from the episode. Food was fairly easy to come by, if a little pricey. Effect of the occupation, perhaps? King Bumi had given Aang a substantial supply of money weeks earlier, and for the first time, the group was putting it to use. Aang managed to collect a hat, just as Katara spotted the earthbender from before. Just like clockwork, the scenes were playing out, just with an extra body. It wasn't time to shake things up. Not just yet. Katara followed the boy, Haru, into a shop he strolled into and addressed him as an older woman. His mother scolded him for being late. Hey, you're that kid. Why did you run away before? You must have me confused for some other kid, he said nervously as Tom, Aang, and Sokka appeared in the doorway. No, she doesn't, Aang said surely. We saw you earthbending. The two gasped. Haru's mother hurried Tom and Sokka inside and shut the door and window of the shop tightly. They saw you doing what? She asked harshly. They're crazy, Mom, he said in his defense. Just look at how they're dressed. And there it is, Tom thought. In his clothes, what character in this story wouldn't say the same? For all my effort to alter the script, I'm falling right in line. You know how dangerous that is, Haru's mother scolded. You know what would happen if they caught you earthbending. Just then there was a brisk rapping on the door. Sokka peeked through the drawn shades of the window. Fire Nation, he warned, act natural. When the officer entered, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and Haru had all taken postcard poses and frozen in place. Tom shook his head in disbelief. They really do this. Once the lid of the barrel Aang was resting on gave way, Tom covered his face in shame for knowing them. What do you want? Haru's mother demanded. I've already paid you this week. The tax just doubled, the officer grinned. He builds a ball of loose fire between his palms. Fire can be so hard to control, he informed as he put out the flame. Haru's mother turned over a handful of coins. The officer looked them over snidely. You can keep the copper ones, he said as he dropped the sum of the coins on the ground and left. Nice guy, Sokka observed. How long has the Fire Nation been here? 5 years, Haru's mother said sadly. Fire Lord Ozai uses our town's coal mines to fuel his ships. And here though relying on foreign energy was bad for the economy, Tom said under his breath. They're thugs. Haru snapped, they steal from us. And everyone is too much of a coward to do anything about it. Quiet, Haru, his mother scolded again. But Haru's an earthbender, Katara said, he can help. Earthbending is forbidden, his mother explained, he must never use his abilities. How can you say that? Katara asked, asking Haru not to earthbend is like asking me not to waterbend. It's a part of who we are. You don't understand. I understand Haru could help you fight back, Katara said strongly. What could the Fire Nation do to you that they hadn't done already? They could take Haru away, his mother said tearfully, like they did his father. Or they could kill you. Everyone turned to Tom, arms crossed and leaning against one of the walls. He had stayed well out of the conversation till now. Keeping the earthbenders in your village alive means you can't fight back directly, even if you wanted to. It's a good strategy. Tom! Katara gasped, shocked by her friend's blunt comment. Your goal is to survive, Tom continued. Right now, you don't have any reason to fight back. That's not true. Haru objected. That's enough, Haru, his mother said. Maybe you're right. But that doesn't change anything. We're helpless. There's more than one way to fight an enemy, Tom said mysteriously. What do you mean? Maybe the soldiers here will get. Tom paused as he looked for the words, a run of bad luck. What do you mean bad luck? Haru asked. Maybe one of them loses his helmet, Tom started, or a wagon wheel breaks down in the wrong part of town. Tom could see the gears turning, but no one had caught his drift yet. But whatever you do, the longer you accept their control, the harder it'll be to break their yoke. I'd act if I were you. Haru's mother was able to find her smile. I wish I had your confidence, young man. The group was invited to stay the night in Haru's family barn. Tom changed, then tried to get to sleep as quickly as possible. Part of him wanted to stop Haru from being arrested. He thought about intercepting the old man that would turn Haru in as an earthbender, or attacking the soldiers that would arrest him. But the shipyard was a better target. So it all happened as it should. Haru saved the old man turned him in, and Katara decided to save him by getting herself arrested. Tom was always impressed with the voice acting of Avatar. Being able to become a poor actor on cue for the scene where Katara was arrested isn't easy. But now he was living it and knew the characters as people. The performance was embarrassing to watch. Katara and Sokka definitely needed acting lessons. Fortunately, Tom was there to make sure Aang didn't miss his cue like he was supposed to. Katara was taken to the rig and then more waiting. That night they returned to collect Katara. And of course, she demanded they stay to help the Earthbenders. Now's where it begins. There are only two good options to get the Earthbenders off the rig, Tom said as the four huddled behind some crates of supplies. We could ferry a few at a time out on Appa. That's a great idea, Aang said as loudly as he dared. But, Tom emphasized, that would take far too long. So what's your other idea? Katara asked. Try to sabotage the rig. Make it too costly and difficult to continue using. And if they don't notice, Aang realized, they'll think it's all bad luck. But, that'll take even longer. So you've got nothing, Sokka sighed. Not exactly, Tom said. If we can't do this the smart, safe, methodical way, we need to get everyone off at once. Make a big show of it. Shock and awe. That's way too risky, Sokka shook his head. We can't take on this whole raid alone. I tried talking the Earthbenders into fighting back, but it didn't work, Katara said sadly. His face grew determined as she thought about the Earthbenders. If only there was a way to help them help themselves. For that they need something to bend, Sokka suggested. This rig is anchored to the seafloor, Tom said. The Earthbenders can sink the platforms and escape on the boats in the panic. But that still leaves us fighting every firebender and soldier on the rig as they try to get to the boats too, Sokka shook his head. Tom hadn't thought of that. So much for that plan. Sokka tried to come up with something, but was stumped. We need the Earthbenders' help, he finally settled on. But this entire place is made of metal, Katara ran her hand across the smooth, cold floor. Aang looked around for inspiration. No, it's not, he realized, look at the smoke. I bet they're burning coal. In other words, earth. Good thing the Fire Nation didn't use well yet. While Aang, Katara, and Sokka prepared to get the coal to the Earthbenders, Tom went about sabotaging everything he could on the rig. He damaged pipes and other hardware so the mechanics couldn't get a wink of sleep. He broke into the armory and dumped many of the weapons into the sea. The ones he couldn't he damaged or weakened any way he could. And he set up tripwires and other crude traps to delay reinforcements when the riot started. As the sun started to peak above the horizon, Tom found a hiding place in range of the courtyard that was about to become a battlefield. Just as the Fire Nation soldiers were about to close on the Water Tribe siblings, a column of coal burst up from the vent they were gathered around and landed in a heap. Aang, covered in coal dust, appeared soon after with Momo in tow. Katara sprinted up the molehill of coal and shouted, "Here's your chance, Earthbenders. Take it! Your fate is in your own hands." Haru started to step forward, but his father, Tyro, stopped him. No one else even thought about joining Katara. The warden laughed wickedly at Katara as she realized no one was going to help her. "Foolish girl," he mocked, "you thought a few inspirational words and some coal would change these people?" Tom never paid this scene much attention while watching the show other than to be amused that Mr. Sulu was voicing the warden, but this was different. Maybe it was because he was there and could do something about it, or maybe it was because Katara was a personal friend now, but it took all his self-control not to attack the warden right then. Look at these blank, hopeless faces. Their spirits were broken a long time ago. Oh, But you still believe in them. How sweet. Tom had to hold himself back again. They're a waste of your energy, little girl. You failed. Just as the warden turned to walk away, a chunk of coal pegged him right in the back of his head. It was obvious where the piece had come from. Haru was twirling small bits of coal above his palm. The warden retaliated with a blast of fire, but it was intercepted by a wall of coal produced by Tyro. Show no mercy, the warden ordered, as he and the 4 other firebenders attacked together. Now Tyro was joined by 4 more earthbenders in rebellion. For the Earth Kingdom, he said, straining to reclaim his atrophied skills, attack. Soon the battle was on. All the earthbenders were throwing coal against their captors. The fight was chaotic, but thanks to Tom's prep work, most of the soldiers and firebenders couldn't get to the platform. Get those kids, the warden cried. There the dash suddenly, Tom had appeared behind him. He kicked out the back of the warden's knee and put him in a headlock when he dropped. Stuff it Takai, Tom mocked as his grip tightened. Wait, the warden said suddenly, how do you know my name? Oh, my God, Tom gasped, your name is actually George Takai? That's hilarious. No, just Takai. Oh. Well, that's still pretty fua. While Tom wasn't paying attention, the warden buried his elbow into his side, forcing Tom to release his grip. This battle is over. They have a reason to fight. We shall see about that, boy. The warden, being able to shoot fire from his extremities, clearly had the advantage, but Tom held his own, thanks in no small part to his superior martial arts skill. He couldn't do much besides keep Mr. Sulu busy since getting within arm's reach was a guaranteed burn. Luckily, Tom was able to separate himself from the fight when a single solid chunk of coal bigger than a basketball sailed between them. The impact shook the rig and opened a huge hole in one of the walls. The prisoners made a mad dash for the new exit. To stop the firebenders from attacking the fleeing prisoners, Aang made a sort of air rail gun and aimed it at the warden. Throw me some coal, he ordered. Sokka, Tom, and Katara arrived at his side with handfuls. Sokka, delivering the most, created a shotgun blast of coal that knocked all the firebenders off their feet. A bed of coal formed under the warden and his firebenders and carried them over the rail. Please, the warden begged, I can't swim. Don't worry, Tyro said unsympathetically, I hear cowards float. With that, the coal fell away and the warden and other firebenders dropped into the sea. As the prisoners sailed away on captured ships, Tom was about to suggest they sink the rig. Suddenly his heart sank. He turned around to find Katara. Her back was turned, but he could still see that her necklace was gone. It was too late to go back, the rig would have been locked down. There was no way they could sink it now. Katara would never forgive him if he destroyed her mother's necklace. And honestly, he probably wouldn't have forgiven himself. Chapter 5, Those Who Destroy. Tom always liked the sky. He even liked flying, despite airport security. There was such a sense of freedom perched above the clouds, looking at the topography below. And sitting on a magical flying animal with wind whipping past his face? He'd never get closer to the sky. Such a relaxing sensation. And he'd yet to encounter a plane with more legroom than Appa's saddle. Those clouds looked so soft, Katara sighed, in the exact same mindset. Like you could jump down and you'd land in a big, soft, cottony heap. Maybe you should try it, Sokka suggested sarcastically, looking away from the piece of wood he was whittling. You're hilarious, she groaned at him. I'll try it, Aang exclaimed happily. He leapt from his perch on Appa's head, glider in hand, disappeared into a cloud bank below. Of course he was laughing the whole way down. I wouldn't suggest that without one of those gliders, Tom said, staring off into the empty blue sky. Why not? Katara asked, sitting herself up from her relaxed position. Clouds are evaporated water and dust. Nothing to land on. Nothing but the ground, Sokka joked. Right on cue, Aang reappeared soaking wet on Appa's saddle. Turns out clouds are made of water. With a little gust, Aang dried himself instantly. Katara looked over at Tom, who was still staring off into space. "How'd you know, Tom?" she asked, amazed. "I like to fly," he said easily. It was the calmest his companions had seen him since they met. He looked like he was daydreaming, totally unguarded and relaxed. He smiled a little. "Sometimes I like to fly just for the sake of flying." "What do you mean, you like to fly?" Aang asked quizzically. "The only ways I know how to fly are with a sky bison or airbending." Tom was snapped out of his trance. This was the exact sort of thing he was trying to avoid. He couldn't talk about jets, or airports, or the charming employees of the TSA. I'd sound insane to someone who thinks the steam engine is the end. He was getting too comfortable around these people for his own good. Everyone was staring intently as Tom tried to find a way out of the hole he dug when his eyes caught something. The others turned to see a huge stretch of the forest terrain below blackened. "What is that?" Tom wondered aloud, hoping his acting was better than the Water Tribe siblings. Apparently it was. "It looks like a scar," Sokka said as the clouds parted and Appa made his way to the ground. On the ground, the landscape was barren. A windswept field of ash and husks of trees. "Listen," Sokka said, "it's so quiet. There's no life anywhere." The party looked around. Nothing but ash and charcoal as far as the eye could see. "Aang," Katara asked in a hushed voice, "are you okay?" Sokka, in looking around, found a set of tracks in the thick ash. Among the human footprints, large tracks with 5 pointed toes followed alongside. The telltale tracks of the Fire Nation equivalent of horses, Komodo rhinos. "Fire Nation," Sokka confirmed, "those evil savages make me sick. They have no respect for." Katara hushed his angry rant. "What? I'm not allowed to be angry." She simply pointed to Aang, who had collapsed to his knees in sadness. "Why would anyone do this?" Aang moaned as he ran his fingers through the fine remnants of the forest. Honestly, that was a good question, Tom thought as he looked around what remained of the wood. A little way off from where they had landed, Tom found a smoldering campfire. Judging by eye, it looked like it was roughly in the center of the burned-out area. A short way behind it was a stone statue of a sitting bear and a ring of smaller bear statues bowing to it. Okay, a campfire run out of control is understandable, if totally irresponsible, but what about the tracks? Did the Fire Nation just watch as the forest burned down? Then again, the tracks looked fresh, and the fire clearly went out a while ago. Maybe the Fire Nation had nothing to do with it? Hard to say. Tom kicked the embers from the campfire out. There wasn't much more to be burned, but there was no harm in being careful. By the time Tom returned, Katara was pelting Aang and Sokka with acorns. Never a dull moment. "Each of these acorns will be a tall oak tree someday," Katara explained as she handed one to Aang, "and all the birds and animals that lived here will come back." Aang's sad expression melted away slowly until his bright smile returned. "Thanks, Katara." She smiled back at him until she noticed a figure approaching. An old man with dull-colored robes and a wooden walking stick. "Who are you?" Sokka asked briskly. "When I saw the flying bison, I thought it was impossible," the man said, "but those markings." "Are you the Avatar, child?" Aang looked to Katara before he nodded yes. "My village desperately needs your help." The sky had begun to turn gold and purple in the late afternoon as the group arrived in the distressed village. Some of the buildings were horribly damaged, but not one was burnt. The elder led the party to a fairly large building in the center of town. Inside, it looked like the entire population was huddled together in fear. "This young person," the elder gestured to Aang, "is the Avatar." A middle-aged man who could have been the mayor addressed Aang with a polite bow. "So the rumors of your return are true. It is the honor of a lifetime to be in your presence." Aang returned the bow and smiled. "Nice to meet you too." There was a pause as no one spoke. "So," Aang finally said shakily, "is there something I can help you with?" "I'm not sure." "Our village is in crisis," the elder said strongly to the younger man, "he's our only hope." He turned to Aang. "For the last few days, a spirit monster comes and attacks our village at sunset. He is Heibi, the black and white spirit. Why is it attacking you? Sokka asked with far more tact than usual. We do not know, the mayor said as he stepped cautiously toward the door, staring at the entrance to the village fearfully. But each of the last 3 nights, he has abducted one of our own. We are especially fearful because the winter solstice draws near. What happens then? Katara asked. As the solstice draws closer, the elder begun, the line between the natural world and the spirit world draws closer until the line is blurred completely. Heibi is already causing devastation and destruction, the mayor said. Once the solstice is here, there's no telling what will happen. Isn't Heibi the spirit of the local forest? Tom piped in. Yes, he is, the elder said. The forest was burned down, Tom reported. That's probably why it's attacking you. But we didn't have anything to do with that, the mayor said. It may be as simple as you're the closest thing that Heibi can take its anger out on. Tom, Aang asked, could I talk to you for a second? He walked over to the window, Tom, Katara, and Sokka following where they could speak in relative privacy. Why didn't you tell me you knew about the spirit world? Aang demanded quietly. And how did you know Heibi was the spirit of the forest? Sokka agreed. There's that thorny how did you know that question. I found a statue in the woods and figured out it must be Heibi, Tom said, having his lie prepared in advance. But I've been worried about this whole avatar thing for forever now, Aang complained. Why didn't you tell me you knew about that stuff? I really don't know much, Tom admitted. That wasn't really a lie since the show didn't really go into great detail about how the spirit world actually worked. I just figured Heibi must be the spirit of the forest and put 2 and 2 together. But what if you're wrong about Heibi being the spirit of the forest? Sokka asked. The village elder just told us he was, Katara reminded her brother. Oh, yeah. Katara rolled her eyes and turned to Aang. So what do you think? She asked. Can you calm Heibi down? I don't know, Aang said plainly. It was obviously not what Katara wanted to hear. Well, it's not like there's someone to teach me this stuff. So, Katara asked tentatively, can you help these people? I have to try, don't I? Aang said helplessly. Maybe whatever I'm supposed to do will just come to me. He smiled, but it was a nervous one, not his usual carefree and sincere one. I think you can do it, Aang, Katara assured honestly. You'll be fine, Tom agreed. Sokka nodded with a dull, lifeless smile. Yeah. We're all going to get eaten by a spirit monster. About 45 minutes later, as the sun was just sinking below the mountain line around the village, Aang stepped tentatively toward the village gate, calling the spirit nervously. This is wrong, Sokka smoldered. We can't sit here and cower while Aang waits for a monster to show up. If anyone can save us, the elder assured, he can. He still shouldn't have to face this alone. We'd just get in the way, Sokka, Tom assured him. It did little to placate him. Suddenly the sun disappeared behind the peaks and night had fallen. The sun has set, Aang called out. Where are you, Heibi? Nothing happened. Well, spirit, I hereby ask you to please leave this village in peace. He twirled his staff and planted it at the entrance of the village, trying his best to look like he actually knew what he was doing. From the distance and because his back was turned, it was actually pretty convincing. When more nothing was all he was met with, he began to turn around. I guess that's settled then. As he was walking away, an unnatural shadow formed among the trees. Slowly it took the shape of what could only be described as a monster and began to stalk Aang. Heibi was a strange sight with black and white markings all over it and 2 sets of arms. One large one that it walked on, and a smaller pair that were free to grab or smash things. Aang noticed the creature following him. He turned around and looked up at it, his head didn't even reach the monster's chin, and smiled at it without the least bit of fear. You must be the Heibi spirit, he said friendly, my name is. He was cut off by Heibi's roar that sent a blue energy at him. Heibi immediately began attacking the nearby buildings, moving as if sliding across the ground and leaving after images and debris in its wake. "My name is Aang," he repeated. "I'm the Avatar and I'd like to help." The creature ignored him. "Hey, wait up!" "The Avatar's methods are unusual," the mayor said. "It doesn't seem too interested in what he's saying," Sokka agreed. "Maybe we should go help him." "No," the elder warned, "only the Avatar stands a chance against the Heibi." Heibi continued to smash every other building it passed as Aang tried to get its attention. Finally, while on a rooftop and Heibi's back turned, he lost his temper. "I order you to turn around now," Aang declared. Heibi responded by smacking Aang into a building 2 streets away. "That's it. He needs help," Sokka exclaimed and ran out the front door, Tom following him. Katara tried to stop them, but she was held back. Sokka cocked his arm back to throw his boomerang, but Tom caught him. "This is a bad idea. Aang can't protect himself and us at the same time." Sokka tore his arm free. "If you're so worried about my safety, then you help me." He cocked his arm back again. "Heibi, over here!" He threw, but the weapon just bounced harmlessly off the monster's skin. "What are you two doing here?" Aang asked when he arrived next to them. "We'll fight him together, Aang," Sokka assured. "I don't want to fight him if I don't dash." Suddenly, Heibi barreled past, snatching up Sokka in one of its sets of arms and ran off into the forest. Aang grabbed his glider and Tom took off on foot. As Tom started to close on Heibi, he called to Sokka. "I hate to tell you I told you so. Just shut up and help me," he whined. Quickly though, it became obvious that Tom didn't have the speed or the endurance to keep up with a spirit monster. Go figure. Tom's pace steadily slowed until Aang overtook him and he stopped. Tom caught his breath and angrily made his way back to the village to wait, even though he knew no one would return until tomorrow night. Katara waited by the gate all night. She was getting cold, so Tom asked the village elder to get her a blanket. When he returned, he did his best to comfort her. "Your brother is in good hands," he said. "I would be shocked if the Avatar returned without him." Actually, it was Tom who was shocked when the Avatar returned. Tom could see Aang. Transparent, ghostly, blue-tinted Aang. He never expected that he could see the spirit world like Iroh. Of course, he couldn't just start talking to no one. He stared at Aang, trying to figure out a way to signal him silently. How could he talk to Aang without talking to him? By now, Aang was realizing he was in the spirit world and unable to be seen or heard. Just as he was about to give up trying to alert Katara to his presence, he noticed Tom staring in his direction. "Wait a minute," he said. "Can you see me, Tom?" Tom slowly looked down at his shoes, then up at the sky. Is that a yes?" Tom nodded slowly again. "Okay then. But why won't you just talk to me?" Katara's eyes were fixed on the path and not looking at Tom behind her. Still looking right at Aang, Tom said, "I'm sure they're fine, Katara. But I'll be happy when I can see them again." "I know what you mean." "Oh," Aang realized, "it would look like you were talking to yourself." "Wow, 2 for 2, Tom thought. "So, we'll need to talk in private. Maybe if you go into the woods." "I'm going to see if I can find them in the daylight," Tom said, still looking at Aang and not Katara. "I'll go with you," she said, getting up. "No, you wait here. In case they come back." She sat back down begrudgingly. "Oh, all right. Just don't you get lost too." Tom smiled. "I'll be fine." With that he disappeared into the trees. Aang and Tom stopped in a clearing. "So, you can really see and hear me, right?" Aang asked. "Yeah," Tom said finally. "That would have been a lot of coincidences if it wasn't." "I'll say," Aang agreed, "but how can you see me in the spirit world?" "I have no idea," Tom shrugged. "I've never been one to believe in ghosts." Tom waved his hand back and forth through Aang's ghostly body. There was no sensation, like he was just an illusion. Cut that out. Sorry, this is just so weird. Well, how do you think I feel? As they were talking, they noticed a flash in the sky and something moving towards them. What is that? Aang asked nervously. A dragon, Tom stated calmly. Good thing it can't hurt me. Aang opened his glider. Speak for yourself, he said as he tried to lift off. He didn't even reach the lowest branches. I can't airbend in the spirit world. That kind of sucks. It's not funny. The dragon landed, coiling around Aang. As frightening as the creature was, it didn't make any threatening moves toward Aang. I don't suppose you know where Sokka is. The dragon touched one of its long whiskers to Aang's head. Instantly, he responded. Your avatar Roku's animal guide. Like Appa is to me. Aang was now completely at ease with the impressive animal. I need to save my friend and I don't know how. Is there some way for me to talk to Roku? The dragon lowered its head down so Aang could climb on. Once he was on, Aang looked at Tom, who was still well at ease in the knowledge that the dragon couldn't touch him. I know I can find Sokka. Just make sure Katara's alright. Tom nodded. Good luck. With that the dragon took off. Tom returned to town. Katara was holding up well enough. Tom assured her that Aang and Sokka would be back soon. The certainty with which he said it seemed to comfort her. At least a little. The sun set again and the village hunkered in the town center. Before the doors shut behind Katara, a silhouette appeared in the fading sun. As Aang landed, Katara ran out and hugged him. But right away, she noticed he was alone. Where's Sokka? I'm not sure, Aang admitted. Tom strode up next to him. Good too. He smiled, see you. I'm glad you weren't eaten by some creature from the spirit world. Very funny. Katara didn't get the joke. Before she could ask, though, the sun dipped below the mountains. Again, Aang waited for Habi, and again, it didn't show until he turned his back. This time the creature burst out of a building to make its entrance. Aang had to block the falling debris with a wall of air. What are you doing? Katara called out to him from the relative safety of the town center. Run! Just as Habi was about to attack the building for the first time, Aang leapt over its back and pressed his hand to the creature's forehead. That seemed to pacify it. A little bit. For a moment. I understand, Aang said to Habi, you're upset and angry because your home was burned down. Habi stopped attacking and was breathing heavily. It seemed almost like a grieving parson as opposed to a rampaging monster. When I saw the forest, I was sad and upset. But my friend gave me hope it'll grow back. Aang showed the calming Habi an acorn, smiling at it kindly. He placed the acorn on the ground. Habi picked it up in one of its sets of arms and turned around. For the first time, it looked calm and transformed from a 14-foot monster into a 14-foot panda. As it left the village, bamboo grew in the entrance, and all Habi had taken stumbled out, Sokka leading the way. Katara ran right to Sokka as all the lost villagers were embraced by their loved ones. What happened? He asked plainly. You were trapped in the spirit world for 24 hours, his sister told him. How are you feeling? Like I seriously need to use the bathroom, he staggered away. Once everyone was reunited and the excitement died down, the village gathered before the Avatar and his friends. The mayor thanked them graciously. If only there was a way we could repay you. You could give us some supplies, Sokka suggested, and some money. Katara elbowed him hard, but he just shrugged. What? We need stuff. It would be an honor to help you prepare for your journey, the mayor bowed deeply. I'm so proud of you, Aang, Katara said after the villagers dispersed. You figured out what to do all on your own. Actually, I did have some help. Aang's face got serious. And there's something else. I need to talk to Roku, and I think I found a way to contact his spirit. That's great. Katara beamed. Creepy, but great. Sokka's comment drew a dirty look from his sister. There's a temple on a crescent-shaped island, and if I go there on the solstice, I can speak with him. But the solstice is tomorrow, Katara said. And there's one more problem, Aang added, the island is in the Fire Nation. A little later, the group began to disperse to pack up their things and get ready for tomorrow. Aang approached Tom alone. What's up? Tom asked when he noticed Aang's expression. Roku's dragon showed me 2 visions on the Crescent Island. Confusion washed over Tom's face. Wait, 2 visions? One was of a comet, Aang explained, and the other was of you. Chapter 6, That Which Arises, Part 1. The full moon was on its way down from its place in the sky as Aang futilely tried to drag Appa into takeoff. Tom stood next to Aang, only slightly amused by the Airbender's attempts to get Appa off the ground. Let's go, Appa, Aang whispered as he strained on the reins. Look, I'm sorry, but Sokka and Katara aren't coming to the Fire Nation with us. If they got hurt, I'd never forgive myself. So get your big butt off the ground and let's go. Aang continued to pull with all he had, but it was like trying to drag a mountain. Appa wasn't going anywhere. I think his big butt is trying to tell you something, a voice said from behind the sky bison. It was Sokka's. The entire town was standing there, led by Sokka and Katara. Please don't go, Aang, she said. The world can't afford to lose you to the Fire Nation. Neither can I. Aang looked irritably at Tom, who shrugged. Why are you looking at me? Tom asked, though he had a slight smile on his face. But I have to talk to Avatar Roku to find out what my vision means. Aang explained, I need to get to the Fire Temple before the solstice. That's today. He hopped up onto Appa's head to get ready for takeoff and motioned for Tom to get on. Instead, he, Sokka, and Katara moved in front of Appa to block his path. Of course, Appa could move in 3 dimensions, making the gesture useless, but it proved the point. We're not letting you go into the Fire Nation, Aang, Katara said sternly. At least, not without your friends, Sokka agreed. We've got your back. Even Momo showed his support by landing on Aang's shoulder. Appa showed support to Sokka by licking him with his huge slobbery tongue. This was a lot less appreciated. It's a long journey to the Crescent Island, the mayor said once the group boarded Appa. You'll have to fly fast if you want any chance of making it before sundown. With that, the mayor handed Aang a box of what could only be the supplies and money Sokka asked for the day before. Good luck. Thank you for your dash. Go, the mayor insisted. And they did. They spent the morning hours rushing toward the Crescent Island. It wasn't until about noon that they even approached Fire Nation waters. And it was about then that they noticed an ironclad ship following closely behind them. Aang! Katara reported, we've got trouble. Yeah. Sokka agreed, and it's gaining fast. That's Zuko, isn't it? Tom asked. Looks like it, Sokka nodded, still looking at the ship. Wait! How do you know about Zuko? He's actually fairly well known from where I come from. That wasn't a lie. At least the character is well known, anyway. Suddenly, an oily fireball rushed up at them. Katara called it out to Aang. He yanked the reins hard and Appa barely dodged the attack. He has remarkable aim, Tom stated calmly, holding his nose. He even knew to lead the target. No one knows to lead the target. Admire his aim later. Sokka snapped. We have to get out of Zuko's range before he shoots another hot stinker at us. Katara exclaimed. Tom didn't know why they were making such a big deal about the smell. Sure, it was bad, but his dog smelled worse on a rainy day. Can't you make Appa go any faster? Sokka asked. Yeah, Aang said, but there's just one little problem. A blockade. If we go north, we can go around the blockade. We won't have to if Appa's got a high enough ceiling, Tom said. Ceiling? His 3 companions asked in unison. Their weapons have a limited range, Tom elaborated. If you can get Appa high enough, they can't attack us. Can you do it, Aang? Katara asked, one eye on the ever-approaching blockade. I don't know, Aang's mind raced. This is exactly why I didn't want you to come. And that's exactly why we're here, Katara told him. Let's run this blockade. Sokka added. Appa began a sharp climb as the mass of Fire Navy ships launched flaming boulders at them. Appa took cover in a cloud bank, but the sheer number of attacks made it difficult to avoid being hit. Appa had to duck and weave through the assault. The wild maneuvers caused Sokka to be dislodged from his place on the saddle and tumble through the sky. Aang brought Appa down to catch him. They didn't get close until they were just about at wave-top level. Tom and Katara caught his arms and brought him back down to the saddle. Since the last volley had ended, Appa leveled out so Sokka could get resettled. Plan B! Tom called out, chase splashes. What? They'll not aim in the same place twice. That's crazy! Sokka exclaimed. Though once the next volley started though, there wasn't much aiming to it. It was just a wall of flaming, oily boulders. Between the combined skills of Appa and Aang, they were able to get through the salvo without any hits, but it was frightening. Tom's blood pressure had to have doubled. But after an adrenaline pumping 4 seconds, the second wave passed. Fortunately, Appa was too low and too close for any kind of accuracy. Now the Fire Navy vessels waited to fire. By now they were close enough to see and hear the blockade commander, Zhao. Ready. Zhao paused as Appa got closer and closer. Fire! The trebuchet behind Zhao launched its ordnance. Aang leapt forward. He kicked his leg at the fireball and blasted it with a strong gust. The fire was blown out and the oil slipped off. The rock was slowed down but still threatening to slam into Appa's head. Aang didn't slow down, however. He continued forward and slammed his outstretched foot into the rock. The stone, being meant to fragment into shrapnel on impact, fell apart upon Aang's airbending boosted kick. He fell back towards the saddle and was caught by the Water Tribe siblings as Appa passed over the deck of Zhao's ship. We made it! Aang cheered happily. We made it into the Fire Nation, Sokka said nervously. Great. Hours more passed as the group made their way to the Crescent Island. There was nothing left but distance to impede them. As the adrenaline high gave way to the exhaustion low, the entire group started to droop. Even Appa started to let his legs dangle as he flew on. Finally, just before sleep was about to set in, Aang spotted it. Appa was completely exhausted when he landed, rolling over so Katara could rub his belly. Ah, you must be tired, she cooed. Nope, Sokka said as he stretched. I'm refreshed and ready to fight some firebenders. I was talking to Appa. Well, I was talking to Momo. Tom, ignoring Sokka's usual antics, looked at the sun. It was late afternoon. The sky had just changed color. My added weight didn't change anything, Tom thought. He had expected that he would have slowed Appa down, but no. Tom was looking forward to this next part. If Roku's dragon showed him a vision of Suzan's comet and himself, that means he might get some answers after this episode is over. And answers were something Tom was desperate for. Chapter 7, That Which Arises, Part 2. The way up to the temple was easy, but like Omashu, was unnerving. Instead of a dizzying drop, however, lava of all things bracketed the stone pathway. There wasn't a soul to be seen as the group approached. I don't see any guards, Sokka noted as he, Katara, and Aang spied the entrance from a safe distance. They even went so far as to hide behind a small, decorative wall. Why would there be guards? Tom asked, making no effort to conceal himself. This is a temple, not a military outpost. Because it's the Fire Nation, of course. Sokka elaborated. Yeah, and they've got non-combat buildings just like anyone else. It's not like the Fire Nation is fascist. What's fascist mean? Aang asked curiously. Never mind. Tom made his way toward the temple, Aang, Katara, and Sokka in tow. Just down a hall from the entrance, the group found a chamber that led into several other pathways. It was as good a place as any to start. Wait, Sokka whispered, I think I heard something. The group turned to see 5 older men in red robes and ornamental hats. "We are the fire sages," the one in the lead said with a strong, measured voice, "guardians of the temple of the Avatar." "Great," Aang smiled. "I am the Avatar." "We know," the lead sage said before attacking with a blast of fire. Aang blocked the attacks easily and said, "I'll hold them off, run." The Water Tribe siblings took off down the nearest hallway. "Sure you don't need any help with that?" Tom asked. Aang loosed a blast of air to knock the fire sages off their feet and down one of the halls a foot or two. "Nope," he chirped as he rushed down another hall, Tom following close behind. The four met up, running down one of the halls of the maze-like structure. "Do you know where you're going?" Sokka asked as Aang rushed ahead. "Nope." Aang ducked around a corner, but immediately rushed back around. "Wrong way!" he cried. One of the fire sages followed him around the corner, causing the others to run as well. Tom considered staying put since he recognized the sage as Shu, the only one left still loyal to the Avatar, but now wasn't time to rock the boat. Shu cornered the group at a dead end and slowed to a stop. "I don't want to fight you," he said reassuringly. "I am a friend." "Firebenders aren't our friends," Sokka warned as he and Aang prepared for a fight. Shu bowed. "I know why you're here, Avatar." "You do? You wish to speak to Avatar Roku. I can take you to him." Shu moved a lamp aside and placed his hand over it. A little puff of fire caused the wall panel next to it to slide open. "This way," he gestured. The group thought it over, but they could hear the footfalls and angry voices of the other sages growing closer. "Quickly!" There was no other recourse, so they ducked into the secret passage, letting the door close behind them. Shu led the group through the catacombs underneath the fire temple. Of course they were filled with lava. Shu explained about the sages, and how their loyalties shifted from the Avatar to the Fire Lord. Frankly, Tom had heard that a dozen times. He just tuned it out. He was more concerned with how the ambient heat wasn't auto-igniting their clothes. Though, to be fair, it wasn't long before they were climbing the spiral staircase up to the sanctuary. Unfortunately, the doors were closed when they arrived. "Can't you just open it with firebending?" Katara asked, "Like that other door?" "Only a fully realized Avatar is powerful enough to open these doors alone," Shu explained, "otherwise the sages must open the doors together with 5 simultaneous fire blasts." 5 fire blasts, huh? Sokka thought out loud. "I think I can help you out with that." Sokka collected the oil from several of the lamps around the door. He emptied the oil into 5 pouches and finished by soaking the twine that tied them in what oil remained. "This is a trick I learned from my father. I seal the lamp oil in an animal skin casing. Shu lights the oil-soaked twine and, tada! Fake firebending. That may be enough power, but it won't last long enough," Tom said. "Why do you have to be such a pessimist?" Sokka whined. "I think there's a chance that it'll work," Shu said, sounding almost half-confident. "But what if it doesn't?" Katara asked. "The sages will hear." "Not you too." "So what should we do?" Aang asked in Tom's direction, though he would have taken ideas from Momo by this point. "Shu," Tom turned to the sage, "do the other fire sages know you're helping us?" "No. If it doesn't work, you need to convince the other sages it did. Then the sages will open the door for us to follow Aang. If we distract the sages, you can slip in." Katara realized. "You know, between the two of you, I think we may have a genius on our hands." "I can't be a genius on my own," Sokka half-whimpered. "We can mend each other's egos later," Tom told Sokka as he got his friend up. "We've got work to do." The oil bags were placed into the heads of the 5-headed serpent statue that served as the locking mechanism on the door. Shu lit the fuses and they waited. The fuses burned slowly until... boom! The charges went off, leaving a cloud of smoke in its wake. However, when the smoke cleared, the doors hadn't budged. Fortunately, there was no need for panic. Tom had already suggested a backup plan. Shu retrieved the other sages and told them that the Avatar had gotten into the sanctuary. He played his part like a master, and his former colleagues fell for it. Once the doors opened, the sages were only treated to Momo. "It's the Avatar's lemur," the lead fire sage roared. "We've been tricked." Momo instantly leaped onto the lead fire sage's head, blinding him. Katara and Sokka subdued one each, and Shu put the last into a joint lock. At this point, Zuko should have been carrying Aang towards the stairs. But instead, Zuko came flying out after being ambushed and kicked in the face by Tom. "Thanks!" Aang called as he darted toward the sanctuary. He made it inside, and the doors shut behind him, glowing a bright blue. Right after, the fire sages threw off their captors and held them, ushering them toward one of the pillars to be detained, though Momo got away with one of the fancy hats. Zuko had also risen to confront Tom. "Who are you supposed to be?" he demanded. "I suppose you could call me a concerned citizen," Tom smiled. "Oh, you're not concerned yet." Zuko launched waves of fire at Tom. He could dodge them easily enough, but like the last firebender he fought, he couldn't do much aggressively without getting Kentucky fried. And it didn't take long for Tom to realize Zuko was far more skilled than anyone he ever fought. And he'd been in more than his share of fights. One good, flaming punch and the fight was over. Tom was chained up with the Water Tribe siblings and was left to wait out the rest of the scene and nurse his wounded ego. That was the only thing he had seriously hurt. By the time Zhao showed up, Tom was batting the back of his head against the pillar he was chained to. These villain characters were a lot less tolerable when you were listening to their monologues in person. "Isn't Aang talking with Roku yet?" Tom groaned in his mind. And as if on cue, he could feel an energy rising in him. He felt compelled to pull against the chains. He didn't hear Sokka or Katara ask him what was wrong or the guard telling him to cut it out. There was a heat building. Hot enough for everyone in the room to notice. With one Herculean pull, the chains began to melt and tore apart. The firebender next to the prisoners reacted first, trying to knock Tom out cold with a swift flaming punch. Tom reacted instinctively, batting away the attack like the flames were nothing. Still just reacting, he drove his elbow into the center of the firebender's mask, the attack punctuated by flames of his own. The guard fell in a heap, very, very unconscious. "You're a firebender?" Katara gasped. Tom still couldn't register the voices around him. His eyes were wide and staring at his own hand, and he was visibly shaking. Sokka, seeing all the color drain from Tom's face, decided to trust the young man who had become his friend and try to warn him of the firebenders preparing to surround him. "Tom!" Sokka cried, smacking him hard on the back of his head. "Snap out of it, man." That was enough, and Tom was himself again. He started to fight off the guards with his friends, but even with his newfound firebending, they were grossly outnumbered. They were kept at bay with less than half the force Zhao had at his disposal. Fortunately, while Tom may have been introduced to firebending less than 30 seconds ago, he was fortunate enough to have been trained in several martial arts. Most of the firebenders relied on the fire itself, but Tom was a better fighter. Between him, Shu, Katara, and Sokka, they were making progress on the ridiculous numbers of guards. Before this could warrant Zhao's attention, though, the sanctuary door started to creak open. Gleefully, Zhao and his best firebenders blasted the opening. All but Tom, who knew the scene from the show, were shocked when the fire parted to reveal the ghostly form of Avatar Roku. The fully realized Avatar turned the fire back on its casters and throwing them to the ground. Also, whether intentionally or not, it damaged the chains holding the also captured Zuko enough for him to break free and escape. Roku proceeded to tear the temple apart with the lava in the catacombs below it, separating Tom and Shu from Sokka and Katara. Once enough damage had been done to the temple and the sun faded, the image of Roku disappeared and was replaced by Aang, who only barely managed to stay on his feet. Sokka and Katara helped Aang to steady himself, and they made their way to a convenient hole to get to Appa. "Where's Tom and Shu?" Aang asked sleepily. "We're fine," Tom called as he jogged over to join them, Shu right behind. Appa arrived just in time as the crumbling temple sank into the new volcano Roku had torn into the ground. The five made it onto the bison and they sped away from the temple. Momo even got to keep his new hat. Chapter 8, Those Who Realize. Appa ferried his passengers away from the crumbling fire temple and toward the Earth Kingdom. Since time was no longer a factor, the group could move around the blockade. This was good since no one had the energy left to run a naval blockade tonight. The sun was setting as they finally approached the shore. Camp was hastily made and the party rested for the night. The next morning, Tom had to be dragged out of bed. Aang asked Shu if he wanted to join them on their journey. Shu politely declined. He had just betrayed the fire sages who, despite their radicalism, were still his family and was now a traitor in the eyes of his homeland. He wanted some time to find himself. He told them he'd journey on his own through the Earth Kingdom and that their paths would cross again should the spirits allow it. Aang insisted he take some of their supplies since Shu had nothing but the clothes on his back. He accepted and made his way towards the horizon. With all that taken care of, they set out again for the north. It was still a long way to the Northern Water Tribe and according to Aang, there was no time to rest. He explained about the comet and that he had to stop Fire Lord Ozai before summer's end. The whole thing had him worked into a very uncharacteristic panic. Katara did her best to calm him down, which she eventually did, as Sokka kept Appa on course. When Aang calmed down, at the promise of waterbending lessons from Katara, he noticed Tom staring vacantly at his own hand. Occasionally, he'd snap his fingers. So, Aang started carefully, I hear you're a firebender. Tom didn't answer right away. Yeah, Sokka called from Appa's head, when the heck did that happen? His tone wasn't accusatory so much as curious. He didn't seem to be acting any different than if it was uncovered that Tom was really Spider-Man or something harmless like that. I'm surprised you aren't throwing me overboard, Tom responded, still vacant in his demeanor. Didn't you promise to send me over the edge if I was a firebender? No, I said I'd do it if you were a spy, Sokka corrected. If you were a spy you wouldn't have done a thing back there. They had us so many times. He turned around to show the serious and genuine expression on his face. Besides, even the best liars can't make their faces go that pale. Did you really not know you were a firebender? Katara asked, her typical motherly concern permeating from her words. Where I come from there's no such thing as bending, Tom answered. It took a moment for him to realize how strange how he phrased that sentence would sound to his friends. Luckily they didn't notice. You mean there aren't any benders where you're from? Katara asked. The wise ass in Tom wanted to say sure, let's go with that, but between his first slip-up and his continued shock he just nodded. So what's it like? Aang asked. Beats me. What's that supposed to mean? Sokka asked. Tom snapped his fingers again, all of that at the temple was adrenaline. I haven't been able to make a lick of fire since. Maybe it's all gone? Sokka wondered hopefully. I certainly hope not, Tom admitted. Fire conjuring would certainly even the playing field against some of our tougher opponents. But I still need to learn all the elements before the end of the summer, Aang bemoaned. At least if you figure out this whole firebending thing I'll have 2 teachers covered. We'll see, Tom mumbled. Though it's got to be tough having the weight of the world on your shoulders. It is. But don't worry, Katara said brightly, you have us. We'll take down the Fire Nation together. Sokka added. Many hands make light work, Tom finished. You guys are the best, Aang smiled feeling confident in himself and their mission. The rest of the day was filled with monotonies flying toward the horizon. There were no Fire Nation attacks, or villages to save. It wasn't any surprise to Tom that this was the norm. Despite that, it was still just as annoying. Living Avatar, the last Airbender wasn't nearly as fun as one would think. That night, after Sokka and Katara were asleep, Aang asked to talk to Tom. I'm guessing there's a reason you left out what Roku had to say about me. Tom asked. Well, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to say anything. That bad, huh? Tom asked sarcastically. No. It's just, he said you were different. That you came from a whole other world. I could have told him that. He also said you would know things. Like, before they happen. Tom did a double take. Wait, he knew about that? Does he know how I got here? Why I got here? How I can get home? Aang shook his head sadly. Sorry, no. He just said that you know things and that I should trust you. That's all? Yeah. Fantastic. Tom complained. So, since you know the future. Aang started. Yes, you end up with Katara. Wow, Aang said, blushing furiously, you can predict the future. That was going to be my third question. It doesn't work that. Tom started irritably, I know events that are going to happen. Your life to me was. Tom couldn't find the words, which was unusual for him. What do you mean? What is it about my life? Tom took a deep breath and just came out with it as plainly as he could. Where I come from, your life is a story. A work of fiction. You mean like a play? For lack of a better way to put it, yes. So, do we win? Define we? What do you mean? I'm not supposed to be part of this. So, have you been changing things? My just being here has changed a few things, but nothing major. I've decided to try to move the story along faster but get the same ending. I think that if you win, I'll get to go home. So we win in the end? Aang beamed. You're supposed to. And now we've got you, the exuberant Airbender exclaimed, there's no way we won't stop the Fire Lord. Don't celebrate yet, Tom warned, though he was smiling too, there's more than a little pain along the way. Oh, you're right. Aang tried to look serious, but his baby face just made him look silly. Is there anything I should know? Don't worry about you and Katara, that'll work itself out, Zuko's not evil, and beware lightning strikes to your chakras, Tom listed. Lightning strikes to my what? It'll make sense with time, Tom assured. That night, Tom had the best night's sleep since this whole crazy adventure began. It was good that he didn't have to curb his tongue around Aang, even if they agreed they should keep Tom's knowledge between themselves. Still though, his dreams were haunted by someone he desperately wished to return to. Chapter 9, Those Who Attain. Early in the next day's travel, the group spotted a pristine river and beautiful roaring waterfall. It was decided that Aang would get his first waterbending lessons there. While Katara taught Aang what she knew, Tom decided to try to figure out his firebending. That left Sokka to Grimmappa. Surprisingly, he was perfectly fine with this. Tom didn't pay any real attention to Katara's lesson, he had seen it before. He instead concentrated on his palm. Hard. He focused on the center of his hand and imagined it heating up. To his elation it did. To make sure it wasn't just a combination of the sun and his imagination, he turned away from the sun. With his hand in his own shadow, he still felt the heat. It was definitely real. He tried to build it up more. He got the spot on his hand so hot it caused a heat shimmer. That early promise didn't go anywhere. All that heat and not a lick of fire. When the heat became painful he quit and turned back toward Aang and Katara. He saw Aang wash their supplies away with a fair-sized wave. It would seem Aang was doing just as well. The party had to make its way into a nearby town to replace the lost supplies. It was about a 45-minute walk from their camp below the waterfall. Unsurprisingly, the true nature of the seedy trading town was watered down for TV. The town reeked, many of the buildings were in disrepair, and Tom spied at least one dead body in an alleyway. Truly a charming little hamlet. Katara, who was leading by sheer virtue of happening to walk the fastest, was leading the group and trying to stay in the less awful side of town. It worked for the most part, but they still got strange glares from passers-by and witnessed more than a few potential muggings. Ironically, Tom stood out the least in his Earth Kingdom garb. Why didn't you tell me about the wave that washed away our supplies? Aang asked Tom while Katara and Sokka were in one of the shops. Because it wasn't important, Tom explained easily, don't expect me to walk you through this ordeal. Well, what's the point of knowing what happens next if you don't do anything about it? I don't want to screw something up. Besides, all that stuff's replaceable. As the two were talking, a figure approached Tom from behind. A hand reached out toward his shoulder. Before it made contact, he ducked under the gesture and grabbed the figure's wrist and put him in a joint lock. "Who are you?" "Tom!" Aang exclaimed. "What are you doing?" "I'm a paranoid," he answered easily, then turned back to the now very uncomfortable man. "Now answer my question." "I'm just a merchant," the spindly man in plain, unremarkable clothing exclaimed. "I was going to show you some of my wares." Tom let the man go, who backed away quickly. "I apologize for my rude friend," Aang said accusingly toward Tom. "And not to worry," the spindly man said. "This distracted you long enough for my partner to get behind you." Aang barely sensed the attack in time to duck, the sword passing just over his head. He spun around and blasted the attacker away with a gust from his staff. The spindly man in the meantime had drawn a knife and aimed it at Tom's head. He easily stopped it, kicked out the man's knee and wrapped his forearm around his throat. "Don't choke him!" Aang cried as the man scratched helplessly at Tom's arm. "I'll let him go when he passes out," Tom reassured. "Come on. Tap out. Tap, oh you, there you go." He laid the unconscious attacker on the ground and dusted himself off nonchalantly. "I guess it's a good thing you're paranoid," Aang decided. As Michael Weston has said, there are the paranoid, and there are the dead. Is Michael Weston someone from your world? Tom thought about a quick explanation, but couldn't find one. "Sure, let's go with that." Soon after Katara and Sokka exited the shop they had been in. Katara was quick to notice the unconscious man at Tom's feet. Did something happen out here?" "Nope," Tom said instantly, moving on. With most of the money the group had spent and all of the supplies replaced, Tom was reaching familiar territory. When Aang spotted a bison whistle, a dog whistle shaped like a sky bison, Tom insisted he buy it. Aang didn't need any convincing. Sokka and Katara, on the other hand, weren't so pleased. They were on their way out of town when they were stopped by a rather boisterous salesman. Aang, instantly taken in by his enthusiasm, insisted on taking their last 2 copper pieces to the trader's ship. On the way up the gangplank, Aang leaned toward Tom. "Planning on attacking this guy too?" "Give it about 5-10 minutes, Tom returned plainly. Aang couldn't tell if he was serious or not. Tom browsed through the ship's wide collection of assorted items. He was looking for things that fit 3 criteria: small, light, and valuable. He was also getting the layout of the ship. Valuable information for someone who knew the future. "You guys are pirates," Tom heard Sokka exclaim. "We like to think of ourselves as high-risk traders," one of the pirates responded. "So how much for the traded scroll?" Katara asked. "I've already got a buyer," the pirate captain told them. "That is, unless you've got 200 gold pieces on you right now." Tom noticed Aang whisper something to Katara, then walked confidently up to the pirate captain. It didn't matter that he didn't hear Aang's words, he knew what was said. He decided to ignore Aang haggle with the pirate captain and instead watched Katara pocket the waterbending scroll in question. He noticed one of the pirates watching her as she eyed the scroll. He stepped in the way just as she took it. Right after Aang gave the high bid of 2 copper pieces, all he had, Katara insisted they leave. They made it quite a distance from the ship before anything happened. Just long enough to get Tom's hopes up. But, despite his efforts, the pirates still came after them. Outrunning them was easy enough. And when Aang blasted a familiar merchant's cabbage cart into the pursuers, the chase seemed over. That is, until they got cut off by 3 pirates who had spit off earlier. Aang, Sokka, and Katara rushed into an alley that stopped abruptly. They turned to see Tom clotheslining an unsuspecting pirate at the mouth of the alley. He ducked under the spear of a second pirate and struck him in the face with a well-placed elbow. The final pirate tried a low sweep, only to see Tom jump it and kick him square in the head, knocking him out cold. Aang, Sokka, and Katara ran from the alleyway and toward the edge of town. Sokka even stopped a moment to compliment Tom. Before he turned to follow, Tom bowed lightly at the unconscious rabble. "By your leave, Mr. Turner." "I used to look up to pirates," Aang lamented back at camp, but those guys were terrible. Don't worry, Tom sighed, they weren't typical. Really? Yup. Real pirates are much, much worse. And that's why I took this, Katara said, presenting the stolen scroll. No wonder they were trying to hack us up. Sokka snapped, you stole their waterbending scroll. I prefer to think of it as high-risk trading. Where do you think they got it? Katara returned, they stole it from a waterbender. Well, what's done is done, Aang decided. We have it. We might as well learn from it. You have fun with that, Tom told them, you can use what you learn on them when they come after us again. Yeah, what he said. I'll be over here, trying not to light myself on fire. Don't listen to those paranoid worrywarts, Katara said more to them than to Aang. Let's get started. Again, Tom was content to ignore the waterbending session and was picking up where he left off. Heat build up. Heat shimmer. Pain. No fire. It was endlessly frustrating, not that anger helped produce a spark. In desperation, he decided to try an experiment. He built the heat up again to the point he could see it, as before, but this time he dropped a leaf into his palm. To his elation, a fire burst in his hand. Hot damn! Just as he started to celebrate, the fire was put out by an unexpected splash of water. Sonova. Katara had put out the fire in her attempt at the water whip. He turned to see Katara yell at Aang for demonstrating the move so effortlessly. It wasn't until she looked at his hurt expression that she realized her mistake. Oh my gosh, Aang, she said sorrowfully, I don't know what came over me. But you know what? She handed him the scroll. This is yours. I don't want anything more to do with it. What about Tom and Momo? Sokka piped up, they're the real victims here. You're right, Katara agreed, kneeling down to pet Momo, whom she had hit with one of her stray attempts. Sorry about your fire, Tom. He just mumbled irritably and went back to work. Despite his breakthrough, Tom made no further headway in his firebending. He couldn't make fire unless he introduced something flammable. As night fell, he tried to stay awake, but his training tired him out. He decided not to dwell on it. He'd be woken up when the inevitable pirate attack came, right? Well, turns out he wouldn't, because he awoke to being dragged by his ankle by one of the pirates, hands bound. When the pirates arrived at the shore with their captives, Zuko, who was waiting for them, complimented them on their work. That is, until he noticed a certain firebender in their midst, and the only one with his hands behind his back. Wait a minute, Zuko warned, how is he tied up? With rope, Tom reported, holding up cinched fragments of what was once good rope. So let me get this straight, he said, turning to the captain and resting one arm casually on his shoulder, you're going to trade my friend Aang here for a single waterbending scroll. What's wrong with that? The captain asked. Isn't it obvious? Sokka chimed in, instantly catching on, he's the Avatar. He'd be worth 100 of those scrolls on the black market. Shut your mouths, you stupid peasants. Zuko ordered. Yeah, guys, Aang agreed quietly, you really should shut your mouths. Just hear me out, Hector. Tom started at the captain. My name isn't Dash. You sell my buddy to the Fire Lord. He's so eternally grateful, he showers you with gold. Maybe even gives you a fancy title. You take all that money and influence, and you buy a whole navy. Then you can plunder to your heart's content. Get as many scrolls to sell as there are to find. I like the sound of that, the captain said, turning from Zuko, you can keep that crummy old scroll. You'll regret breaking a deal with me, Zuko warned before he and his men attacked. The pirates countered with a smokescreen and a chaotic battle began. Tom moved to free Katara, who had been tied to a tree earlier. I'm so sorry, she said, rubbing her sore wrists, this is all my fault. I'll be happy to agree with you later, Tom told her before a Fire Nation soldier attacked and they were forced to separate. Tom saw Zuko at the edge of the battlefield. He had just defeated one of the pirates and was collecting himself. Tom ambushed him, but his attack didn't go through. Zuko countered, and to his elation, Tom could firebend again. He exchanged a few fast-paced and evenly matched blows with Zuko before the pirate captain intervened. He tried to cleave both of them with his sword. Tom ducked and Zuko leaned back to avoid the attack. Tom rolled forward, behind Zuko, and snatched the scroll from his waistband. He had to immediately drop it, however, to counter a spear thrust from a Fire Nation soldier. He saw Momo snatch it, but quickly decided it didn't matter. He made his way toward the pirate junk. He met up with his friends just as they were trying to get the dock junk in the water. "It's no use," the ever-optimistic Sokka declared. "We'd need a team of rhinos to budge this ship." "Or 2 waterbenders," Aang smiled at Katara. The 2 of them, using the waterbending skills they had learned, dislodged the junk from the sandbar and boarded. Tom made his way for the hold before anyone noticed and started looting. It's not like anything in there was going to be usable in a few minutes. When he felt the ship stop, he knew it was time to go. He made it back on deck just as the junk was saved from going over the falls that towered over their camp. "Where have you been?" Sokka demanded. Tom held up a fair-sized bag, preemptive salvaging. With a hard crash, everyone was thrown to the deck as Zuko's stolen riverboat slammed into the side of the stalled junk. "Jump!" Aang ordered as the 4 leaped over the falls. Just in time, Appa swooped in and caught them. "I knew a bison whistle would come in handy," Aang said, holding up the seemingly useless item. Once again, Tom ignored the stealing is wrong lesson of the day scene. He had bigger things on his mind. After Katara stored the scroll that Sokka had saved, she noticed Tom humming a strange tune. "Tom? Hum 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 hum, and really bad eggs." Tom snapped his fingers, and over his index finger, a flame the size of a candle lit. "Drink up me hearties, yo-ho!" Chapter 10, That Which Corrupts, Part 1. Things had cooled down since the last incident. The party had reached the equator, and so the winter trees still had their leaves, though they had the colors of autumn. The scene was soothing and surprisingly warm. They were just breaking camp after lunch when Aang noticed someone was missing from the group. "Where's Momo?" he asked. The herd of Screech formed the lemur in question and ran off to fence him. He was locked in a metal trap of some kind, suspended in a tree. It was easy for Aang to vault up a few nearby trees to get to the trap's release. Katara and Sokka opened the trap on the ground and Momo popped out, munching on a handful of lychee nuts as if nothing had happened. Aang noticed 2 other animals caught in the trap, so he started to work his way toward them. "This is gonna take forever," Sokka complained, tossing his boomerang. It easily cut through the ropes, causing the traps to hit the ground with a thud. The animals happily ran off into the woods. "These are Fire Nation traps," Sokka reported. "You can tell from the metalwork. We'd better pack up camp and get moving." They did so, but when Tom, Katara, and Aang started to load their stuff on Appa, Sokka stopped them. "Why wouldn't we fly?" Aang asked. "Think about it," Sokka started. "Somehow Prince Zuko and the Fire Nation keep finding up. It's because they spot Appa, he's too noticeable. The Fire Nation keeps finding us because they control half of this continent," Tom asserted. "Still, we're less likely to run across the Fire Nation if they can't spot us, and they can't spot us if we continue on foot. What part of controls half the continent didn't register?" "I think I'm going to have to agree with Tom on this one," Aang said, hanging upside down on Appa's horn. "Listen, my instincts tell me that it would be better if we walk and a leader has to trust his instincts," Sokka told them in a surprisingly even tone. "Leader?" Katara scoffed. "Who made you the leader? Your voice still cracks." "I'm the oldest and I'm a warrior," Sokka said fervently, so fervently that his voice cracked. He collected himself and responded in an almost comically deep voice, "So, I'm the leader." "I'm 17 if anyone's wondering," Tom reported easily. "I'm the oldest who's been here the whole time." "Oh, well, that just settles it then. If anyone's the leader it's Aang," Katara interjected. "I mean, he is the Avatar." "Are you kidding? He's just a goofy kid." Sokka scoffed. Aang was still hanging from Appa's horn. He's right. Why do boys always think someone has to be the leader? Katara asked, exasperated by her brother. I bet you wouldn't be so bossy if you kissed a girl. Aang let the banter continue as he stepped up to Tom. This is a bad idea, isn't it? You have no idea. Tom turned back to the Water Tribe siblings. I don't suppose we could settle this democratically? Will you guys just trust me? Fine, Katara conceded, mostly because she didn't want to argue anymore. We'll try it your way, oh, wise leader. Who knows, Aang said, already with a backpack, walking could be fun. It didn't take long for him to change his tune. Walking stinks. How does anyone get around without a flying bison? Well, I don't know, Aang. Maybe you should ask Sokka's instincts. Despite her tiredness, she was reveling in the opportunity to tease her brother. Very funny, Sokka sneered, but the important thing is that we're safe from the Fire Nation. They moved past some bushes right into the middle of a Fire Nation army camp. Well, I hate to tell you I told you so. The group tried to run the way they came, but a firebender among the soldiers blasted the foliage in their path. They were surrounded on 3 sides by hostiles and on 1 side by fire. Let us pass and we promise not to hurt you, Sokka warned. What are you doing? Katara whispered to him. Bluffing, he whispered back. The firebender, probably the unit commander, scoffed. You promise not to hurt us? Suddenly there was a whoosh and the firebender dropped like a rock. Nice work, Sokka, Aang complimented. How'd you do that? Instinct? Look! Katara pointed into a nearby tree. In it was a figure with a blowpipe. He discarded the weapon and, using a pair of twin hooks, landed right on a pair of Fire Nation soldiers. Still with the element of surprise, he tripped up 2 more soldiers with his twin hooks and sent them careening into their unconscious commander. Down you go, the figure, a boy who looked around Tom's age, said. He had shaggy brown hair and wore light combat gear under an orange shirt that blended in well with the dry leaves. In his mouth was a piece of grass he seemed to be chewing on. Before the rest of the soldiers could react, more people attacked from the trees. A ragtag band of warriors that wouldn't be out of place as a role-playing game adventure party. The soldiers attacked, but the ambush was too swift. Tom, Aang, and Katara leaped into the fray, though every time Sokka was about to take on one of the soldiers, someone else took them out. One of the soldiers lunged at Tom with a spear. He easily avoided it. Before the soldier could pull back his spear for a second attack, Tom snatched it near the head and bashed the shaft with his forearm, causing it to snap. The soldier stumbled back and was sent flying by a kick to the chest. Tom noticed a soldier, also with a spear, sneaking up on the warrior with the twin hooks. Despite himself, Tom tossed the spear tip in his hand at the soldier. His aim was true and the soldier's weapon was ripped from his hand. The warrior turned from his last opponent to see Tom knock the soldier out. The warrior gave a quick nod in salute and, again in spite of himself, Tom returned it. There was only 1 soldier left, and it was easy for the warrior to deflect his attack. He easily vaulted over his foe, sending the soldier face first into the ground. His momentum carried him forward. He stopped right in front of Katara. Hey, he said intimately. Hi, she returned. You just took out a whole army almost single-handed. Aang complimented the warrior. Army? Sokka scoffed. There were only, 20 guys. And it was hardly single-handed, Tom added. The warrior seemed to take that as a cue and introduced himself and his companions. My name is Jet. And these are my freedom fighters. Tom couldn't help but be sour. He'd really wanted to avoid Jet. Now he'd have to take him down. On second thought, Tom decided, I can make do with that. Chapter 11, That Which Corrupts, Part 2. Jet's freedom fighters scavenged the Fire Nation camp. What was found was mostly unhelpful. Apparently, the Fire Nation army traveled light. They did, however, find several barrels of blasting jelly. Tom inspected it to find it was basically snot-green napalm. Not entirely surprising. It didn't take long for Aang and particularly Katara to be taken in by Jet's charms. They decided to join Jet at his hideout. It was a tree house that could only be accessed by a pulley or Aang's airbending system that was reminiscent to the lifts used by mobile suits from the Mobile Suit Gundam franchise. The ride was a little brisk, but since Tom already knew how to use it, he didn't have as hard a time as Sokka. The hideout was a small treehouse city. Most of the small, one-room houses were connected by wooden bridges and different levels could be accessed quickly by zip lines. It all seemed very professional and well thought out. Too well thought out for a bunch of teenagers and children, Tom decided. It must have been found and repurposed by Jet. Nonetheless, it was impressive. It was easy to understand how one could have a hard time finding it if they didn't already know where it was. As they walked, Jet explained a little about who he and his companions were and what they were doing. He also mentioned why most of his companions had been touched in a negative way by the Fire Nation. "What about you?" Katara asked. Jet stopped and let the group pass. Tom and Katara were the only ones to hear Jet's motivation. "The Fire Nation killed my parents," he said flatly. "I was only 8 years old. That day changed me forever. Sokka and I lost our mother to the Fire Nation." Katara sighed, her eyes cast down. "I'm so sorry, Katara." Katara realized something and looked up. "Oh, I hadn't told you yet, have I, Tom?" "Sorry." "It's all right. Dwelling on a loss like that will only eat away at you." "Sounds like you're speaking from experience," Jet noted. "What's your story?" Tom smiled. "It's not nearly as interesting as either of yours. And besides, I'm depressed enough as it is." He gestured to their surroundings. "We're in a treehouse city. This is every little kid's dream. We should be having fun." Tom's joke seemed to lift Katara's spirits at least. He really didn't care much about Jet's state of mind, though he smiled too. The community in the treehouse city was fairly large and surprisingly well organized. The fact that most of the food at dinner was non-native and thus probably stolen from the nearby town was lost to all but Tom. The speech Jet gave during the meal didn't exactly thrill him either. Better fictional orators came to mind, like Lelouch Britannia and Zex Marquise came to mind. Two mech pilots. If Sokka's attitude was sour, Tom's was apathetic. That was his default though, so there wasn't really anything to notice. Sokka's mood did improve when he was invited along on a special mission. Tom was invited along as well. Jet seemed to be impressed with Tom, perhaps for the skill he had shown earlier in the day. The special mission turned out to be simply lying in wait in the tree along a forest path. Jet, Sokka, and Tom waited in one tree overlooking the path, while two others, the gargantuan Pipsqueak and the young knife fighter Smellerbee, waited in another, just out of sight. Jet signaled the two with a bird call. When it was returned, Sokka drove his knife into the tree they were in. "What are you doing?" Jet inquired. "It amplifies vibrations." "Good trick." Only a few minutes passed before Sokka raised the alarm. "Someone's coming." "I think there's just one." "Good work, Sokka," Jet whispered, sending another bird call and drawing his twin hooks. "Ready your weapon." A figure did appear, but it was a harmless old man in red robes and carrying a small travel bag. Sokka tried to call the attack off, but the old man being Fire Nation was more than enough of an offense for Jet. He dropped down in front of the clearly harmless traveler, threatening him venomously. When the old man tried to run, he was met with Pipsqueak and thrown to the ground. "Please, let me go," the old man begged. "Have mercy." "Does the Fire Nation let people go?" Jet demanded. "Does the Fire Nation have mercy?" Jet moved to kick the old man, but Sokka caught Jet's leg with his club. "Jet, he's just an old man." "He's Fire Nation," Jet returned. "Search him." "But he's not hurting anyone." "Have you forgotten that the Fire Nation killed your mother? Remember why you fight." "What are you fighting for, Jet?" Tom shot back, showing more emotion than Jet was used to from him. "I fight for justice. The Fire Nation destroyed our homes, so we're taking something back." That sounds more like revenge to me. So what if it is? We got his stuff, Jet, Smellerby reported. Tom turned his attention to her and pipsqueak. That make you feel strong? Robing the defenseless? He shoved Smellerby's shoulder, the surprisingly aggressive act distracting the two long enough so that they didn't notice his hand slip into the bag for a moment. What's the matter with you? Smellerby demanded. Yeah, Pipsqueak agreed. I thought you were on our side. I'm on the side that protects people. Tom's right, Sokka said to Jet, with whom he was arguing. This doesn't feel right. It's what has to be done, Jet finished strongly. Now let's go. Sokka was reluctant to leave the poor old man, but Tom waved him on. Once they were alone, Tom offered the old man a hand. Gonna live? Tom asked kindly. Yes, thank you, young man, the old man said. What's an honorable knight like you doing with thugs like that? A knight? Tom chuckled. The man shrugged. I'm old-fashioned. And thank you again. Oh, before I go, Tom handed something to the old man. Here's your stuff back. Tom got a look at the contents of the bag as the old man looked them over. They were some kind of documents. You lost your bag, but you kept your financial records, bless you. I'm a banker, you see. You've truly saved me. And your friend as well. Well, we try. But trying to defend everyone isn't easy. You end up making a lot of enemies that way. Tom started on his way into the shroud of the woods. Well, he said with a smile, who said the life of a knight was supposed to be easy? With that he vanished into the trees. Tom found Sokka back at the hideout. They both decided that it was time to leave. After an hour or two, Aang appeared from one of the zip lines, just as enthusiastic as ever, Katara right behind. Is Jet back? She asked in a particularly chipper mood. Yeah, he's back, he responded crossly, but we're leaving. What? Why? Your boyfriend Jet's a thug. No, he's not. He beat and robbed a helpless old man. Well, he didn't actually hit the guy, Tom interjected, but that was only because Sokka stopped him. I want to hear Jet's side of the story, Katara said, totally unconvinced. You told them what happened, but you didn't tell them he was Fire Nation? Jet said easily. No, Katara said accusingly, they conveniently left that out. That's because it was irrelevant, Tom returned. He was a harmless civilian, Sokka added, he couldn't hurt a fly. He was an assassin, Sokka, Jet said, producing a knife that seemed to be more decorative than dangerous. There's a compartment for poison in the knife, he explained, rather convincingly in fact, as he unscrewed the compartment. You helped save my life, guys. I didn't see any knife. Sokka returned. That's because he was concealing it. Where was that? Tom asked knowingly. What? Where did he have the knife? You didn't lay a finger on him. Unless you count knocking his walking stick out of his hands. It was in his bag. Tom smiled, liar. The accusation seemed to cut Jet deep. He probably hadn't been met with any moral opposition since he started his merry little band of highway robbers. Excuse me, he gasped, standing bolt upright, how dare you accuse me of? The bag was empty, Tom said with confident certainty. Jet's fairly obvious flinch was all Tom needed to let him know he got everything. You tried to rob an 85-year-old accountant and you couldn't even get that right. Jet, not taking the joke well, closed with Tom and tried to make him back down. He didn't flinch and the two of them ended up almost nose to nose. You looking for a fight, tough guy? Better be careful, I can actually fight back. The tension reached a head, and just before someone threw a punch, a blast of cold air washed between them. Starting a fight won't settle anything, Aang said with surprising strength. Look, Katara said calmly, trying to defuse the situation. Even if this one situation wasn't handled well, it doesn't mean that Jet isn't a good person. Is that so? Tom's ire beginning to surface. None in the room had really seen him angry like that. You're not a freedom fighter, you're a terrorist. I'm whatever I have to be, Jet returned. And I'm leaving. Sokka added, I'm going back to the hut to pack my things. You coming, Tom? With pleasure. Tom and Sokka packed their gear as they waited for the other half of their party to return. You think they'll listen to us? Well, I'm hoping Aang will listen, but Katara's pretty smitten with Jet, Tom replied dejectedly, and she is your sister. Sokka turned to him and raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? I'm thinking stubbornness runs in the family. Tom couldn't help but snicker at the sour look Sokka shot him. Just then, Katara and Aang burst in. We can't leave now with the Fire Nation about to burn down this forest. Katara implored. Working with Jet is a mistake, Tom said tiredly. Have I ever given you a reason not to trust me? Well, you almost tried to rip Jet's head off just now for no reason. Tom just rolled his eyes and returned to packing his effects. I'm sorry, Katara, Sokka said, sounding much more calm and rational than usual. Jet's very smooth, but my instincts tell me we can't trust him. Well, my instincts tell me we have to stay a little longer and help Jet. Katara's tone was absolute. Well, it couldn't hurt to just stay to help out with the forest fire, could it? Aang asked, seeming to be the only open-minded one left in the room. There was a pause as the group mulled it over. Finally Tom spoke up. Fine, he said calmly, we'll stay and stop the fire, but that's it. Now it was Katara who had a decision to make. I suppose we have to leave sometime. Sokka grabbed Tom's shoulder and spun him around. What are you doing? He whispered. I'm concerned about that blasting jelly Jet got his hands on, Tom returned, hushed. Oh, good point. What are you two whispering about? Katara asked suspiciously. Sokka turned around like a bolt of lightning with a big, comical grin. Nothing at all. He shook his head quickly, seemingly to shake out the silly. We'll stay a little longer, he continued seriously, but we have to get Aang to the North Pole. Great! Aang grinned, it's decided. That night, Tom and Sokka stayed awake. Tom was sick of sleeping through important events and he knew the explosives would be moved tonight. It was only a few hours before sunrise when they saw Jet and a few of his cronies sneak out of the hideout. Careful not to disturb the sleeping Aang or Katara, they crept out and after Jet. With him was a cart carrying the red barrels they had salvaged from the Fire Nation troops. They stopped on a cliff overlooking a dam protecting the village below from the river's flood waters. Almost immediately, Jet reveled the real reason he wanted the reservoir filled. Jet's going to blow up the dam? Sokka gasped, perhaps a little louder than he should have. I say we end this now, Tom said in a low voice that almost seemed to be a growl. We can't take them on all at once, Sokka whispered back, my instincts say we should go to the town. We should be able to make it in time. Your instincts, huh? Tom asked, almost jovially, they haven't exactly been spot on lately. Well, I figure they're past due. Tom smiled. Town it is. Just then they heard rustling behind them. Tom and Sokka jumped out of the way just in time as two of the freedom fighters tried to ambush them. They broke for the path, Jet and his entourage in tow. Don't let them get to the hideout, they heard Jet shout. On my signal, dive into the bushes, Tom told Sokka. They looked over their shoulders to see Longshot knocking an arrow. Tom let heat build all around them both so the whole path behind them was hot as a midsummer's day. Now, he called. Just as Longshot let the arrow fly, the heat Tom produced created a heat shimmer in the new morning sun. As he and Sokka jumped out of the path, they seemed to vanish like a mirage. Jet, stumped by the disappearing act, ordered the group to spread out and find the traitors. Once they left the area, Sokka and Tom extracted themselves from the leaves. Good trick, Sokka complimented. I try, Tom returned. Now to see a man about a flood. The two made good time toward the town. Most of the townsfolk were up and going about their day, and noticed the two strange boys that burst into town. Who are you? A Fire Nation soldier demanded, leveling a spear at Sokka. The freedom fighters are going to blow up the dam. Sokka shouted with all the air left in his lungs. The townsfolk just laughed at the notion. Then why don't you stop them yourselves from blowing up the dam with their bows and rocks? One of the villagers mocked. Look at how they're dressed, another shouted. I bet they're with those miscreants. The soldiers were just about to arrest them when a voice Tom and Sokka recognized spoke up. Wait, the old man from the day before shouted, I know these boys. We can trust their word. You know them? A soldier asked skeptically. They were with those bandits that attacked me, but they stopped them from harming and robbing me. They're good boys, and if they say those ruffians are going to destroy the town, I believe them. He turned to Tom and smiled. That's at least one friend a knight can make. The populace seemed unsure, so Tom turned to the soldier who seemed to be in charge. Look, if we're wrong, it's embarrassing for us and inconvenient for you. But if we're right... Tom let the implication hang. It was all the soldier needed. He started organizing the evacuation. Once most of the town was to safety, Tom spoke to some of the soldiers. If we move quickly, we might be able to save the town. The terrorists are using blasting jelly to destroy the dam. If you guys can get it far enough away from the structure, the town won't flood. A few of the soldiers were convinced and started toward the dam. Tom turned to Sokka next and spoke to him quietly. You get Appa. I don't want to give any explosives back to the Fire Nation, so we might need a quick getaway. He nodded and disappeared back into the forest as the last of the villagers made it to high ground. Tom joined the soldiers at the dam. Between him and the 6 soldiers, they were able to get the blasting jelly a safe distance from the dam. Just as they finished moving the material, Tom heard a familiar bird call. Incoming, he yelled to the soldiers. They ran and dove out of the way, but Tom stayed put. He threw a blast of fire at the flaming arrow meant to light the barrels. The bolt disintegrated into ash far from its target. The soldiers, who had scattered impressively far, reassembled and started toward the barrels of blasting jelly. You're a hero, son, one of the soldiers called. Who are you? Tom smiled and held his hand up. The soldiers, taking the signal, stopped a safe distance from the explosives. Then Tom backed up a safe distance and called back to them, just a passing knight who doesn't want to see these explosives used on anybody. He snapped his fingers and a little spark of fire darted from his finger to one of the barrels, causing them all to explode. The soldiers, too far to be seriously injured, but close enough to be thrown back a foot, picked themselves up as the flames died down to show that strange night again. Remember, Tom said in a strange accent, this is very dangerous. I am professional Russian. When the soldiers saw Appa land to pick him up, the realization seemed to hit them harder than the shock wave. And as always, he called from Appa's back as the party took off, have nice day. Chapter 12, Those Who Question, Part 1. The party was approaching the Great Divide, a massive canyon in the Earth Kingdom. Tom and Aang had been out foraging for the better part of the afternoon, leading Katara and Sokka to set camp. When they returned, they found chaos. The tent was on the ground and the area was covered in stray sticks. Where's the campfire? Aang asked, and what happened to the tent? Why don't you ask Miss Know-It-All, Queen of the Twigs? Sokka scoffed sarcastically. Well, you're Mr. Lazy Bum, Katara shot back, King of the Tent! With the last word, she chucked one of the stray stick, striking Sokka on the head. Tom had little patience for the sibling quarrels, they happened quite a lot. Aang on the other, only chuckled. Okay, listen guys, harsh words won't solve problems. Actions will. Why don't you just switch jobs? The siblings were fine with this and got to work. Aang was pleased with his mediation skills. Settling feuds and solving differences. All in a day's work for the Avatar. Most problems aren't so easily solved, Tom warned. Maybe, but I've never met a dilemma I can't handle. They noticed Appa and Momo fighting over a piece of fruit that looked like some kind of ridged melon. Aang took it and split it so that Appa got about 90% of it. Momo didn't like that at first, but Aang reminded him that Appa had 5 stomachs. Told you. I'm not saying you're not good, Tom conceded. I'm just saying you're not Henry Kissinger is what I'm saying. Who? Famous negotiator from where I'm from. Tom thought for a moment, knowing how Aang would end the impending feud. Then again, it might be more appropriate to compare you to General William Westmoreland. That didn't really mean anything, Aang, so they finished setting up camp and turned in early. When the sun rose the next day, they were close enough to walk to the edge of the Great Divide. It was so massive you had to strain to see the other side. It wasn't shockingly deep, but the fall would almost certainly kill you. There were all kinds of rock formations within the canyon, like pillars of stone, hills and valleys within the valley. I could just stare into it forever, Katara said dreamily. It took about 2 seconds for forever to come for Sokka. Okay, I've seen enough. How can you not be fascinated, Sokka? Katara asked her brother, who was already climbing on Appa. This is the biggest canyon in the entire world. Tom, you think it's interesting, don't you? He shrugged. It's okay. Only okay? What could be more beautiful and breathtaking than this? Tom started counting off on his fingers: the Great Barrier Reef, Mt. Everest, most of Alaska. I mean, if it weren't for the fact that I'm as displaced from my home as I am, this would have trouble making it on my top 20. Well, maybe it'll have a better chance once we see it from the air, Sokka said dismissively. Let's go. Before he could climb up into Appa's saddle, a strange young man in white and yellow robes shoved him out of the way. If you're looking for the canyon guide, I was here first, the panicky and overdressed man said. Canyon guide, Katara repeated curiously. Sounds informative. The white-robed man scoffed. He's more than a tour guide. Sokka had snuck up behind the man and had started mocking him for his past transgression. The canyon guide is an earthbender and the only way through this canyon. And he's taking my tribe across next. Calm down, Sokka said, passing the none the wiser man. We know you're next. You wouldn't be calm if the Fire Nation destroyed your home and forced you to flee. As they were talking, another group sauntered up. Unlike the man in the clean white robes, they seemed much more feral, adorned in animal skins. There were as many as 30 of them, and they were led by a burly woman carrying what looked like a giant meat cleaver on her back. Is that your tribe? Katara asked, pointing at the incoming group. It most certainly is not. That's the Zhangs. A bunch of dirty thieves. They've been the enemies of my tribe for 100 years. As the Zhangs approached, the white-robed man whistled at them. The disrespectful act seemed ill-advised as the children in the group looked bigger than him. Hey Zhangs! I'm saving a place for my tribe, so don't even think about stealing it. Where are the rest of the Gongins? The woman leading the Zhangs asked disrespectfully, still tidying up their campsite. Yes, the Gongin shot back, but they sent me ahead to save a spot. I didn't know the canyon guide took reservations, the woman leading the Zhangs said mockingly. That's just the kind of mistake I'd expect from a messy Zhang, the younger man shot back, either not picking up on the sarcasm or ignoring it, so unorganized and ill-prepared for a journey. Just as it seemed that the Zhangs were about to descend on the lone Gongin, a pile of boulders lifted itself out of the way, revealing a dirty but chipper man in his 40s. Sorry for the wait, youngsters, the canyon guide said with a smile. Now, who's ready to cross this here canyon? Tom couldn't help but notice a southern drawl he hadn't when he watched the show. Where would someone pick that up, he wondered. As for the canyon guide's question, Katara tried to supply the answer. One of them, I think, she said, pointing at the Zhangs and lone Gongin. I was here first, the Gongin pointed out. My party's on their way. I can't guide people who aren't here, the guide said apologetically. The Zhangs were about to enter the canyon when the Gongin spoke up again. Here they come, he said happily, pointing at a group dressed like him. In the lead was a man who looked a little older than the canyon guide. Right away they got into a petulant argument about whether the sick or the elderly got preferential treatment. Most of the argument was slinging insults, though. Think you can talk these guys down, William? Tom asked sarcastically. He was unsure, but Katara made the decision for him. Listen up, she said before pointing at Aang, this is the Avatar. And if you give him a chance, I'm sure he'll come up with a compromise that will make everyone happy. Everyone looked to Aang expectantly. Well, You could share the canyon guide, he said, pointing out the blindingly obvious. The reaction was an instant rejection from both sides, citing their bitter 100-year-long feud. The alternative is dying, Tom pointed out over the drone of disapproval. Traveling with those slovenly thieves is a fate worse than death, the Gongan leader barked, more at the Zhans than Tom. We wouldn't take one step alongside those prissy tyrants, the Zhan leader returned with the same fervor. I doubt you'll think this is a wise decision after you've been lit on fire, Tom continued. Without missing a beat, the unanimous roar of disapproval rang out. Tom threw up his hands in defeat. I'm out of ideas, I say we leave them to their fate. Aang had another plan. All right, here's the deal. You're both going across together and Appa will carry your sick and elderly. Does that sound fair? It didn't even take a glance at the tired faces of the tribe's frailest members before both tribe leaders agreed. All pleased with the arrangement, they all prepared for their long journey. As Aang was preparing Appa for his part, Sokka approached him. Do you think it's a good idea getting involved in this feuding tribe business? He asked. Aang smiled sheepishly. Honestly? No. But when am I ever sure? Making peace between people is his job, Sokka, Katara said, patting Aang on the back. His job is going to make us cross this whole canyon on foot, isn't it? Don't worry, Sokka, Tom said with an incredulous smile, it'll get much worse. That's comforting. I know, right? Just as Aang sent Appa on his way, the canyon guide lifted himself up on a pillar of stone. Okay, here comes the bad news. No food allowed in the canyon. It attracts dangerous predators. There was another roar of disapproval, but having spent his entire life ferrying people across the canyon, he took it all in stride. Ah, you babies can go one day without food, can't you? We're heading down in 10 minutes. All food better be in your gut or in the garbage. The no-food rule seemed to cut Sokka the deepest. Told you, Tom grinned. The Zhans and Gongans ate all they could in 10 minutes and they set out after that. There was a convenient trail down the side of the cliff, most likely summoned by the canyon guide years ago. The trek wasn't too hard, but with the uneven ground, there was no way the sick or elderly were going to get through the massive formation. After about halfway down the wall, they had to stop so the canyon guide could summon a stone bridge out of the cliff face. Nice bending, Aang complimented. The job's more than bending, kid, the canyon guide explained before turning to the group. Many of you are probably wondering how canyons are formed. Experts tell us that this canyon was carved by earth spirits that were angry at local farmers for not offering a proper sacrifice. Canyons aren't formed by earth spirits, Tom grumbled loudly enough to be heard. Oh, really? Then how are canyons formed, Mr. Expert? The canyon guide asked. He didn't sound angry so much as curious to what this strange young man's explanation would be. It was a river. There was a chorus of disbelief all around. The idea even seemed preposterous to Aang, who had at least been told a little of the amazing science discovered in Tom's far-off world. How could a river carve a canyon? Sokka voiced the general consensus of the group. I mean, water is so wimpy you can walk through it. How could that cut through rock? Thanks a lot, Sokka, Katara grumbled under her breath. It would have happened over hundreds of thousands of years, Tom began again, perhaps millions. The water slowly wore down the stones a gain of sand's worth at a time. That's why stones and rivers are rounded. Over time the river cut deeper into the rock without filling up that space. Eventually the river dried up and only the riverbed was left. That's what a canyon really is, a giant dried-up river. See these striations? Tom said, running his hand along the side of the canyon wall. There were what seemed to be layers of different colored rock. These are all the different layers of sediment deposited by the ancient river. It's like a window into the long-dead past. Maybe it was the earth spirits that made the river carve the canyon guide suggested. By now he was just as enthralled as the two tribes at this new explanation for one of the mysteries of life. If it all happened at once, magic or otherwise, wouldn't the canyon be mostly uniform and bowl-shaped? Tom gestured out to the various rock formations in the canyon. Those are tougher rocks that were stronger than the loose material they were surrounded by. The river couldn't wash them away, so they remain. The canyon guide laughed. You're a pretty smart kid. Don't know if you're right or not, but it certainly sounds good. You should head to Ba Sing Se and get your theory to them scholarly folk in the middle ring. Tom was actually hoping that knowledge was already accepted by them scholarly folk, but he appreciated the compliment. As they continued down the path, Katara spoke to him privately. Do you really think water can be that powerful? She asked him. I know it can, he answered easily. Water has the power to create and the power to destroy. It all depends on the direction it flows. She smiled and hugged him for the compliment. Tom flinched at the unexpected contact. It took them a good 20 minutes to get down one side of the canyon. No one was really tired from the effort, but most were certainly daunted. Now everyone stand back from the wall, the canyon guide said before hurling a boulder at the bridge he had created, destroying it. Why did you do that? Aang asked curiously. These people are fleeing from the Fire Nation. Got to make sure we can't be followed. Tom saw a silhouette appear in the dust of the collapsed bridge behind the canyon guide. He dove, pushing him out of the way before a four-eyed and legged beast snapped its jaws on him. What are those things? Sokka gasped. Canyon crawler, the guide said before he and Tom turned at a sound behind them. The last thing Tom saw was a giant spider-like leg swinging toward him. Chapter 13, Those Who Question, Part 2. Tom's first conscious thought as he started to wake up was pain. He didn't know how long he was out, just that his head felt like it was splitting open. His eyes fluttered open, snapping instinctively shut when the light of the sun blasted him. He's waking up, he heard Katara call as Tom hoisted himself slowly up. We've really got to stop meeting like this, Tom groaned, his friends surrounding him with looks of concern. Good to see you're still in one piece, buddy, Sokka said, giving him a hand up. Tom rubbed his head and noticed something was wrapped around it. You took a nasty hit to the head, but the Zhongs and the Gongins patched you up. Tom looked to the two tribes throwing accusations and insults at each other. They work together just long enough to get something done before they get right back to calling each other rude names? Are we sure they aren't some kind of bizarre extended family? Or Congress? The canyon guide walked over when he noticed Tom had woken up. One of his arms was in a sling, but it was just resting there to keep it stable. How you feeling, youngster? Like my head's in a vice, Tom said honestly. Better than being canyon crawler chow. You said it, Tom agreed fervently. He motioned to the guide's wounded limb. Your arm? Recon, it feels like it's caught in a vice, he said with a chuckle, but it's only a sprain. Can you still bend like that? Aang asked worriedly. Enough, the guide retuned, but I don't think I'll be much help if we get attacked by any more of those crawlers. Just as long as you're both alright, Katara said to the guide and Tom. I've got a feeling that we'll be needing both of you to get out of this canyon alive. In the meantime, Aang had gone to the two arguing tribes to try to get them to focus at the task at hand. It wasn't going well. Everything Aang said was used by one or the other tribe leader to accuse the other tribe of something. The argument was so petty Tom started to regret his joke about there being Congress. It was getting too accurate. Enough! Aang ordered with a brisk gust. I thought I could help you get along, but I guess that's not going to happen. He leapt onto a natural stone wall that split the pass they happened to be in. We'll split up. Gongins on this side, Aang dictated, pointing to one side of the wall, Zhongs on this side. The tribe seemed to like the arrangement. After they filed into their dictated lane, Aang dropped down. Sokka, you go with the Zhongs and Katara go with the Gongins. Try to see why they hate each other so much. I'd like to go with the Gongins as well, Tom said. There's something I'm curious about. Works for me. I'll keep you company then, Avatar, the guide said. After all, I'm supposed to be leading both groups through the canyon, not just one. Sounds good. The group split up 3 ways as they continued their perilous journey. Tom and Katara integrated seamlessly into the Gongin group. Tom and Katara's well-mannered and respectful demeanor quickly won the respect of the tribe. Night began to fall and forward progress was halted to make camp. The location chosen for camp was a wide flat where the rock wall that divided the two groups shrunk to a molehill. Despite the hatred between the two groups, the Gongins still wanted to be ready to jump to the aid of the Zhangs should something happen, if only for the sake of preserving human life and not any kindred bond that had formed during the ordeal. Once the tribe had settled down around a campfire they had built, they all started producing food they had hidden on their way into the canyon. "Would you care for some bread, children?" the Gongin leader offered. "So it was you who had food," Katara said in surprise. "Oh, come now," the Gongin leader scoffed. "You don't really think those stinking thieves aren't smuggling food? So you decided to take the moral high ground and do the exact same thing you are accusing the Zhangs of with no evidence," Tom said with notable irritation displayed in his sarcastic tone. "You give the Zhangs far too much credit. Why is it that you hate the Zhangs so much?" Katara asked, deciding it was the best transition to learn what she was sent to learn. "You seem like smart kids," the Gongin leader started. "I bet you would enjoy hearing some history. The patriarch of our tribe, Genwai, was an earthbender warrior assigned an important duty, transporting our sacred orb from the Great Eastern Gate to the Great Western Gate. Taking the orb from the east to the west represented the sun's rising and setting. It was our tribe's ancient redemption ritual. But as he was approaching the Western Gate, he was attacked by one of the Zhangs. A vermin named Wygin who looked at the orb with envy. The coward Wygin knocked Genwai to the ground and stole our sacred orb. Our people have never forgotten. You can never trust a Zhang." Just as Katara was working up a good fury in the direction of the Zhang camp, Tom spoke up. She knew it wasn't going to end well from the first word out of his mouth. She knew that tone and the brutally direct challenge that was coming next. "So hold on a sec, if the sacred orb was something used in your redemption ritual, why did Wygin want it? Was it made of a precious material or something?" "Well, no. It was made of glass," the Gongin leader answered, not used to having to defend his story, "but it was very carefully crafted." "So carefully crafted that he could sell it for a high price?" Tom asked suspiciously. "Very, very carefully crafted." "I'm gonna take that as a no." "Maybe Wygin wanted the sacred orb because it looked good?" Katara supplied, irritated that she had to defend her new and refreshingly cleanly friends. "Yeah, the Zhangs don't seem like the type for pageantry," Tom said before continuing, "and another thing, Genwai was an earthbender warrior, right?" "That's right. One of the best." "Oh, cool. He was really skilled?" Katara knew that his seeming sudden shift wouldn't last. She covered her face in embarrassment for knowing him. "Yes. In his day, he was unmatched by anyone who faced him in battle. I bet he was really in tune with the earth and stuff." "Indeed. Then how'd Wygin beat him?" "He was wait, I beg your pardon?" "How'd Wygin knock Genwai to the ground and steal the sacred orb that was so valuable to your tribe, but just a simple trinket to anyone else, if Genwai was such a good warrior?" Tom's tone had now shifted from suspicious to accusatory. The flustered leader and the confused tribespeople didn't know what to say. Uncomfortable in the silence that followed, Katara again spoke up in the Gongin's defense. "Obviously, Wygin snuck up on Genwai. Except Genwai was an extremely skilled earthbender that, if he's as good as our friend here is saying, would be able to sense an oncoming ambush. I don't have a magical spiritual connection to the earth and I can sense when someone is sneaking up on me. And another thing. Why does there have to be more?" Katara complained. "Did you ever get the sacred orb back?" "Of course we did," the Gongin chief stated proudly. "How?" "Oh, that fool walked right into the waiting arms of the authorities right after attacking Genwai. Those Zhangs never were very bright. Did it ever occur to anyone that Wygin might have been returning the sacred orb because he found it and knew it belonged to your tribe?" Apparently the other Gongins had never really thought very hard about the story. Many of them started scratching their chins and really thinking over what they had been told all their lives. Katara, on the other hand, was just as deadest as the Gongin chief. "Why are you being so critical?" Katara demanded, losing the last bit of her patience with her friend. Because that story doesn't make a lick of sense. And as a matter of fact, I've heard both sides of the story before. Not even a lie of omission that time. The Zhans claimed that Wai Gin stumbled upon Gin Wai, who was already incapped. No one bothered to ask what he meant by incapped, it was clear from the context, and tried to help him. Gin Wai instead insisted that Wai Gin take the sacred orb the rest of the way into Gongin territory because it was so valuable to them. But the Gongins overreacted when they saw a Zhang carrying the sacred orb and arrested him. Personally, that sounds a lot more plausible than a thief that is simultaneously smart enough to beat someone who was unmatched in his day and dumb enough to not only chose to steal something of no value to him, but also then run straight to the cops. I simply don't understand how you could question our traditions like this. The chief complained, "You seem so bright and yet..." "I'm sorry, I just don't see the logic. And besides, we still haven't addressed the fact that whether or not the Zhangs did too, you smuggled food into the canyon that brought down the canyon crawler who gave me this," he pointed to the bandage, "and hurt the canyon guide that we need to get out of here." "Well, that bandage on your head is part of my own robe sleeve," the Gongin leader countered, pointing to his own sleeve, which did indeed have a tear in it. "Even if it was one of the Zhangs that knew how to dress your wound and not I," he mumbled after. "That makes up for my possible concussion." Tom got up and started to walk toward the part of the rock wall that he knew Aang was camping on. "I got what I needed. Have fun with dinner. And the giant carnivorous bugs that come with it." Katara looked apologetically at the Gongin leader. "I'm sorry about my friend. Usually he's polite, but sometimes he just starts on one of those tirades and he just won't stop." "It's all right," the chief said. "He's a smart lad and he means well. I just wish we could have convinced him of the truth." "Don't worry, sir," Katara said cheerfully. "I'm sure he'll come around." Tom made his way to Aang and the canyon guide. Aang was happy to see a friendly face. He hopped down to greet his sour-looking friend. "So, did you learn what you wanted?" "Unfortunately," he replied, "the Gongins have food. I suspect the Zhangs do as well, but I haven't seen their camp." "The Gongins smuggled food?" Aang gasped. He fell into an irritated expression similar to Tom's. "No wonder we were attacked. We're going to have to make them part way with that food if we don't want more canyon crawlers tomorrow," the guide told them. "I'll take care of it," Aang said grumpily as he flew off toward the Gongins. 15 minutes later, Aang had the two tribes next to each other again. The entire group was standing around a pile of both tribes' contraband food. "Seriously? Neither one of you could handle one day without food?" "We only did because we knew the sneaky Zhangs would," the Gongin leader cried. "Well, we knew you would think we would smuggle food, so we did too," the Zhang leader spat back. "And the more food that's brought down here, the more smell there is for the canyon crawlers have to detect," Tom shouted over them. "Your mutual stupidity has only made things worse." "That's not important right now," Aang said. "What is this getting out of this canyon alive? We're going to have to leave all this food behind." There was an uproar in the crowd that could have woken the dead. Tom whistled sharply to get their attention. "It's your own fault for taking it with you instead of eating it when you had the chance. Now get back to your camps. What's left of the food will be used as a decoy, so no more eating." Both tribes complained, but shuffled back to their camps. Tom and Aang stood guard over the food lest any more Zhangs or Gongins decided the rules didn't apply to them. Ironically, Sokka was the only one who tried to sneak a midnight snack. The next morning, the two camps packed up quickly. The scent of the food would attract the crawlers and they didn't want to be anywhere near them when it happened. They got to the wall without incident, but there was more bad news. "With only one good arm, I can only get one person up the cliff at a time," the canyon guide said. This sparked yet another shouting match between the tribes. It started off as leveling blame at each other for their current predicament, despite it being easily solvable. Quickly though, it turned into just another opportunity to insult one another. At last, Aang lost his temper. "Enough," he roared. "How many times do I have to say it? Harsh words won't solve problems, action will." Perhaps the Avatar is right. The Gongan leader started. Aang smiled gleefully, thinking he had finally broken through to the stubborn feuders. The feeling didn't last. Harsh words will never solve our problems, the Zhang leader said, drawing her sword. It looked more like a scimitar than a meat cleaver out of its sheath. Actions will, the Gongan leader returned, drawing his own sword. They leveled their blades at each other and began to fight. To the death. And let this be the end of our rivalry. Just as Aang was about to intercede, the battle halted when the group turned at a frightening roar. As many as a dozen canyon crawlers barreled toward them from the rocks. Not as many as there were in the show, but enough. It must be a residual food smell on the tribes. Else they're dumber than we thought. Tom said to his friends readying for battle. That's a lot of canyon crawlers. Katara bemoaned. And we could barely handle 3. Sokka added. Tom snapped his fingers and a small flame lit. I've had enough of these things. It's time for some fried arthropod. He was about to blast the nearest one when Katara held him back. Wait! If you do that, the tribes will panic. Tom cursed his probably concussed brain. He had been kidding last night. Got any ideas? Aang asked as he fended off an impressive number of them. If you can't fight, get to the wall. Tom ordered more than anything else. If you can fight, help us hold these things off. Form an orderly line and the canyon guide will get you out one at a time. If someone cuts, send them to the back. Since no one else had a better plan, the tribes set about doing it. A surprising number of warriors from both tribes stepped forward to fight the monsters. It was amazing how well they worked together when they had to. Without his firebending, there was little Tom could do besides get the crawlers to chase him. Katara noticed 3 of the monsters chasing him, Tom running away at almost cartoonish speeds. Are you alright? She dared ask after finally driving one away. I'm kiting him. Kiting like a pro, he gasped as one of the crawlers edged ever closer. I put the team on my back. I put the team on my... Just before Tom was about to get chomped, Aang blasted him out of the way with a strong gust. Thank you. He called to the Airbender breathlessly. The fighting continued, but there was less and less resistance as time passed. By the time the non-combatants had all made it to safety, the canyon crawlers had all given up and went in search of easier prey. Finally, everyone was out. Tom spoke to the canyon guide. So? You had enough of this canyon yet? No, sir, he returned with a smile. Why, if anything, this ordeal has reminded me of how important my job is. I'll be heading back for the next group luckily split. He rubbed his sore arm and chuckled, soon as my arm heals, that is. With both tribes reunited with their sick and elderly, they all breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't know a Gongan could get his hands dirty like that, the Zhang leader said. And I never knew you Zhangs were so reliable in a pinch. Her counterpart returned. For a moment, it looked like the feud was over. It again didn't last. Too bad we can't rewrite history. You thieves stole our sacred orb from Gin Y. You tyrants unjustly imprisoned Y Gin for 20 long years. Aang was about to give up when something struck him. Wait a minute. Gin Y? Y Gin? I know those guys. Yes, yes. We all know the story, the Gongan leader dismissed, already prepared for battle like the Zhang leader. No, I mean I really know those guys. I may not look it, but I'm 112 years old. I was there on the day you're talking about. Aang went on to explain that Gin Y and Y Gin were actually brothers. And that they were only children playing a game. All the details of both the Zhang and Gongan stories seemed to fit perfectly into place, but in a perfectly innocent setting. It was all very convincing, especially coming from the Avatar. In fact, it was so convincing that the Zhangs and Gongans decided to bury the hatchet. They happily decided to head for their destination as one tribe. That's some luck you knew Gin Y and Y Gin, Sokka said after the now united tribe had left. You could call it luck, Aang agreed, or you could call it lying. You did not. Katara smiled with admiration. That is so wrong. Now you're Westmoreland, Tom said, patting his clever friend on the shoulder. After sharing a good laugh together, they all climbed aboard the waiting Appa and continued toward the North Pole. Chapter 14, That Which Excludes. Tom wasn't an early riser as it was, but the routine he had settled into was wearing on him. About 48 hours of adrenaline followed by almost a week of doldrums. Even all of his party's magical flying chopper and airbender antics could keep the endless travel from growing tiresome. Tom wasn't used to this sort of thing or motivated enough to stick with one goal this long. Perhaps it was a good thing he was mysteriously trapped in this alternate world. Nevertheless, he carried on. The group had camped near the ocean that night. The farther north they got, the less land there was to camp on. They were still some ways away from the North Pole, but their destination wasn't so far away anymore. Unfortunately, they were out of food. Again. It was actually surprising how often they had to find a market and usually barter for food. After finally forcing himself awake, it didn't take long for Tom to see that one of those 48-hour adrenaline rushes was on its way. The crystal-clear skies didn't fool him. He could practically feel the low-pressure system and humidity coming on the gusty and erratic wind. "Look at those clear skies, buddy," Aang said happily to Appa. "Should be some smooth flying." Famous last words. Fortunately, the food issue was easier to solve than the coming typhoon. There was a fishing town very nearby that had a fully stocked market. With Appa docked like one of the small trawlers, the group set out to stock up at a quaint fruit stand. Despite the town's sleepy appearance, the people seemed abrasive, to say the least. It's good. It's perfect, I'm telling you," the middle-aged saleswoman insisted. Katara, with whom the woman was speaking, gave the melon-like fruit an experimental shake. "I don't think I like the sound of that swishing," she said to the irritable woman. "Swishing means it's ripe," the woman practically growled. "It's the ripe juices swishing around, huh?" "I think it's true, Katara," Aang said. "Swishing means it's ripe." Katara soon decided against and put the fruit back. "I just remembered we're out of money anyway." The woman seemed to take it well, stripping the basket Sokka had with the goods he intended to purchase from his hand and kicking him as he left for good measure. "Out of food and out of money," Sokka lamented a few moments later. "Now what'll we do?" "You could get a job, smart guy," Katara suggested sarcastically. "There's a blacksmith in town," Tom noted. "I bet that pays well." "Do you know about smithing?" Aang asked. "No. But I feel like giving it a try." Before the conversation could continue, more of the charming populace of the town wandered by. An old man and woman were arguing as he made for a boat docked next to Appa. "Please, you can't go out there," the woman implored. "There's going to be a terrible storm." "Ah, you're crazy," the old man dismissed. "It's a nice day. No clouds, no wind, no nothing. Maybe we should find shelter," Aang suggested. "Shelter from what?" Sokka scoffed. "Can't you feel the humidity on the wind?" Tom asked. "What wind?" Sokka asked before a gust blew through town. "My joints say there's going to be a storm." "A big one," the old woman emphasized, rubbing her sore hands. "Well, it's your joints against my brain." "Then I hope your brain can find someone else to haul all that fish, because I won't." "Then I'll find a new fish hauler and pay him double what you get." Sokka happily ran up to the arguing duo. "I'll go." "You're hired." Katara in particular seemed perplexed by Sokka's decision to start a new career. "What?" he asked. "You told me to get a job." Tom started back into town, waving the incident off. "I'll be in the blacksmith's. Call for me when their ship is sinking in the storm." He got all of 20 steps into town before the massive, ominous storm clouds started to gather from the north. He entered the smith and was greeted, unsurprisingly, with a blast of heat. There was a man inside working on something in the furnace. When he felt eyes upon him, he looked up. He was 30-something with dark hair and a short-cut beard. "What do you want?" he grumbled, whipping sweat and soot from his brow in a blackened mess. "I'd like a little work if you have it," he asked cordially. "Got experience?" the smith asked, sounding at least a little intrigued. "No, but I'm a quick study. I can just be an extra set of hands until I can do it on my own. Got some guts coming in here and asking that." "I've got nothing to lose if you say no," Tom told him easily. "And if I mess anything up, you can just not pay me. I am down a man." The smith considered. After a moment he nodded. "Okay then. But I ain't gonna babysit you. And I won't just not pay you if you cost me too much. I'll take it out of your hide, got it?" "As well you should." Blacksmithing, unsurprisingly, was a job not meant to be done alone. At first Tom was mostly relegated to keeping kills hot enough. But as the next few hours passed, he was doing more and more. Getting tools, preparing molds, even helping to pour molten steel. Near the end of the day he was making smaller things like fishing spearheads, nearly, faultlessly all on his own. The smith was duly impressed, but Tom shrugged off any praise. The truth was that he loved to tinker anyway. While he had never worked at a blacksmith before, but he had done things like build tools and blow glass. His unusual list of skills was wide and growing quickly, especially in recent years. It was upon realizing that Tom came to an odd, and a bit sad realization. He was so seamlessly woven into this grand adventure, and yet he was still so other. No one was hearing the sob story of his life. And no one on the entire planet he was standing on could understand it even if they did. It was the story of his life, he told himself. Perhaps it was true, though this time it wasn't self-inflicted. Tom refocused on his work. He and his dark sense of humor decided that there were too many sharp objects in the room for him to start along that road. "I can't believe I caught up on all my overdue orders," the smith said as he was dousing the kills. "You're pretty good for an amateur. I like to be good at what I do. But before you put out all those fires, I'd like to make another request." "You sure do ask a lot," the smith noted. "I want to make a sword for myself," Tom told him. "I'm a traveler, and I just feel safer with a weapon." The smith shrugged. "Why not? Just don't burn my shop down and pick up any tools of the ground if the place starts to flood or something." The storm had arrived by then and they could hear the rain pounding outside. The smith opened the doors of the shop to go home and saw the torrential weather outside. "Criminy. And I was kidding about the flood thing. Oh, and your pay's on the table in the other room. You're not going to take out the cost for the sword?" "Well, I was thinking I might give you a little extra for your good work," the smith explained, "so just make your sword and we'll call it even." "Thanks, man," Tom said gratefully with a wave. The smith parted with a lackluster "yeah, whatever," and disappeared into the storm on his way home. Tom got right to work on his sword. He employed all of the skills he earned during his hard day's work. And with the help of his firebending, he had a blade in less than an hour, managing to only get a little burn when some splashing molten steel grazed his arm. That didn't mean he was done, however. He decided the balance was off, so he heated up the blade so it was malleable and reshaped it to his liking. It was easy for him to reshape his sword to be. He could impart or remove heat with a thought. He had gotten good at manipulating heat thanks to all his early failed attempts at firebending. Finally it was just right. A double-edged straight sword like the rest, though a bit shorter than average, but custom fit for his hand. The blade was meticulously balanced with the grip, which he made from some high-quality wood that would have otherwise been cut into spear shafts. The grip was sanded to fit each of his fingers and there was polished stone weight at the end. He could balance the weapon on one finger and if he held still enough, it would sit there like a stone. He collected a scabbard, not caring that his sword was a few inches short for it, and repurposed it to hang around his waist. He never finished any of the myriad of swordsmanship classes he had taken, but none of them practiced carrying the user's sword on their back. Outside of lamenting the fact that he didn't have the weapon to use on those damn canyon crawlers, Tom was pleased with the results. He was doing some experimental flips he'd seen in a movie or two when the fisherwoman burst into the otherwise empty blacksmith shop. "Please, you have to help me. Sokka and your husband were idiots and didn't come back in time." the old woman huffed. That obvious? My friends can help, Tom said, sheathing his sword. He grabbed the bag of coins the blacksmith left for him, doused all the fires, and led the old woman to where he knew Aang and Katara would be. Outside of that, he wasn't much help. Though nearly drowning in a typhoon did give him an intense adrenaline rush. Just another day at the office. Chapter 15, That Which Changes, Part 1. It only took 2 days after the storm for Sokka to come down with a terrible fever. It set on him quick, just some coughing at first, then his elevated temperature. Once he started hallucinating and mistaking clouds for drumsticks and steaks, the party landed lest he leap off Appa's back to his untimely death. On the ground, Katara tried her best to tend to her sick brother. Aang went out to forage for things to ease Sokka's suffering, returning some 20 minutes later. I couldn't find any ginger root for the tea, but I did find a map, he said, uncurling the parchment. There's an herbalist's institute on the top of that mountain. We could probably find a cure for Sokka there. Sokka's in no condition to travel, Katara warned, he just needs more rest, that's all. She was about to turn back to her brother when she started coughing herself. Not you too, Aang bemoaned. It's just a little cough, Katara assured, nothing to worry. She was cut off by another, harder coughing fit. By the end of it, Aang had covered his face as if to guard from an explosion, and Tom had taken 4 full steps back. Aang looked back up at his friend once she was done. Katara had suddenly taken a weary look to her face. That's how Sokka started yesterday. And now he thinks he's an earthbender. Aang said with concerned urgency. Take that, you rock. Sokka said as if on cue, punching aimlessly into space. But Tom isn't sick. Katara more complained than anything else. Tom shrugged. I have a hardier constitution than you do, I guess. What do confusing legal documents have to do with Appa's fur turning into pudding? Katara was glad she caught that comment as it gave her time to hold her sick brother from licking Appa's furry leg. Watch over them, Tom. I'll be right back, Aang said as he made his way toward the door. He stopped when he felt Tom's hand on his shoulder. I'm going with you. I need you to take care of them, Aang shook. I can handle myself. I know you can, but you're still going to need me. Aang sighed and leaned past Tom to address Katara. Could you give us a minute? Katara wondered what they had to say in private, but just shrugged as she had a sick patient to care for. The two of them stepped outside of the temple ruins they had been camping in since yesterday. When Aang saw the sky had once again filled with twisting gray, he elected to leave his glider with Appa. What's supposed to happen? You get captured trying to get the cure by Fire Nation snipers. Snipers? That's another word for archer, right? I can handle archers. Normally, yeah. But these are the best marksmen in the world and you get distracted getting the cure. But you said we're supposed to win. How can we win if I get caught and there's no one to save me? Tom shifted, trying to decide whether or not to reveal who Aang's savior is supposed to be. You get rescued by someone you know. Not Sokka or Katara. Someone else. Aang snorted, not able to think of anyone else he knew that was alive and in the area. Then who? Zuko? Look, I've got nothing to do here, Tom said with an irritated gesture. Just let me go with you. You do have something to do here. Keep our friends safe. They'll be fine. You won't be. You said that things were changing since you got here, Aang pointed out, not budging an inch. What if a Fire Nation patrol finds them? Tom was about to protest when Aang started to build up a gust around him. I'll be fine. Just make sure Katara and Sokka will be too when I get back here with the cure. With that he was off like a shot, sped further by the tailwind he had summoned. Ah, damn, Tom cursed before returning to the 6 siblings. He practiced his firebending as he watched Katara's faculties slowly get impaired. She wasn't hallucinating, but Tom had to encourage her to take a break before she poked Sokka's eye out with her shaky hands. He continued counting the seconds away until he heard Sokka mumble something. Tom. Katara practically croaked through her parched throat. Sokka needs some water. She withdrew her water skin and stretched it out as far as she could. Which wasn't very far. Tom took it and smiled at them. Back in a flash. Tom made his way down to the river as quick as he could, safe in the knowledge that he may not be accomplishing anything, but at least Momo won't have to give Katara a dead rodent. He rummaged around quickly for any frozen wood frogs, but apparently there weren't any. He got up and turned to leave when he saw something moving in the trees. He flinched into a fighting stance, and that was all the figure needed apparently to let an arrow fly. Tom dodged it, but a good dozen followed it. He avoided them too, blocking some of them with firebending. Finally he caught a glimpse of red face paint. Yuyan archers? Tom questioned. Immediately he seized on an idea. He lit a fair-sized in his palm and called out to them, "Hey! Calm down, I'm on your side." That wasn't good enough apparently, as he had to blast another volley away. Ah, damn. The inferno around him obscured him for a moment. When the blaze dissipated, the archers fired on the first shape they saw. They heard their arrows strike something, but it was obscured by heat shimmer. After a moment, they heard laughing echoing through the valley, and the upturned log they shot came into full view. I heard the Yuyan were deadeyes. You idiots couldn't hit the broadside of a battleship. Ha ha ha! Tom took the time needed for his mirage to disperse to get out of the water and dry/warm himself. The river he had jumped into was cold in the dead of winter. What's the matter? He called out again, aiming his voice at the walls of stone around him. The sound scattered beautifully. Hey! Where'd he go? Ha ha ha! Can't you find me? Maybe I'm right there. Nope, that wasn't me. Tom was hoping his taunting would sow confusion, anger, and with luck a little panic in the deadly accurate archers. His body was numb from his dip and his reaction time severely compromised. He finally got all the feeling back in his extremities as one of the Yuyan stuck his loaded bow out from the tree line he had been firing from. Tom grabbed the drawn arrow, causing the archer to flinch and fire. He held onto the arrow, causing it to go only a few inches. That gave Tom more than enough space to smash the archer in the nose with the back of his arrow-clenching fist. He spun as his opponent was still standing and knocked the archer out with a left cross. Using the momentum from the punch to swing around again and toss the arrow he still held into the shoulder of an archer that wasn't nearly as sneaky as he thought. That ended up taking out two of the archers as one supported the injured one's retreat. There were still plenty of arrows flying, so Tom had to roll out of their way and into the forest. In the roll, he also dragged the archer he dropped. Apparently the Yuyan were angry and or panicking, because they had taken to turn anything that moves into a pincushion method of dealing with unexpectedly skilled opponents. Fortunately for Tom, while they were excellent marksmen, they clearly had no experience against an enemy like him. When they followed him into the woods, they just stood around and gawked at their unconscious ally. It was easy for Tom to sneak up on them. He grabbed the one in the back in a chokehold, but his friends were too close to take him out without them noticing. Instead of putting pressure on his neck, Tom flung the archer face first into a tree. The Yuyan were slow to respond. One knocked an arrow as he turned, but Tom caught his arm and hit him in the nose with a palm strike. In the same motion, he brought his arm back and clobbered the archer next to him with his elbow. He finished off the first by flipping him into the ground. The rest of the archers turned to see their opponent standing right behind them. They all reacted differently. Tom couldn't say how good they were when they were defending a fortress, but they clearly weren't trained for this kind of combat, or at the very least, didn't have experience in this kind of combat. Some of them tried to clobber Tom with their bows, while others tried stabbing him with arrows. Both attack types were easily countered. Some of them were even dumb enough to try to knock arrows and shoot at him. Of course, with no room to aim, they didn't hit a thing. Tom got the distinct impression that the Yuyan weren't used to shooting at a target anywhere near as close as he was. The smart among the archers ran from the fight to try to get a better firing position. As the easy prey went down and the smarter ones opened fire again, Tom disappeared in another heat shimmer. Every time he did that, friends and foes alike were surprised. Apparently summoning mirages wasn't something that ordinary firebenders did. The idea filled Tom with quite a bit of pride as he systematically hunted down and knocked out the remaining Yuan archers one by one. At some point you should have listened to my warnings started playing in his head as he choked as many as 6 people unconscious. Eventually there was only one archer left. And both parties knew it. The archer heard a twig snap and buried an arrow into a tree. What dash? He jumped at another sound. What are you? I'm game over for you, buddy. The archer turned around to see his foe not a foot away and in a bizarre stance. Hadouken! And with that the fight was over. The Hadouken at the end was just for fun. It was clear the archer were not on top of their game since they made so many mistakes. That said, Tom's heart nearly stopped when he saw the sheer number of holes in his clothes. It'd be a lie to say there wasn't a bit of luck in Tom's victory. Also, his shirt was in shreds. Ah, damn. With all the Yuan either unconscious or limbed off somewhere, Tom decided to salvage what he could. He only took one bow, a few quivers full of arrows, and some medical supplies they had on them though. He was going to grab their money too, but it felt too much like he was just robbing him when he did. Sure, they picked the fight, but it still sat wrong with him. It was about then that he remembered why he was out there in the first place. He realized he had dropped the full water skin somewhere and had to spend another 5 minutes trudging around the forest to find it. Ah, damn. Finally he started on his trek up the cliff to his sick and thirsty friends. What an ordeal that had been. All he wanted was 6 liters of water and he ended getting in a small war. At least he got a nice bow out of the deal. He breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the temple ruins. Until he heard Appa roar and saw a Fire Nation soldier fly out the entrance on a blast of air. Well, fuck. Chapter 16, That Which Changes, Part 2. Tom took cover in the rocks just in time. A good 20 Fire Nation soldiers rushed out of the temple ruins to avoid another blast from Appa. Tom grumbled angrily, not least of his complaints that Aang had been right after all. What the hell was he going to do now? It was clear the Fire Nation troops weren't giving up just because of a giant plush toy monster was throwing small hurricanes at them. Tom had to come up with something fast. Then he seized on an idea. He looked down at his clothing. Good, but not perfect. He tore longer rips in his shirt and pants, from arrow hole to arrow hole. Now it looked like Tom had nearly been cleaved by a sword rather than turned into a pincushion. He dropped the water skin, bow, arrows, and other supplies and put on his best first victim in a horror movie face. The soldiers were readying for another charge of the temple when Tom noisily ran up to them. Oh, thank goodness I found you, he gasped, running up to just outside of spear-thrusting distance. Who are you? One of the soldiers demanded. Tom looked down at his clothes as if he had forgotten what he was wearing, throwing in a jump at the tears for good measure. Oh, right! The Earth Kingdom rags. I'm Special Agent Ryu Tanaka. There was murmuring amongst the group at Tom's comment. You're with the Intelligence Division? One of the soldiers gasped. Apparently Tom had picked a good cover. I really shouldn't be telling even you this, but yeah. Extenuating circumstances have arisen and I need help. How do we know you aren't just trying to get our guard down? Another soldier asked suspiciously. I work intelligence, I don't have credentials, Tom shrugged causally. But I need to get out of Dodge anyway. You can escort me to the nearest base after we deal with that monster. You mean that thing? One of the soldiers pointed inside the temple. Tom looked around the corner and leaped back in feigned shock. To Tom's private relief, Appa didn't have a scratch on him. He knew Appa could handle a small army with ease, but it was still good to see that he was all right. As for Katara and Sokka, they were curled up together in the back of the temple, safely behind Appa. They still looked sick as dogs, but they were otherwise unharmed. What is that thing? He gasped. It's the Avatar's flying buffalo, one of the soldiers remarked. Tom elected not to correct the apparently common mistake. The Avatar? Tom said, scratching his chin happily. That's a high-value target to be sure. He shook his head. No, we don't have time for this. I was attacked by some crazy guy in armor. I only got away because he found another target, some platoon of archers or something, but now they're in trouble. I still think this guy's a spy, a suspicious soldier called from the crowd of about 20. I think he's not our spy. The Avatar is supposed to have 3 companions, not 2. How do we know you're not one of them? Before Tom could respond, a firebender in the group spoke up. Wait, you said your name was Special Agent Ryu, right? Tom nodded. This is the guy I told you all about. He's the one who infiltrated Ba Sing Se and stole the troop movement orders right out from under the noses of the Earth Kingdom generals. Now it was Tom's turn to shoot a suspicious look. How did you know that? That operation is still supposed to be classified. Oh, I know. But I got special permission to look at the after-action report. That intelligence you stole saved my cousin. I just had to learn about the man who did it. Now Tom felt bad. By sheer coincidence he was impersonating this guy's hero. Oh well. Such is the nature of the fog of war. We can trust him. Tom nodded. Just, before we continue, I wanted to compliment you on your firebending. There was something off about the comment. And the reactions were strange among the soldiers. Tom smiled questioningly. I'm not a firebender. It's why I got into intelligence. The firebender nodded approvingly. Right. Of course. What was I thinking? The entire group suddenly seemed at ease. Apparently Tom guessed right. So what happened, sir? You mentioned a monster? Right, I was attacked. He had this goofy-looking armor and a cape. A cape, sir? I know, it sounds stupid. But he was good. He knew who I was and a really good firebender too. He did this Ripley thing and disappeared like a mirage. Tom looked down at his tattered clothes. As you can see, I barely got away. You mentioned a platoon of archers? One of the soldiers asked. I bet that's the Yu Yin archers. Admiral Zhao enlisted them to capture the Avatar. Tom nodded. I've heard of the Yu Yin. They're good. Do you think they can handle this night of yours? I think they would appreciate some assistance post-haste. Well, we can't just leave the Avatar's animal and companions. Should we split up? The group mulled it over. Well, Tom only looked like he was mulling it over. His plan was working, shockingly. It was the first thing that had gone right today. How about this? Most of you can go down into the valley and support the Yu Yin. Tom gestured down at his tattered clothing. With all due respect, gentlemen, I think I've done my part dealing with that guy. The group nodded in agreement. I'll stay up here with a few guys and keep an eye on the Avatar's supporters. If you get back quick, we'll be able to get 2 birds with 1 stone. Excellent suggestion, sir. We'll divide into teams. The firebender who vouched for Tom started organizing the soldiers. In a few minutes, all but 5 of the Fire Nation soldiers were in the valley. Those who remained eyed Appa cautiously. Tom snuck up behind the firebender and sighed, "Do forgive me." Before the firebender could turn around, Tom clubbed him in the back of his head with his fists. The other 4 warriors turned just in time to see Tom knock one of them out with a roundhouse kick. The last 3 readied their spears, but Tom was too close for such weapons to be effective. They were out cold in seconds. Once the Fire Nation troops were no longer a threat, Appa calmed down. "How you doing, big guy?" Tom asked happily. Appa returned with a light grunt. Tom turned to Katara. "Still need that water?" She nodded dumbly. Back in a flash. This time he made good on his word and handed the water skin to Katara within 120 seconds. With that he stored the medical supplies he had gotten off the Yu Yin archers, since they were for wounds and not sickness, and then changed out of his tattered Earth Kingdom clothes and into his old clothes. Once all that was done, he looked around the outside of the temple. Sure enough, he found some supplies of the Fire Nation troops. Food, more medical supplies including medicine, though Tom wasn't going to give his friend strange medicine before knowing what it was, so they'd still have to wait for the frogs, and, oh, explosives. It must be my birthday. Tom set up the explosives along the trail that lead up from the valley to the temple. He then brought all the unconscious soldiers together in a pile. The cliff was too steep to climb, but probably not leather if you were to fall off it. Probably. Tom smiled back at Appa, loaded bow in his hands. I think we should give these back to their friends. He nodded at the unconscious soldiers with a smile. Appa happily obliged, sending them on a blast of air into a clearing in the forest below. The Fire Nation troops that Tom sent on the wild goose chase arrived and helped the frequent flyers onto their feet. Suddenly they heard a voice shouting at them in a strange accent, "Day!" An arrow landed between the feet of one of the stunned soldiers. Tom may have been a better shot with a gun, but one of the advantages of all the free time he had by ditching school was that he was still a practiced shot with a bow. The soldiers looked up in the direction of the shot to see Tom and Appa grinning down at them, Tom's jacket flapping in the breeze like a cape. Sure, he wasn't in armor, but it got the message across. Some in the group made for the path, but Tom acted before they even made it a full step. Nope! Tom snapped his fingers in the direction of the path, sending a spark from his fingertip to the explosives he set. Of course, to the Fire Nation troops, it looked like Tom just snapped his fingers and summoned a massive explosion. The path was still passable, but it didn't look it. Finally, Tom knocked another arrow and took aim. Wave goodbye, tie your heads, wankers, he called down to them in that strange accent, Appa throwing in a roar for good measure. The Fire Nation troops didn't stick around to launch a counterattack. With all that done, Tom stretched and yawned loudly. The sun was starting to set. He and Appa trudged sleepily back inside the temple. Tom pulled out his sleeping bag and crawled inside. Aang will be here with the cure tomorrow morning. Wake me up if there's another crisis. And with that he was out like a light. Chapter 17, That Which Grows. It was amazing how long it took Sokka and Katara to get over having to suck on frozen wood frogs. It was a week before they took anything Aang handed them at face value. Eventually they got over the repulsion and got on with business as usual. Though Tom insisted that his Earth Kingdom clothes were a lost cause, Katara did her best to sew them back into one piece. They had made camp the night before by a calm river and were just finishing breakfast when they started hearing splashing behind them. In a pool by them, a large, green, catfish-looking thing was jumping out of the water. And with a rather smug look on its face, it seemed even to Tom. "Oh, he is taunting us," Sokka growled. "You are so going to be dinner." Sokka moved quickly to retrieve his fishing pole, but when he tried to cast, he found that there was no line. "Hey, where's the fishing line?" "Oh, I didn't think you would need it, Sokka," Aang said, holding up what used to be a fishing line. Now it was braided and had a small flower affixed to it. Sokka groaned, "It's all tangled." "Not tangled, woven," Aang assured. "I made you a necklace, Katara." Aang presented the necklace with a smile. "I thought since you lost your other one." "Thanks, Aang," she said with a smile as she accepted it. "I love it." "Great," Sokka grumbled, clearly lamenting the loss of his fishing line. "Maybe instead of saving the world, you can go into the jewelry-making business." "I don't see why I can't do both." Sokka, turning his attention back to the fish, tried to spear it with his now useless fishing pole. That went about as well as one would expect. In desperation, he waded into the water with his knife and started stabbing at the fish. It was all quite amusing to Tom, who watched from the shore. "You're never going to get it like that," Tom snickered at Sokka's futile effort. "Yes, I dropped my knife." Finally, after flailing around for a few minutes, Sokka managed to wrap his arms around the swift fish. He pulled the struggling fish out of the water and looked over at the shore. He noticed Aang complimenting Katara after she put on the necklace he made her. "Smoochy, smoochy. Someone's in love," he teased before the fish broke loose and whacked him in the head to Tom's great amusement. "Stop teasing him, Sokka," Katara scolded. "Aang's just a good friend. A sweet little guy. Just like Momo." Aang didn't seem too happy about the compliment, not that Katara noticed as she pet the lemur in question. Aang trudged over to Tom, who was still amusing himself with Sokka's futile attempts at catching the fish by hand. "I thought you said that was going to work out," he grumbled irritably. "It will," Tom returned. "I didn't say you wouldn't get friend-zoned in the meantime." Before that could go any further and as Sokka retrieved his knife and gave up on the fish, they heard a roar. The group rushed down the riverbank and around a rock to see a middle-aged man being attacked by a platypus bear. Which, to Tom's irritation, looked exactly as stilly in person as it did in the show. A bear simply lost its intimidating profile with a bill, webbed feet, and a beaver tail. After a few moments of Aang, Katara, and Sokka giving all kinds of silly advice, including mythical ways of fending off bears, sharks, and crocodiles, most disproven by the Mythbusters, Aang decided to intercede. Oddly enough, throughout the whole event, the man insisted that nothing was wrong. When Aang's airbending wasn't enough to scare the bear off, Appa decided to intercede. It was a keen reminder of just how big Appa really was. The platypus bear was as big as any grizzly, yet Appa dwarfed it. The bear, knowing it's better, slinked away quickly into the river. "You're lucky we came along," Sokka told the traveler who had just had a brush with death. Just as chipper as before, the man spoke with a calm smile. "Thanks, but everything was under control." Sokka didn't seem convinced. "Aunt Wu predicted I would have a safe journey. She's the fortune teller from my village. Awful nice knowing your future. That explains why you were so calm," Katara said, seeming very enthusiastic about the idea of a fortune teller. "But the fortune teller was wrong," Sokka said, quick to rain on their parade. "You didn't have a safe journey, you were almost killed." "But I wasn't," the man said with a smile. He bowed and bid them farewell, but before he left, he handed something to Aang. "I almost forgot, Aunt Wu told me to give this to any travelers I met along the way." With that the man walked off without a care in the world. "Maybe we should see Aunt Wu and get our fortunes told. It could be fun," Katara suggested. Sokka was much less enthusiastic. "Oh, come on. Fortune-telling is nonsense." Aang in the meantime was unwrapping the gift the man had given them. "What do you know?" he said, popping the item open, an umbrella. The moment he put it up the rain began. "I think my skin is starting to prune," Tom lamented. "That proves it," Katara said happily as she got under the umbrella. "No, it doesn't," Tom and Sokka said in unison. The conversation continued as the group started toward the village. "Of course Aunt Wu predicted it was going to rain, the sky's been gray all day," Sokka grumbled. "And an umbrella is a useful thing for travelers anyway," Tom agreed. "If you give someone something vaguely useful, they'll find a way to make your prediction come true. Just admit you might be wrong and you too can come under the umbrella," Katara offered. "Look," Sokka said dismissively, "I'm going to predict the future now, it's going to keep drizzling." They waited a moment and it did. "See?" The instant he said that, however, the rain stopped. "Not everyone has the gift, Sokka," Aang said, looking up at the clearing sky. "That's just the universe's passive-aggressive hatred of him," Tom returned, getting another amusing reaction from Sokka that entertained the group until they arrived at the village. The village itself was clean and lively. Overlooking it was a tall mountain that looked suspiciously like Mount Fuji. Not quite as magnificent as Fuji for Tom, but still picturesque. There was no need to ask for directions to Aunt Wu's. It seemed that the town was built around one building, and with all the people happily coming and going, it was easy to tell where the fortune teller was. A man was standing at the lovely door of Aunt Wu's place. "Aunt Wu is expecting you." "She is?" Katara asked happily before going inside. Neither Tom nor Sokka were impressed. Inside, they met a girl about Aang's age, Ming, Aunt Wu's assistant. She took an immediate liking to Aang, complimenting on his big ears. Tom didn't really care. After Ming left, Sokka continued to voice his dissent. "I can't believe we're here in the house of nonsense." "Give it a rest, Sokka," Tom said calmly. "I'll lift the curtain and show the wizard for what she really is in a few moments." "Oh, come on, Tom," Katara implored. If Aunt Wu really can predict the future, maybe she can help you find your way home. What? And ruin the plot? A few moments later, Aunt Wu arrived. Welcome, young travelers. Now, who's next? Aunt Wu was a healthy, spry, older woman, the picture of one's golden years. And she had a welcoming quality about her that made you feel like she really was your own aunt. A true professional. Katara decided to go first, so Tom had to wait before he could test out his own fortune-telling skills. Of course, Aang had to eavesdrop, claiming he had to go to the bathroom. Sokka was too busy enjoying the free snacks to care. Aunt Wu and Katara returned a few minutes later. Alright, who's next? Sokka got up from his reclined position. Okay, let's get this over with. Your future will be filled with suffering and anguish. Most of it self-inflicted. The matter-of-fact tone that Aunt Wu took was the best part of the fortune. But you didn't even read my palms or anything. I don't need to. It's written all over your face. Sokka wasn't too happy about his fortune, but Aunt Wu decided to move on. My, she said at Tom, it's not often I get someone from the Fire Nation. Swing and a miss, Tom said with confidence. You're not from the Fire Nation? Aunt Wu asked, surprised. Tom nodded. But I do sense strong ties to the Fire Nation. Strike two. Never set foot there, no family there. But you're a firebender, aren't you? There you go. Tom said, lighting a candle-sized flame with a snap of his finger. And you can tell if someone's a bender. Interesting. You can't tell magically, can you? Aunt Wu wasn't sure how to react as Tom doused his flame. No, you can tell just from someone's body language. You learned it during your extensive world travels. How did you know? Aunt Wu gasped. Sokka, Katara, and Aang were equally stunned. Because you just told me, Tom smiled, and because I'm pretty good at what you do myself. Tom, you're a fortune teller? Katara gasped. It's called profiling. Tell your mark something vague and watch the reaction. If you're good enough, you'll look like you're reading their mind and can tell them anything they want to hear. And everyone loves a good fortune. Aunt Wu chuckled. You are a very clever young man. And it's good to know how to spot those false fortune tellers out there. Right. False. Tom turned to leave. Have fun with your fortune, Aang. I'm going to see if I can find a part-time job for while we're here. With that he was gone. Your friend sure is a strange one, Aunt Wu said after he had left. You have no idea. Katara grumbled, hoping that one day Tom wouldn't verbally attack someone she just met and liked. The rest of the day was spent doing odd jobs. The town seemed oddly love-crazy, so there were plenty of dull jobs to do. Tom didn't bother with the cloud reading. He went through 4 shops worth of work and made quite a lot of money. He and his friends would be set for quite a while. Tom was ready to call it quits when he felt a rumble. It wasn't that bad, but he knew what it meant. He found his friends in the town square, trying to convince the townsfolk of the imminent eruption. Of course it wasn't going well. Aang seized on the idea that they should alter the clouds to forecast volcanic doom. The plan worked. The town rallied as the lava started to pour down the side of the mountain. With the power of the earthbenders, the villagers were able to build a trench wide and deep between the volcano and the village. With luck, the lava would flow into the river and cool. Luck was not on their side, however. The lava overflowed very quickly. Embers threatened to splash over the wall and catch the village alight. Aang's airbending blocked many, but all were surprised when it seemed that Tom was airbending as well. How are you doing that? Aang asked, perplexed, though not too perplexed to stave off the liquid fire. Heat is just rapidly moving air, Tom explained as he blasted globs of lava back into the channel. By manipulating heat waves, I can create small air blasts. Are you saying firebenders can airbend? Sokka gasped. Not really. I can only throw small blasts of hot air. Basically what I do whenever I open my big mouth. Jokes aside, it was a desperate situation. It was abundantly clear that the trench wasn't long or deep enough. Katara and Sokka, not seeing anything that could be done, left the wall protecting the village and started the run for safety. Tom and Aang stayed put, however. "If you can hold it off for a bit, I can harden it," Aang said with a laser focus on the oncoming destruction. Done. Rocks from the erupting volcano started landing in the river of fire and causing huge waves. Tom blasted the waves back with blankets of fire, the force of his flames pushing the lava back one wave at a time. Seeing that Aang was ready with his move, Tom blasted the river of lava back with everything he had, lifting it up in an arc away from the village. Aang unleashed a blast of air that cooled it on the spot. With the crisis averted, the two benders relaxed. Well, Aang relaxed. Tom collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath. "Come on, man," Tom said between gasps, "you're making me look bad. I guess your hot airbending isn't as good as the real thing, huh? I think I just got burned." They shared a laugh as any of the remaining lava was channeled away from the village by the barrier they had created. "Sometime I forget what powerful benders those two are," Sokka said, watching them laugh off the narrowly averted apocalyptic scene. "Wait," Katara asked in surprise, "what did you just say?" "Nothing, it's just with Aang being just a kid and Tom not even knowing he was a bender till he met us, it's easy to forget just how powerful they really are. Come to think of it, Tom's been getting stronger every day. They're both really amazing." "Yeah. I suppose they are." Chapter 18, Those Who Anticipate. It started with a whale-toothed sword. Sokka, showing impressive detective skills, followed the trail of the battle the sword was lost in as if he had seen it himself. Eventually, Sokka lost the trail in the shifting sands of the beach. Sokka was downtrodden at losing the trail until Katara spotted something a bit down the beach, a water tribe boat. "It's one of ours," Sokka said as he and Katara rushed over, Tom and Aang close behind. "Is this Dad's boat?" Katara asked, recognizing it. Sokka observed the boat carefully. He knew the ships of the Southern Water Tribe well, anticipating the day he'd be on one. "No. But it's from his fleet. Dad was here." Because it was the closest Sokka and Katara had been to their father in years, they asked to camp near the boat in the hopes that he would come by. Of course they all knew how unlikely that was, but Aang and Tom agreed all the same. It was late that night when they had an unexpected, to most, visitor. He was a Water Tribe member, 30s, strong, with hair and complexion like Katara and Sokka. He had a bandage over the left half of his body. "Bateau?" Sokka questioned. The Water Tribe members ran to embrace each other. It seemed their waiting at the Water Tribe ship paid off. Aang and Tom approached the reunion. "Hi, I'm Aang," the Avatar introduced with a light bow. "Tom," the other nodded. The reunited Water Tribe members started to catch up when a winter wind gusted past. "This is no place for a reunion. Let's get inside." As Bateau led the siblings away, he motioned for Aang and Tom to follow. The whole way to where Bateau had been recovering from his injury from the battle with the Fire Nation, an abbey that made perfume, the three Water Tribe members caught up. Even as they sat down around a pot of stewed sea prunes, they were still on about old times. It was hard for Tom or Aang to get a word in edgewise, not knowing any of the stories of the pre-involved Southern Water Tribe. Not that Tom said that much anyway. Better yet, Tom shared Aang's less than positive opinion of the stewed sea prunes. Must be an acquired taste. Aang took it harder than Tom. He tried to get into the conversation, but there was nothing to say. Eventually he gave up and left when Sokka and Katara mentioned how much they wanted to see their father. Of course that caused him to miss the addendum that Katara and Sokka would never abandon Aang no matter how much they wanted to see their father. Tom contemplated telling Aang to just hand over the map the next time he saw him, but ultimately decided that Aang best not be around for the initial ambush of June and her Shirshu. It couldn't have been more obvious that Aang was hiding something when he returned. It never ceased to amaze Tom how bad those three were at acting. The Water Tribe members talked late into the night about old times. If the conversation shifted to new, Tom was asleep before it came up. The next morning Tom caught up with Aang. "Got mail?" Tom asked nonchalantly. Aang sighed sadly. "I should have known better. I should give them the map, shouldn't I?" "I think that's up to you. Do you really think your friends would abandon you?" "Well, no, I don't. But I'm too scared to risk it." "That's dumb, isn't it?" "Yes," Tom said bluntly as he spied the Water Tribe members leading the abbey. Aang followed Tom, following the Water Tribe members back to Bato's boat. The light mood darkened a bit at the mention of ice dodging. "You must have some good stories from your first time ice dodging, Sokka." "He never went," Katara spoke for him. "Dad left before he was old enough." "Oh, right," Bato remembered with them. "You were too young." "What's ice dodging?" Aang asked. This time he was actually graced with an answer. "It's a rite of passage for young Water Tribe members," Bato explained. "When someone turns 14 they—" He paused and put his hand on Sokka's shoulder with a warm smile. "You know what? You're about to find out." Instead of Aang, Katara, and Sokka, Tom was drafted. Apparently the South was just as egalitarian as the North. That is to say not. In any event, the mainsail was Tom's responsibility now. The wind was strong and erratic at its best, giving the sails a mind of their own. Tom was sure he'd have rope burns after this event was over. He was able to keep control with great effort, and they were able to weave through the rocky shore to the joy of Bato and Katara. After passing a discomforting number of wrecked ships, Katara suggested the boys stop. And with good reason. "There's no way through." Sokka wasn't hearing any of it. "We can make it." "Sokka, you've already proven yourself," Bato assured. "Aang, I want you to bend as much water as you can between us and those rocks. Tom, use that hot air thing you do to get some extra air in those sails. I think there are some Newtonian physics laws that say that won't work. Just do it. Hell, what could it hurt?" With a smooth surge from below, the boat was lifted above the natural level of the sea. One could feel the drop on the other side as they passed the rock and the speed that followed from the slope. Once the boat was docked and checked for holes poked by the tips of any rocks, there were none. It was docked and Bato mixed a special dye. "The spirits of water bear witness to these marks," Bato said with pride. "You'd think that Sokka and the others were his sons." "For Sokka," Bato said as he drew a symbol on Sokka's forehead with the dye, "the mark of the wise. The same one your father earned. For Tom, the mark of the brave. Your courage is an inspiration to us all. Boy, if he only knew. And for Aang, the mark of the trusted. You two are now honorary members of the Water Tribe." "I can't," Aang said shamefully as the mark of the trusted sunk in. "Of course you can," Katara returned with a smile. "No," Aang backed away from them, wiping away his mark. "You can't trust me." "What are you talking about?" Aang reached into his robe and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. "You have to understand." "I was afraid you would dash." As Aang spoke, Katara took and unfolded the page. Sokka immediately recognized it. "This is the map to our father." "You had it the whole time?" "Well, you can go to the North Pole on your own." "I'm going to find Dad." Sokka began to storm off, ignoring Bato's protests. After a few steps, he turned. "Katara? Are you with me?" Katara considered it, clearly not wanting to make a decision. But what choice did she have? "I'm with you, Sokka." "Tom?" "I see nothing to gain by following you," he said easily. "I'll stay with Aang." Sokka scoffed and turned again. "Whatever." The group had already parted ways. Aang moped as he and Tom prepared to continue their journey on their own. "So that was just about the stupidest idea of all time, huh?" Aang asked as he secured Appa's reins. "Oh, I've seen worse," Tom assured as he finished packing up the saddle. "Like what?" "Bungee jumping. Worst 36 seconds of my life." Suddenly one of the nuns at the abbey rushed over to the two boys on the sky bison with a worried expression. "Avatar. You have to leave." "I get it already," Everyone wants me gone. Aang lamented. A group of people came to the abbey looking for you, she explained. A fierce-looking woman riding a terrible monster, and a young man with a scar. Zuko! They were tracking you with the scent of a necklace. Aang's eyes lit up with realization. That's why you let me hide the map. You wanted us to get separated. Now you're catching on, Tom replied. Couldn't you have just... Ah, never mind. We have to save them. For the second time that day, the Shearsha burst through the gates of the abbey, destroying them utterly. It however suddenly had trouble tracking its target. The Shearshu had never hunted flying prey before. As Aang buzzed the monster, causing it to fall and spill its riders, Tom burst out of one of the buildings. He focused his attack on Zuko, who was already looking ready to counterattack. Tom only got off a few close-range attacks before a whip wrapped painfully around his arm with a crack. Before June the lovely bounty hunter could rip the whip away sharply, Tom wrapped it around his arm and got a strong grip on it. With a jerk, he pulled June to the ground and her whip from her hand. She got up quickly only to see her whip burning to ash. Now I don't have to fight a lady, Tom smiled politely. How chivalrous of you, she grinned back as she pulled another whip from an innocuous pouch on her belt. Pity for you, I have a spare. Oh, damn. June attacked Tom again with her spare whip, forcing him to roll out of the way and not much else. She held him at bay until they both turned to the explosion from Aang and Zuko's clash. June used the opportunity to ditch that fight and run to help her Shearshu, who was losing to Appa. Tom decided not to peruse and instead go after Zuko, who had landed on the roof of the abbey. He used the fire jets. He remembered another character introduced later and was impressed with himself when it worked. He vaulted up onto the roof of the abbey just as Zuko recovered. Zuko launched a few quick attacks that were easily avoided, though Tom couldn't land a hit either. In his frustration, Zuko threw a sloppy kick that Tom was able to deflect. He was hoping that the sloped roof would cause Zuko to fall off, but he slid off instead and landed on his feet. He looked back at the roof to see a flaming black shoe hurtling toward his head. There was no time to dodge, but to Tom's lament, Zuko shrugged off the attack, flames and all. Why are you smiling, traitor? I'm smiling? Tom asked honestly. He hadn't noticed. I don't know. Anticipation? But so far you're not really living up to your hype. Are you not taking me seriously? I wasn't, Zuko confirmed, summoning his fire daggers. Now, unfortunately for you, I am. Yeah. Now it's a party. They rushed at each other, Tom only barely dodging the daggers. Zuko was unbelievably dangerous with those. He should have used them more. Zuko saw an opening. He swung with the intent of ending the fight right there, but Tom disappeared like a mirage as the fire dagger passed through his face. Zuko felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. This one did hurt. He spun to attack, but Tom was able to dodge the first attack. He didn't even see the second until Zuko's flaming foot connected with his chest. Tom went flying, Zuko jumping after him. Tom hit the ground and vaulted back up in one motion, kicking at Zuko and knocking something off his belt. Before Zuko could attack again, Aang got in his way and blew him back with a hard gust. Unfortunately, June and her Shearshu followed, and the three of them pinned Tom and Aang against one of the walls of the abbey. There was little Appa could do to help with all the Shearshu venom. He could hardly walk. Fortunately, the Water Tribe siblings came to the rescue. Sokka seized on the idea of blinding the Shearshu, which somehow saw with its nose. However that worked, with the abbey's perfume. Katara waterbended the gallons of perfume onto the creature, confusing and enraging it. In its stupor, it inadvertently paralyzed June and Zuko with its venomous tongue. Zuko's Uncle Iroh feigned paralysis for a chance to cuddle up close to June. Not an unlucky man. Tom and the others decided not to stick around the abbey for too long. The Shearshu's venom lasted only an hour after all. Tom couldn't help but smile at the bond between Aang and the Water Tribe siblings. They set a course for the North Pole, Aang happy to finally give Katara her necklace back. So that was what fell off Zuko's belt. What are you smiling about? Sokka asked a little later as he bandaged up the slash around Tom's forearm from where June whipped him. I was smiling. I don't know. Anticipation. I've got a long way to go. And I can't wait for round 2. Chapter 19, That Which Reflects. A few days had passed since the encounter with Zuko. It was already hard enough for Tom to get to sleep at night, but now it was nigh impossible. He had never fought someone as tough as Zuko. It wasn't the fire, either. In those few seconds when he went all out, he seemed untouchable. It was like a challenge to Tom. But that was all a matter for another time. For now, the North Pole was the group's goal, and that was still a long way off. They stopped late one day by a kiosk displaying posters and notices about local events. This should tell us what's around here, Katara noted the small construct. See if you can find a menu, Sokka asked, shaking crumbs out of a bag Tom thought he had hidden well. I'm starving. He casually tossed the bag aside. You ate all-out food again? Tom demanded. Sokka was a fine enough sort, but his propensity to ingest anything edible in sight was starting to put a strain on the group's resources. No problem, Aang chirped in his usual chipper tone. He jogged over to a bright poster on the kiosk, the Fire Days Festival. Fire Nation cultural exhibits, jugglers, benders. This could be a great place for me to study some real firebenders. You might want to rethink that, Aang, Sokka warned on the other side of the kiosk. The others followed to the other side. There were several posters displaying wall-drawn portraits of several people and one that looked like a demon. Hey, a poster of me! Aang noted chipperly. He plucked the page depicting himself from the wall to look it over. A wanted poster, Sokka noted strongly. Maybe we should keep moving? Katara suggested. I'll have to learn firebending at some point. This may be the only chance I have to study the masters up close. And I could stand to learn some actual firebending techniques, Tom added. I guess it couldn't hurt to check out the festival. Katara tenuously decided. Sokka wasn't convinced. You want to go into a Fire Nation town while they're all fired up with all their, fire? As much as I'd like to agree with you, Sokka, Tom shrugged, but after that fight with Zuko and the bounty hunter, I need to step up my abilities. We've escaped Zuko before, Sokka scoffed. You haven't gone toe-to-toe with him when he's serious. Don't worry, Sokka, Katara assured, we'll wear disguises. And if there's trouble we'll leave. Right. Because we always leave before we get into trouble. Tom wasn't sure why the others thought dark hoods seemed like a good idea at the Fire Days festival. Tom didn't bother to do anything with his wardrobe, though to be fair, he did know there were going to be fire festival masks just inside the town gate. The festival was rather fun as Tom wandered around with his friends. The firebending magician was very impressive. Somehow the shows seemed longer in person. Who knows, maybe it was. Finally the magician called for a volunteer and Katara got drafted. The cheesy Taming the Dragon performance of course wasn't enough to tip off Aang that Katara was never in any danger. Tom intended to stop him from bursting on stage, but the Airbender was far too quick. Hey! That's the Avatar. Fantastic. As so often happened, the chase began. However, tonight they had a guest. Someone in a cloak that managed to be even more conspicuous than what the Water Tribe siblings had been before they got the masks. Still, the man was good with the smoke bombs he was chucking at the persuading soldiers. The group ran into an alleyway as Aang called Appa with the bison whistle he had bought some time ago. Unfortunately, the alley they had run into was a dead end. Before the soldiers could close in, Appa arrived. He blew the soldiers away and the group made their escape. A nice touch was when the new guy tossed a smoke bomb into a cache of fireworks and set them off. You sure know your way around explosives, Sokka complimented the man, who turned. I'm familiar. You're a Fire Nation soldier. Tom wasn't sure how Sokka could tell. The probably 30-something-year-old was scraggly and unshaven and wearing rags. Was it his complexion? It wasn't that far off from Sokka and Katara, so not that. In any case, There was no need to fear. The man smiled reassuringly. My name's Che. Che explained that he worked for a living legend. John the Deserter. A firebending master and former general, or admiral or something, who left the military as he saw how radical they had become. He was the first to defect from the military and live. Che was the second. No mean feat, but apparently you don't get to be a legend for that. Oh, well. It was the first time Aang and the others had heard of a firebender not with the Fire Nation. Well, present company excluded. There's a firebender out here who's not with the Fire Lord. This is perfect, he can train me. Aang beamed. I've actually heard of Zhang, Tom added. Oh, those lies of omission. I'd really like to see if I can learn something from him myself. Sure, Che agreed. I bet he'd be happy to teach another firebender who is resisting the Fire Nation. You guys are all like-minded and stuff. No way, Sokka protested. We're not going to go find some crazy firebender. He's not crazy. He's a genius. Che defended his mentor. Funny how those traits get put together so often, Tom noted casually. That didn't really do anything to alleviate Sokka's concerns, so Tom continued. I need to do something to close the gap between me and Zuko. He's not going to give me an inch the next time we meet. Why are you so hung up on him all of a sudden? We beat him last time, didn't we? The confused Shirsha beat him. I hit him with everything I had and he didn't even flinch. Sokka, this could be my only chance to meet a firebending master that might actually be willing to teach me, Aang implored. His mind was made up at the very least. I couldn't hurt just to talk to him, Katara noted. That's what you said about going to the festival. Why doesn't anyone listen to me? Tom was about to make another comment at Sokka's expense, but the group was ambushed by a group of strange native-looking people ambushed them. Actually, as the natives led them to Zhang's camp, it occurred to Tom that he didn't know a thing about them. Who were these people? What was their story? It didn't matter, but now that he thought about it, it kind of bugged him. In the meantime, the natives herded the group to a small village. It was somewhere between a camp and a settlement. That made sense. How were the Fire Nation supposed to find the deserter out here? But there was no need to get too comfortable. Che was sent in to see Zhang alone at first, but Tom was a bit surprised when one of the natives directed him to Zhang's hut. He entered and was immediately under the gaze of the old master. Tom returned it unflinchingly, but there was a kind pressure about him. He was easily more powerful than Tom was. Welcome, Zhang spoke smoothly. Would you be so kind as to grace me with your name? Tom Rindy. I see. Zhang watched Tom for a bit. There was a still feeling, like the world was waiting for something to happen. You are different. Otherworldly. I get that. I would like to teach you the ways of firebending. Would you consider becoming my pupil? For a little while. But I need to stay with my friends. Zhang nodded. Yes. Perhaps you can teach the Avatar once he is ready. Tom smiled at the thought. He had no intention of stealing anyone's job. Actually, about that. Tom stopped when Aang slipped through the cloth door of Zhang's hut. What are you doing here, boy? I did not call for you. Zhang snapped. Tom watched as the argument between the hopeful child and bitter adult played out. He'd let Aang be dumb about the fire. Even the way he was now, he could stop a little burst of fire from hitting someone. Eventually, Roku intervened, practically commanding Zhang to teach Aang. And Tom could see it clear as day. Being in the room with a fully realized avatar for the first time, even the ghost of one, made his hair stand on end. I will teach you. Zhang conceded. His confidence was not helped by Aang's childish reaction to getting his way. The next day Aang and Tom assumed the stance Zhang taught them. Aang stood on a flat, round rock in a calm pool of the river that served as the water source for the camp. Widen your stance, Zhang said in Aang's direction, though it was clearly an instruction for both of them. They widened their stances. Wider, Avatar. Apparently Tom had the stance down already. Bend your knees, Avatar. Aang did. Aang peeked over at Tom, he just shrugged in response. Now concentrate. Good. Zhang started away. Now what? Aang asked. A reasonable question. Silence. Zhang demanded. Talking is not concentrating. Look at your friend, he motioned to Katara who was practicing her waterbending, is she talking? Even that oaf knows to concentrate on what he's doing. Sokka looked up at that comment, hey! But what are we concentrating on? Aang asked. Feel the heat from the sun. It is the greatest source of fire, yet it is in complete balance with nature. So when do I get to make some fire? Concentrate. By that point Tom had already sunken into the lesson. He closed his eyes and just tried to sense the sun. At first he just felt the sun's rays on his face, but as he sharpened his focus on the all-permeating heat, he noticed something. It was like some kind of connection. It was impossible to explain. Like the sun was a part of his body and vice versa. Before he realized it, he could feel a kind of latent power rising within him. Zhang had to tap him on the shoulder a few hours later to snap him out of his trance for the next lesson. Apparently, Aang had no such problems. Next, Zhang led the two up a mountain. Are we coming up here so I don't burn anything with my fire blasts? Aang asked hopefully. No fire yet. What? Fine by Tom. Sure, Aang wanted to get to the fire part, but Tom could throw flames around just fine. And just that few hours of meditating on the sun somehow made him feel stronger already. Zhang's lessons were working, even if Aang didn't notice. Power in firebending comes from the breath, Zhang began. Tom had actually forgotten about that. That is why you must master proper breath control. You brought us up here to breathe? Aang asked skeptically. Zhang turned away, surveying the scenery. Assume your stance, Zhang instructed. A pause. Wider, Avatar. You're not even looking dash. Wider! Aang acquiesced. Now inhale through the nose, and exhale through the mouth. Without talking. The boys did and Zhang turned to leave, good. This time Tom noticed the difference right away. He could feel what he decided was his chi flowing and growing with every breath. He closed his eyes as the manner of breathing became second nature and started to feel that connection with the sun again. There was something different now. The power was almost overwhelming. Such a simple change, and yet now he felt like he could take on anyone. Someone tapped him on the shoulder again, snapping him out of his trance. This time it was Aang. What? Don't you think we've been breathing long enough? Aang asked casually. I'd like to keep breathing, thank you. Aang rolled his eyes. That's not what I mean. I mean, don't you think it's about time we got to the fire part of firebending? I'm getting quite a lot out of this, actually, Tom said as he sunk back into his stance. Well, I'm not. Aang complained. Well, you're not supposed to be firebending yet. You'd better stick with the lessons on how to control it or you're going to hurt someone. Now you sound like Zhang. That seemed equal parts compliment and insult to Tom. Aang started down the mountain. I'm going to talk to Zhang. Aang, wait, too late. Oh, well. Time to meditate and breathe by the river. Tom followed Aang back down to the camp. Once he got there, he found a quiet spot and continued the exercise. This time no one disturbed him. His ears perked up at the phrase, we're going to work with fire now. Zhang caught a leaf falling from one of the nearby trees and burned a hole in it. He handed the smoldering leaf to Aang, telling him to keep the fire from the edges of the leaf for as long as he could. He caught another leaf and handed it to Tom. I'm guessing putting out the fire is cheating. Keep the fire lit, but keep it from spreading, Zhang said, ignoring Tom's bad joke. With that, you can better control the power of fire. One of the natives burst in from the tree line. Mater, trouble. What's going on? Aang asked, ready to leap into action. Zhang turned and ran off with the native. Concentrate on your leaf. This is the worst firebending instruction ever. Aang complained mostly to the sky. Tom put out the fire on his leaf, knowing that Aang's impatience was about to get him in trouble. All he does is leave me alone for hours to concentrate or breath. Katara walked over from her waterbending practice to reassure her friend. I'm sure there's a good reason, she said lightly. But I'm ready to do so much more. Aang started to do the breathing exercise, letting the leaf erupt into an impressive flame. I did it! I made fire! Aang started literally playing with fire, despite the protests of Tom and Katara. Aang was trying to figure out how to juggle the flame like the magician from the day before when he lost control. An impressive wall of flame raced toward Katara. Tom got in the way and batted it out of the sky. Most of the flames dissipated harmlessly, but a little lick of flames coiled around Tom and hit Katara. She yelped in surprised pain, but it would have been much worse if Tom hadn't stepped in. Katara! Aang gasped when he realized what he had done. He leapt over in a smooth bound. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It's okay, Aang. It's not that bad. She winced. Yes, it was. There was a patch of bright, discolored flesh on the palm of her hand. It was the kind of burn that would scar if something wasn't done about it. Sokka arrived at the sound of his sister's cry. What happened? It was an accident, Sokka got a good look at Katara's hand. From the look on Aang's face, he knew who to blame. I told you we shouldn't mess around with this, he said, pointing an accusatory finger angrily at Aang. Look at what you did. You burned my sister. Sokka, Katara said, trying to hold back pain-induced tears. It's okay. I'll be fine. Katara, Tom spoke softly. She looked up and he motioned down a nearby path. Maybe you should go and run some water over that. She hissed as the burn pulsed with each of her rapid heartbeats. Okay. She walked off at a brisk pace. I told you this was a bad idea, but you wouldn't listen. Sokka scolded. Aang could only look at his shoes, shame and regret written all over his face. Sokka noticed Zhang arrive out of the corner of his eye. This is all your fault. I know. Zhang said crossly, now pack your things. You must leave immediately. Sokka stormed off without another word, more than happy to leave. Zhang passed Aang with only a disappointed shake of his head as he followed after Katara. Tom put his hand on Aang's shoulder. I tried to warn you. I know. I should known you'd know better. He sounded like he was on the verge of tears. He couldn't even look Tom in the eye. You'll find that shortcuts aren't going to be too friendly on this little adventure of yours, Tom said reassuringly. I heard a really good line in a Teen Titans cartoon once. There's an easy way, and a right way. I tried to do it the easy way, Aang lamented, and Katara got hurt because of it. I don't even want to think about what was supposed to happen. There's a thing about that, Tom said lighter than before. He started down the path Katara and Zhang took, knowing Zhao would be waiting. In the meantime, I've got a party to attend. Wouldn't want Zhang's guests getting bored. He ran off, leaving Aang to his thoughts. When Tom arrived at the water's edge, he overheard Zhang talking to a miraculously healed Katara. Water brings healing and life. But fire brings only pain and destruction. It forces those of us burdened with its care to walk a razor's edge between humanity and savagery. Eventually, we're torn apart. That's not how I see it, Tom interjected, causing Zhang and Katara to turn. When I first figured out I was a firebender, I couldn't get my head around how to spontaneously generate fire. But the more I managed to do it in the heat of the moment, the more I learned what the fire I made was. We don't make the fire, only the heat. The fuel that sets the heat ablaze. A fuel that we summon from within. Our chi. Zhang finished. To me, fire. Tom looked down at his hand and snapped his fingers. A candle-sized flame lit over his finger is an expression of my soul. Zhang considered that for a moment, but several fire blasts started landing around the trio. The poorly aimed, weak attacks were easily blocked by Tom and Zhang. Go get your friends and flee! Katara ran, expecting Tom to be right behind her. He however stayed with Zhang. You go too, Tom Rindy. Go! Not just yet. I want to test out what I've learned. That's foolish. You should run. I never said I wasn't a fool. Stubborn boy. Zhang summoned a massive wall of fire that blocked the rest if the river off from the riverboats steaming towards them. The tactic worked for a little while until Zhao casually walked through the barrier. Don't worry, men, he said condescendingly, my old teacher gave up fighting a long time ago. Isn't that right, Master Zhang? With Zhao through the wall, there was no point in keeping it up. It vanished as quickly as it arose. So you quit being Zhang's student? Tom asked, surprising Zhao. Not a very smart move. This guy is a genius. You! We didn't get a chance to go around last time, Tom said, falling into a stance. What do you say? Queensbury rules? Zhao sneered and sunk into a stance of his own. I'll shut that little smart mouth of yours myself, you traitor. That's the second guy who's called Tom a traitor. Tom found it odd seeing as he wasn't Fire Nation, but they didn't know that. Annoying. Well, Tom was too busy vanishing like a mirage in the face of Zhao's opening assault. How? Where did he go? Somewhere over here, I think. Everyone turned around at Tom's voice. He was sitting on the prow of one of the riverboats. How did you? Zhao gasped, voicing the shock of everyone, including Zhang. I call it heat shimmer, Tom explained proudly, a boon of being self-taught until now. But enough playing around. In the blink of an eye, Tom had closed the distance between he and Zhao. Before he could react, Zhao was doubled over from the flaming punch Tom placed in his gut. You're actually pretty weak, aren't you? Zhao recovered, taking a step back. Why you? Zhao tried a flaming kick to the head, but Tom ducked it and swept his off-balance foe off his feet. Zhao flew angrily back to his feet and started throwing giant fireballs at Tom. All Tom had to do was put up his hand and any of the fire blasts even close to hitting him bursted harmlessly. For all the fire Zhao was throwing, there wasn't any power behind it. It felt like Zhao was throwing warm pillows at him. Underhand. It was clear that the ease of Tom's defense shocked and shook him. That's impossible. Those flames are an expression of your soul, Tom said, staring the cowed Zhao down. Empty. Now get out of my sight before I have to hurt you. Tom! Zhang! Aang had just arrived to help, rushing in from the path to the camp. Zhao used the distraction to regain his composure. Men, he said with his pride outwardly restored, you take the traitors. The avatar is mine. A dozen soldiers and half as many firebenders surrounded Tom and Zhang. The two of them looked around and smiled. These odds seemed sadly mismatched, Zhang said confidently. Yeah, Tom agreed, there are going to need more guys. One might have said the escape for the Avatar and his friends was easy that day, but really, it was Zhao and his men who had to escape. Chapter 20, Those Who Radiate. Tom continued with Zhang's training for the next week after they had left him. The exercise with the leaf didn't seem to do much of anything, unlike the others. At least not until Tom started practicing his fire again. He found that he had more control over the flames that he loosed. He could even bend them mid-flight like a curveball. For all the obvious applications that had, his newfound control gave him an idea. Well, not exactly. It reminded him of an idea he had when he saw firebending for the first time. Maybe he could make that idea a reality. The group was getting close to the North Pole, so they had to stop and camp whenever they had land to camp on. Tonight they had the privilege of being regaled by a storyteller. The middle-aged man had many tales to tell, but the most interesting one by far was the tale of the Airwalkers. Aang perked up at the mention of Airbenders, but when the storyteller mentioned seeing them only last week, Aang was elated. Someone had seen live airbenders? The Northern Air Temple had somehow escaped the war? It was the best news Aang had heard since he woke up from the iceberg. Of course, Tom had to tell him not to get his hopes up. Indeed, once they saw the gliders, Aang could tell that there were no airbenders to be found there. They're not flying, Aang sighed disappointedly, they're gliding, you can tell by the way they move. They have no spirit. As if on cue, one of the gliders buzzed Appa. The kid seemed to be in a wheelchair-like device, and his echoing laughter reminded Tom of Aang, hearing it in person. Aang couldn't take this affront to his flying skills, so he grabbed his glider and took to the skies himself and started a little acrobatic duel to try to prove the real airbender was better. Aang definitely outflew the kid in the wheelchair, but the skywriting picture of Aang's bemused face was definitely a crowd-pleaser. The kid, named Teo, landed at the base of the temple, Aang and Appa close behind. "Hey," he gasped when he got a good look at Aang, "you're a real airbender. You must be the Avatar. That's amazing. I've heard stories about you." "Thanks," Aang smiled bashfully. "This glider chair is incredible," Sokka complimented when he got a closer look at it. "If you think that's good, you should see the other stuff my dad invented," Teo told them as he led them inside. Teo explained that his father was the mastermind behind the renovations to the temple. There were pipes and the like jutting out of walls unnaturally and smoke billowing out of things. Tom didn't have any affiliation to the air temples, but still he felt like it was some unforgivable perversion. Aang looked around one of the rooms Teo showed off, sharing none of Sokka's enthusiasm for the changes. One statue that seemed particularly defaced caught Aang's attention. When it spewed smoke he could only recoil in shock. "I'm sure there are some parts of the temple that are the same," Katara assured. Teo heard that and directed them to a structure that had yet to be altered. Aang asked Tom quietly if he should expect something bad when they got there. Tom told him that they were planning to tear it down to build a bathhouse. Not happy about that thought, Aang rushed ahead, but he was too late. The wrecking ball was already flying and smashed apart a sacred statue. "Don't you kids know enough to stay away from construction sites? We need to make room for the bathhouse," a strange man with a monocle, Teo's father, scolded. "Do you know what you just did? You just destroyed something sacred. For a stupid bathhouse," Aang exclaimed, more furious than Tom ever remembered seeing him. He blasted the wrecking ball rig off the mountain with a blast of air, his deft skills allowing him miss the workers but still buffet them to get his point across. "You can't treat this temple this way. I've seen it when the monks were here, I know what it's supposed to look like." "But, you're 12, Teo's father pointed out. "Dad, he's the Avatar," Teo explained. "He used to come here 100 years ago." "Who said you could be here?" Aang demanded, though Tom wasn't exactly sure if the question was rhetorical or not. "Either way," Teo's father answered. "Doing here?" He started sadly, "A long time ago, though not 100 years, my people became refugees after a terrible flood. My infant son, Teo, was injured and lost his mother. I had to find a place to rebuild. That's when I stumbled on this place. I couldn't believe my eyes. Pictures of flying people. Then I came across these fan-like contraptions. I decided I could build a new life for Teo in the air. Then everyone would be on equal ground, so to speak. We're just in the process of improving on what's already here. And after all, isn't that what nature does?" Aang considered that for a moment. He didn't seem any happier, but at least he was no longer angry. Nature knows when to stop. "I suppose that's true," Teo's father agreed, "but progress has a way of getting the better of us." It seemed that they had come to an understanding, and with much work to do to maintain the former air temple, Teo's father had to shuffle off. Sokka immediately identified with the boisterous inventor and accompanied him to see more of the facility's inner workings. After they were off, Teo beckoned Aang to come see a part of the temple he knew was untouched. On the way, they noted some of the little hermit crabs, probably direct descendants of the ones that lived when the monks still lived there. They're kind of like the keepers of the temple's origins. Finally they arrived at the place Teo was referring to, a large ornate door. It's just like the one at the Southern Air Temple. Only an airbender can open it, Teo noted. Inside, it's just as the monks left it. I always wondered what it was like in there. I'm sorry, Aang said sincerely, but this is the last place that's the same as it was before. I understand, Teo said. All of this was of little consequence to Tom. He already knew what was behind that door, and it was not the temple as the monks left it. What he was looking forward to was the flying lessons. It seemed like such a simple thing when you say it. All you have to do is glide. But it was a whole other matter. The wind will carry you. It supports something inside you, even lighter than air. And that something takes over when you fly. Katara made the mistake of looking at the drop to the mountains below. I changed my mind, she said quickly. I think I was born without that something. Tom couldn't blame her for her cold feet. That's impossible. Teo laughed. Everyone has it. Spirit, Aang answered. That something is spirit. I guess it is. After a bit of healthy hesitation, Katara finally made that first big step off the edge. Once the updraft caught her and she started flying, her screams turned into laughter. Aang stopped Tom before he could step over the edge. Hey, he said quietly, why don't you try to use your heat bending to fly like me? I bet it would work. I hadn't thought of that, Tom said, impressed at Aang's ingenuity. Still, I'd rather not light one of their gliders on fire and have to explain how it happened. Good point, Aang noted. We'll have to try it out sometime once I get a chance to make another glider. With nothing else to do than take the plunge, Tom took the first step into oblivion. There was a sheer descent for an agonizing few seconds before Tom was gliding. The screaming in the meantime was, as it turns out, completely involuntary. Once he got up in the air, the feeling was unreal. There was something strangely natural about gliding. Who said that humans weren't meant to fly? Tom knew quite a bit about aerodynamics, as it was one of the many things he studied in his free time back home. It took him a while to mentally map out the air currents that kept the gliders aloft, but once he did, he found many acrobatics almost second-hand. Loops and banks, dives and turns. It wasn't all without fault. He stalled and dropped a few dozen feet before catching himself a few times. What do you think? Aang asked Tom and Katara as he pulled up next to them. It's surreal, Tom said, the joy clear in his voice even over the rushing wind. You're lucky you can do this whenever you want. Katara nodded in agreement. Teo was right about the air. All I had to do was trust it and let it carry me. Aang looked down at Teo, who had landed and was letting Tom and Katara enjoy a little more sky. You know, Teo may not be an airbender, but he really does have the spirit of one. Landing was also a bit hairy, but after observing the way Aang and a few of the locals did it, Tom managed. I've been thinking, Aang said to Teo after they had all landed, if you want to see what's in that room, I'd be happy to show you. Tom knew that what was behind that door would be a disappointment, but he held his tongue. Aang knew about his precognition, but he wasn't ready to explain it to Katara, much less Teo. On the upside, watching Aang open the special doors to the sanctuary was oddly elegant and beautiful. Inside was less so. This is a nightmare. Aang's description was apartment inside the locked room was not an untouched airbender sanctuary, but a den of bladed metal and red. Inside the room were various weapons in various states of completion, all with the Fire Nation insignia on them. Teo's father arrived, alerted to the opening of the former sanctuary by an alarm system. You don't understand, he insisted. You're making weapons for the Fire Nation. Aang accused. Teo seemed the most betrayed. Explain all of this. Now. It happened about a year after we came here. You are too young to remember this, Teo. A group of Fire Nation soldiers found our settlement. Threatened to burn it to the ground. I pleaded with them. They asked what I had to offer. I offered my services. At least tell me you were present enough to give them bad designs. Tom spoke up from corner of the room, looking an intimidating but impractical spiked wheel. But of course, he answered, but I've had to make the flaws more subtle. Before too long, even my best work may not be enough to save this place. Well, that's fine then, Tom said easily. He picked up a spear and started flipping it about easily. Now you've got a little extra power in us. Let's be rid of those barbarians once and for all. With the last word he tossed the spear into the center of a Fire Nation insignia. But, we can't. We have to, Dad, Teo insisted. Oh, you're right. Let's do it. A few hours passed and the war minister that had come to collect the new weapons was turned away. It was easy to feel strong against one unarmed man, but the coming army was a different matter entirely. It was Aang who seized upon the idea of using the gliders to drop bombs and drive the approaching soldiers away. And with the combined tinkering of Sokka and Teo's father, they were able to get their war balloon working. Basically a hot air balloon with some bombs strung up underneath it. The strategy session didn't provide much in the way of a battle plan, so after Sokka was done explaining how the war balloon worked, Tom stepped up. Listen up, he said in his best commander voice. Most of our bombs have a wide area of effect, so try to pin the enemy in and force them into cover. This place isn't worth a battle of attrition to them, so they should give up if we can just bog them down. They're all but defenseless against an air attack, but their firebending will compromise the gliders almost immediately. And I don't think I have to tell you what that would mean. Stay in groups of 2 or 4 and watch each other's backs. Your first priority is to survive. Anything less is unacceptable. Understood? The room erupted into a cheer that all took as a yes. As everyone filed out for the battle to come, Sokka jabbed Tom in the side. Way to totally overshadow me, Tom, he griped. Next time, Lieutenant, Tom patted Sokka on the shoulder, next time. This seemed little comfort. The citizens were just finishing up their defenses when the Fire Nation soldiers showed themselves on the mountain. Unfortunately, Sokka and the war balloon were nowhere to be seen. The battle would have to begin without them. The battle started off very well. The soldiers marching up the almost sheer cliff couldn't do anything about the attacking gliders. It was the tanks that pushed the defenders back. The tanks could ride through the small bombs dropped by the gliders largely unhindered. And worse yet, the tanks were manned by firebenders. Aang was the first to drop and attack the tanks from the ground. There wasn't much he could do though. Even flipping them didn't work, the chassis being fitted into gyroscope that flipped the crew upright again. Katara landed Appa and managed to compromise 2 with her waterbending, but there were dozens more. Tom buzzed them, trying to attract the attention of as many of the firebenders as he could. One got lucky and clipped the paper wing of the glider he was using. Tom let go of it at low altitude, flipped in the air to bleed some of his momentum and landed in the Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man pose. Because it's cool. He landed next to the tank that had shot him down. He dashed up to it and, with a low battle cry, smashed his hand into the side. At first it seemed to do nothing, but the metal quickly began to turn red and warp. Tom pulled his hand away and punched the scar with all he had. His arm went straight through it. He pulled his arm most of the way out, but stopped at the edge. Using both hands, he peeled the tank open like it was made of aluminum. And to his delight, his idea was working. The barrier of heat and high-pressure air around his arms was protecting him from the blast furnace heat. Mostly. Tom poked his head in the new door he made in the tank and smiled happily at the shocked looks of the crew. "Hi," he said cheerfully before grabbing the nearest crew member by the shirt collar and yanking him out of the tank before throwing him a ways away. It must have looked like something out of a horror movie to the rest of the tank crew. They were already scrambling out the top hatch for their lives. For good measure, Tom sent in a blast of fire through his door to add a bit more incentive to abandon the machine. That was enough to stop the Fire Nation advance, but it was clear they weren't going to leave just yet. Tom collapsed next to the tank after that display. Aang and Katara rushed to his side. "That was amazing," Aang complimented. "And that was the only one of those I have in me," Tom said between gasps. Good rule of thumb, don't test out new techniques for the first time on the battlefield. My pressure barrier may need some work. And Tom held up his shaking, bright pink palms. I may or may not have given myself first-degree burns. Aang helped Tom to Appa where Katara began healing his hands. After his wounds were healed, she looked down at the still approaching army. Come on, Sokka. We need that war balloon. On cue, the war balloon rose from behind the temple. The Fire Nation troops ignored it thanks to the insignia. After all, that was going to be theirs originally. The giant slime bombs turned away most of the remaining soldiers, but it still wasn't quite enough. It was Sokka who noticed the natural gas seeping out from a crack in the ground. They had to use their fuel source to ignite it, but it got rid of the Fire Nation. Forget that they were in full retreat, the path was destroyed. They could never come back. Of course, it wasn't lost on Tom that the war balloon had to be ditched and Sokka and Teo's father had to be rescued. Or that the Fire Nation would get it now. But that didn't matter. Sometime later, after Tom had recovered from his exhaustion, he found a secluded part of the temple. He stood in the open air, the breeze unable to reach him. He felt the power, within him and without. Nigh invulnerable to all but physical attacks and a burning touch. And this was only the overture to his magnum opus. Let's see just how far I can take this new power of mine, he said with a smile. Chapter 21, That Which Denies. After leaving the Northern Air Temple, Appa continued farther north. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before they ran out of land to camp on completely. Worse yet, it was getting devilishly cold. 2 days of being forced to camp on icebergs and they still couldn't find anything that resembled any kind of northern water tribe. It was clear that Appa was starting to get tired and the entire group was on edge. Leave aside that they were all sleep-deprived, Tom hated the cold as it was. And they were headed to the Arctic Circle. He did his best to keep his temper in check, but he was still irritable. And for all the times Tom had seen the show, getting ambushed by waterbenders among the bergs was just as startling. Appa was flying low enough to get frozen to the water's surface as several boats filled with waterbenders encircled the group. At least they had a guide now. After Aang mentioned that he was the Avatar come to train with a waterbending master, the waterbenders melted the ice and offered to lead the way. It was a rather short trip thankfully, and within 2 hours, they finally laid eyes on the magnificent wall of the Northern Water Tribe. It was as spectacular as any of the other sights Tom had seen on his crazy journey. The wall of snow and ice glistened in the setting sun and cast dancing shadows over the Water Tribe insignia embedded in the wall. The whole city was a bustling metropolis akin to Omashu. For being made of ice and glorified tents, the city was impressive. And its population reflected that. There were dozens of crisscrossing waterways that reminded Tom of his trip to Venice when he was younger. They and the walkways were alive with people working together in peace. It was as if the Water Tribe had been untouched by the war. And why would it be? A one-city, resourceless, isolationist nation sitting on the single least strategic location on the planet? Why would the Fire Nation care about the silly little Water Tribe? Well, that was now about to change with the Avatar there. Speaking of Aang, his arrival seemed to warrant a holiday for the Northern Water Tribe. To be fair, they happened to arrive on the birthday of a princess, so there was already a feast planned. Princess Yu, the Northern Tribe chief's daughter, had turned 16 that day. And as the tribe celebrated that, and the arrival of members of their sister tribe, and the arrival of the Avatar, the undisputed master of waterbending in the north, Master Pakku, preformed with his students. Tom had not been looking forward to meeting this sexist douchebag in person. But who knew? Tom had been surprised by this crazy adventure before. Maybe he wasn't so bad. After Tom and Aang finished eating, Aang suggested they meet his and Katara's new teacher. Tom, not having any interest in watching Sokka choke literally and metaphorically while trying to impress you, decided for. The Northern Tribe chief introduced Aang to Pakku after he and his students had finished their routine. Just because you're the Avatar, don't expect any special treatment, Pakku said harshly. Tom pitched the bridge of his nose. Of course Pakku was as bad as Tom remembered. My friend and I can't wait to train with you, Aang returned cheerily, ignoring Pakku's harshness. After we relax a couple of days. If you want to relax, I suggest visiting a tropical island, Paku droned humorlessly. If not, I'll see you at sunrise. With that he unceremoniously walked away. At least the chief seemed apologetic about his lack of tact. Aang turned around to see Tom, clearly in a sour mood. What's wrong? Oh God, he's just as bad as I thought. I apologize in advance. The next day, Aang and Katara arrived for their first waterbending lesson. And of course, Paku uttered the words Tom was waiting for. In our tribe, it is forbidden for women to learn waterbending. Why? Tom called, heading up the stairs himself. The word wasn't a question, so much as a challenge. You're that firebender friend of the Avatar, right? Paku asked rhetorically. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Then enlighten me. This was usually the point where Katara would be trying to shut Tom up, but for once, they were of the same mind on the matter. As a matter of fact, why doesn't every waterbender learn fighting and healing? Or are there not that many benders around here as talented as Katara? How dare you? And to answer your question, it's tradition. It's idiocy. I agree. Katara chimed in, and there must be other female waterbenders in your tribe. What about them? Here the women learn to use their waterbending to heal, Paku explained. I'm sure Yagoda would be happy to take you as her student. Despite your bad attitude. I don't want to heal, I want to fight. Katara shot back. I can see that. But our tribe has customs. Rules! Well, your rules stink. Yeah. Aang added his voice to the discontent. If you don't teach Katara, then... Then what? Paku challenged. Then I'll break you in half. Paku turned a death glare on Tom, but he didn't even notice it. This isn't about your moronic, sexist, backward culture. This is the fate of the world. Real human lives that you should be weighing against your abstract tradition. If she were the Avatar, I'd agree with you. But she's not. Paku said dismissively. She's a member of the Water Tribe. She's a member of the Southern Water Tribe, so your argument is invalid. And besides, like I said, Tom sunk into a loose fighting stance. I'm not giving you a choice in the matter. I will not be baited into a petty brawl with some barbarian firebender. Paku scoffed, even if he does have the good sense to fight for what he thinks is right. You're bald. That's it. Paku summoned a small tidal wave from the ice they were all standing on and sent it rushing at Tom. Paku smiled when the wave had gotten too close to dodge. Take that, you little smart-mouth dash. He stopped when the wave flashed to steam where it should have hit Tom. Better to be a smart-mouth than a dumbass, he said cockily. And how do you like my pressure barrier? It makes me nigh invulnerable to waterbending. Still want to go around? I'll wipe that smug little grin of your face, you little brat. Tom closed with Paku around ice shards that started to melt just by nearing their target. Still, Tom had the good sense to dodge Paku's attacks and not overestimate his pressure barrier. Taking that first hit was just for show. In close range Tom found no advantage. Paku, even leaving the waterbending aside, was a skilled martial arts master. They traded blows for a bit, but Paku could do little but dodge against Tom's barrier. The world was lost to the two as they fought their desperately petty battle until Katara's shouts broke through. They stood still just long enough to shift the ice beneath them and separate them. I'm not going to jeopardize Aang's training and the world just because you're being petty. Katara shot at Paku in both an act of defiance and admission of defeat. Well, it's good to see you come to your senses, Paku said so smugly it was hard for Tom to hold back from cheap-shotting him, but your friend still needs to learn a little respect. Oh, please, Tom returned, I'm not even close to finished with the sexist pig yet. Excuse me? Yes you are, Tom. Let's go, Katara all but ordered. Tom stayed squared off with Paku for a few seconds. Tom, she called again and he finally acquiesced. Tom was disappointed that he couldn't finish knocking some sense into Paku. Bet he took solace in the fact that this wasn't over. And while that may have been Katara's battle, who knew, maybe Tom could tag in for round 2. Chapter 22, those who conquer. It was a bit hard for Tom to practice his firebending in the North Pole. As impressive as the city was, it was a glorified iceberg. One might wonder what would become if it once global warming set in. Still, Tom made do. There were no leaves to be found, but Tom still managed to practice one of the lessons Zhang had taught him. After all, it was the one that allowed him to make his pressure barrier idea a reality. Instead of a leaf, Tom had a length of pitch-soaked twine suspended above his palm. To keep the blast furnace heat of his barrier from cooking him alive, Tom had to keep a wall of cooler air between him and the barrier itself. However, the farther he projected the barrier from his body, the more strength it took to maintain it. The better he could control fire, or more specifically heat, the less energy it would take to keep up the barrier. Thus, Zhang's lesson about not burning things. The small orb of heat in his palm was nothing compared to wrapping his whole body in the scorching heat. That allowed him to concentrate on letting the heat end closer to the highly flammable twine. It took all his concentration to keep the barrier up and that tight, but soon he would master that level on the twine and he could move it up to the full-scale size. Unfortunately, his concentration was broken by the black snow, a harbinger of the Fire Navy. Party time. The drums of war literally sounded and the entire Northern Water Tribe congregated in the palace. All 150 of them. It was staggering that any of them, though political complexity justified arranged marriages when a single Fire Navy ship's crew outnumbered their entire civilization. The Water Tribe chief spoke to his people, perhaps for the last time to some. He beseeched the ocean and moon spirits for their guidance and asked of volunteers for a dangerous mission. Sokka was the first to step up. Things had been getting rather confusing between him and Yu, who had taken quite a shine to him in spite of being engaged. The soot had stopped falling as the Fire Nation attack grew ever closer. Everyone fit to fight stood on the main wall of the tribe, watching a single dot grow bigger on the horizon. Eventually, that dot launched a massive fireball that embedded itself into the insignia inscribed on the wall with a thunderous explosion. The attack had begun. More fireballs followed. With no one to contest it, it looked like one ship could have taken the entire Northern Water Tribe. And there was no way the waterbenders could get to the ship with such powerful artillery. Seeing what needed to be done, Aang called on Appa to take to the air, Tom behind in the saddle. Showing stunning strength, Aang batted one of the flaming, oil-soaked stone projectiles off course and into one of the fjords that bracketed the Northern Water Tribe. Appa sailed close enough that Aang and Tom could jump off safely. Aang landed with a flourish of wind that knocked all nearby off their feet. It didn't take long for them to recover and start attacking, but they were waylaid by Tom's firebending. Aang set out to destroy the trebuchets that were smashing the Water Tribe while Tom continued to occupy the ship's crew. As the firebenders fell, several spear and sword-wielding warriors surged onto the deck. Tom drew his sword in response, which also wore his pressure barrier. Many of the weapons he clashed with were rent in half by heat and impact. Armor fared little better, though those wearing it were spared. Tom wasn't going to cross that line if he didn't have to. Aang had gotten through most of the artillery when a big deckhand with two hammers on long chains pinned Aang to the last of the trebuchet. Tom grabbed the chain to melt it with his barrier and cleave the weakened metal with his sword. The deckhand released Aang and turned his other hammer on Tom, who dodged the strike. Aang used his freedom to blast the deckhand overboard. He was about to set about destroying the last trebuchet when the waterbenders, free to get close after the shelling had cased, lifted the ship out of the water on a pillar of ice. As much of a victory as that had seemed, when Aang and Tom climbed onto Appa and took off, they saw for the first time how daunting their task was. There were literally hundreds of ships bearing down on the Water Tribe. And the one they had just taken out was the smallest in the fleet. It continued like that for hours. It wasn't until the sun began to set that the fighting stopped. Tom and Aang returned to the palace on Appa, completely exhausted and demoralized. How on earth were they going to fight those kinds of numbers? Katara and Yu rushed over to the exhausted trio. Appa was hard at work too. Yu noticeably took a step back when Tom slid off Appa's back. It was common knowledge around the tribe that he was a firebender, so it wasn't surprising. "I can't do it," Aang lamented, resting against one of Appa's massive feet. What happened? Katara asked. Aang held his head in his hands, desperation in his eyes. We must have taken out a dozen Fire Navy ships, but there's just too many of them. I can't fight them all. But you have to, you implored. I'm just one kid. Katara turned to her other friend, Tom. Well, he sighed, the term untenable comes to mind. That wasn't what I was hoping to hear, you admitted. Frankly, Tom was just surprised she even acknowledged him. It's not what I wanted to tell you, but they're being smart about it. They know the massive advantage you have in this kind of fight, so they went for total overkill. Tom's expression grew stormy and he bit his nail. The northern tribe is too heavily guarded for what it's worth to them, but damn it, we made you a target by coming here. Do you think Zhao would follow us if we leave? Katara asked hopefully. I considered it, but they spent too much getting that fleet here. And besides, the death of an entire civilization is worth more to an egotist like Zhao than even the Avatar. Still, we wouldn't ask that of you, you said. She paused and hesitantly placed a hand on Tom's shoulder. Any of you. You're the first firebender I've met, and for whatever it's worth, I'm glad you're on our side. Tom smiled back at her. I appreciate it. I admit I was a little bit afraid of you at first, but I see that was foolish now. Please forgive me. Tom just shrugged. I get it, he said easily, no biggie. He paused and stared out at the moored fleet. Still, there's got to be a way. We're better than they are. You're right, Tom, Aang said, getting back much of his chipper attitude. We'll find a way to win. I promise. The last rays of twilight faded into a silver night. The moon was almost full. Tom was trying to figure out a way to get the Fire Navy ships to attack in waves when you mentioned the spirits. Our strength comes from the spirit of the moon. Our life comes from the spirit of the ocean. They work together to keep balance. That's when Aang seized on an idea, the spirits. Maybe I can find them and get their help. Tom was hoping to come up with a plan that didn't have Aang get dragged unconscious across an ice desert in the middle of a blizzard, but his time just ran out. After a bit of an explanation, you decided she had something that might help Aang get to the spirit world. She led Aang, Tom, and Katara to a small door behind the palace. This is the most spiritual place in the entire North Pole, she told them as she opened the door. Inside was warm. It was mostly a crystal-clear spring, but at the end of the canyon-like area was a small island of grass and shrubs with a smaller pool in the middle of it. Behind was a roaring waterfall. It was a truly breathtaking sight to behold. I never thought I'd miss grass this much. Aang laughed as he rolled around the little island. It's so warm here, Katara noted as she removed her jacket. How is that possible? Tom didn't care. He was just happy not to be freezing to death finally. It's the center of all spiritual energy in our land, you explained. Bet it saves on the gas bill, Tom noted, his joke being ignored. Momo's antics, trying to catch one of the two black and white koi fish in the pool, did not. Aang made his way to the edge of the pool and sat down. You're right, you. I can feel something. It's so tranquil. He began meditating, hoping he'd find a way to cross over in such a serene place. After a few minutes of waiting, Yu spoke up. Why is he sitting like that? He's meditating, Katara answered, trying to cross over into the spirit world. It takes all his concentration. Is there any way we can help? How about some quiet? Aang snapped. It turned out to be just what he needed though. He happened to look into the pool with the koi fish and became mesmerized. Suddenly he fell silent and his eyes and tattoos glowed white. Is he okay? Yu gasped. He did it, Tom said, he's in the spirit world now. He'll be fine as long as we don't move his body, Katara explained, that's his way back to the physical world. Maybe we should get some help? No, he's my friend. I'm perfectly capable of protecting him. Well, Zuko's voice mocked, aren't you a big girl now? Tom looked over at Zuko, approaching from a nearby ridge. He was wearing snow gear instead of his usual armor and his face was covered in cuts and bruises. Zuko, you look like you went through a meat grinder. You know, I was almost hoping I'd find you here, Zuko said as he slipped into a fighting stance. Tom drew his sword and tossed it by the wayside. He chuckled as he fell into a stance of his own. What are you smiling about? I don't know. Anticipation? Zuko threw the first punch. The attack sent a flame toward Tom. He leaned out of the way and returned the insult in kind, starting forward. Zuko moved in as well. By the time they had both thrown their second fireball, they were in arm's reach. Tom excelled here. After all, none of the martial arts he had learned before he came here used magical fire. Flames burst around the two fighters as they blocked each other's attacks. The fight was so close it looked choreographed. It was mesmerizing enough that it took you a few extra seconds to tear herself away to go get help. Once Katara broke herself out of her trance, she realized she couldn't intervene without risk of hitting Tom. They circled each other as they attacked, trying to break the other's footing. The island was just big enough for their close-quarters battle. Zuko threw a quick barrage of punches, only narrowly missing their mark. Tom had to back off a step and that gave Zuko room to unleash a powerful kick. Tom ducked it, but Zuko used it to move past him toward the comatose Aang. Tom spun and delivered a kick of his own to the side of Zuko's head. It sent Zuko flying to the edge of the pool, landing hard. Don't you dare ignore me, Zuko, Tom warned. I'm not just an obstacle here, I'm an impenetrable wall. Then I'll just have to knock you down. Zuko got up, summoning his fire daggers. It was nigh impossible to dodge all the strikes. If not for his pressure barrier, Tom might have been covered in burns by now. Zuko tried to bring both daggers down on Tom's neck, but he blocked the attack by putting up his arms. Zuko noticed the barrier right away, but now he was getting it full force. I see you came up with a new trick. Amazing what whitewashing Mr. Miyagi's fence does for the biceps. Too bad it won't be enough. Zuko leaned back and headbutted Tom. He stumbled back, dazed. Zuko tried to return the kick he received, but even dazed, Tom managed to duck it. Zuko threw a powerful punch meant to end the fight, but Tom caught it. Now he had him. Or that was what Tom thought. His counterattack was halted when Zuko's other fist was buried in Tom's gut. He stumbled back and didn't see the straight kick coming in time. Tom went flying, landing on the bridge to the island. He rolled over and failed to get up. He was dizzy and his vision was blurred. Time to finish tearing down the wall. Was there really still this much of a difference between us, Tom thought. No. It wasn't about the firebending, or the fighting, or anything else. Tom wasn't taking the fight seriously. After all he said to get Zuko to stop holding back, he wasn't doing the same. And not just the fight. He wasn't taking the training seriously. There he was doing little experiments and fooling around when Zuko was getting stronger and faster. Of course Tom lost. He just wasn't good enough. There had only been one thing Tom ever took seriously in his life. Well, from that moment forward, there was another thing on the list. Get away from him, he heard Katara say. He heard a slosh of water and a blast of fire. A second later, Zuko landed a bit away from him. Tom got up and tried to shake the stars out of his eyes. He was recovering, but not in any shape to start fighting again. Now Katara stood in Zuko's way and it was clear that he was underestimating her. After several failed attempts to get past her, she was able to trap him in a thick cocoon of ice. You little peasant. You found a master, haven't you? Zuko blasted his way out of the prison with ease. The sun was moments from rising and Zuko was getting stronger by the second. But I didn't come this far to lose to you. Zuko's attacks came faster and it was all Katara could do to keep up with him. Fortunately for her, he was only trying to get past her, she was between him and Aang. Zuko saw an opportunity and dashed past her, but taking his eyes off his opponent was a mistake. Katara blasted him with a small tidal wave and froze him to the canyon wall. He looked unconscious. Katara rushed over to Tom, who still hadn't fully recovered from Zuko's attack. "Are you alright, Tom? You're bleeding." He hadn't noticed, but there was a cut under his eye on his cheekbone from where Zuko kicked him. "I'm fine," Tom assured, but when the sun dashed too late, Zuko was already off the wall and launching another fireball at the two. Tom pushed Katara out of the way and blocked the hit, but the impact was still powerful enough to knock him off his feet. He landed in the cool waters around the island. When he came up, he saw Katara fall and Zuko aiming a fist at Aang. "A human shield? Really? You don't understand," Zuko said with a mix of conviction and desperation. "I have to do this. You're better than this. Don't follow me." With that, Zuko ran off, slinging the still unconscious and glowing Aang over his shoulder. He made stunning time up a path hidden by the waterfall that led out of the Spirit Oasis Canyon and away from the city. Tom climbed out of the water and checked on Katara. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found her undamaged. Tom grabbed his sword and ran after Zuko. "Oh, no! No one's dying today because I was too damn lazy to care, and you're headed to your moral low point. Not today." Chapter 23, Those Who Defend. Tom rushed after Zuko's quickly fading trail. He had given him quite a healthy lead, lest the banished prince do anything rash. The advantage to the harsh terrain and the driving blizzard was to the pursuer, however, and Tom was making ground. His pressure barrier was also giving him something of an advantage, but he was already taxing his endurance and had to use it sparingly to endure the cutting gusts. Finally, he saw shapes on the horizon. Zuko hadn't made it very far yet. Just when Tom was hoping things were going in his favor, he saw a shape move in the snow. He thought his eyes were tricking him until the shape started stalking toward the unaware Zuko. "That's not supposed to happen," Tom complained as he rushed after Zuko to warn him. Zuko could barely hear Tom's shouts over the blizzard before he was in arm's reach. Just in time, Tom shoved Zuko and Aang out of the way as some furry lion-looking thing missed its pounce. The pure white beast was scarcely visible in the snowy veil. "The hell is that thing?" Tom whined as he got in between it and the still comatose Aang. "It's a polar lion," Zuko answered. "Of course it is. Arg!" The beast tried to circle around the firebenders to the presumably easy prey. Zuko and Tom stayed between it and Aang. Neither of them could afford to let the avatar be harmed. With a roar, the polar lion leaped at the firebenders. It was repelled with twin flaming kicks. When the lion landed, clearly not ready to back off, Tom rushed it with his sword. There was a loud clang of bone, well, technically keratin, but still, met steel. The beast lunged forward to bite the attacker, but it bit down only on the blade. "Just kill it, will you?" Zuko insisted, moving up to help. Tom tried to wrestle the blade of his sword out of the powerful lion's teeth. "Bad kitty," he scolded, "bad kitty. Down!" Zuko rushed in and kicked the beast in the side and threw it off its side. It almost took Tom's sword with it, but he was able to keep his grip. The creature started growling and circling for a second again, but it halted in its tracks and looked around. Without so much as a snarl, the polar lion turned and ran into the white veil of snow. This does not inspire confidence. Tom mumbled before running to Aang, picking him up and running in any direction that took him away from the direction of the polar lion. "Where are you going?" Zuko demanded as he ran after them. Away from whatever Simba back there was running from. Soon, the ground near where they had been standing started to crumble in on itself. The ice sheet they had been tracking across was falling into an empty cave below. Even with the head start they had, the crumbling, rolling maw of the cave in was nipping at their heels. With one last leap that they hoped would be far enough, it had to be, they landed at the edge of a new valley on the windswept fjord. The firebenders caught their breath after the long run. There, Zuko pointed at the small entrance to a rock cave, shelter. The two carried Aang over to the entrance, finding the cave itself would fit all three of them comfortably until the storm passed. It dawned on Tom that the polar continent should have been on the South Pole, but it's not like the geography of this Earth was the same as it was on his Earth. Well, this is a fine mess you've gotten us into," Tom complained in Zuko's direction as he took off his hood. "This wouldn't have happened if you had just let me go," he shot back. "You'd have been cat food and I just let you go." They both slipped into fighting stances. As much as both of them were mentally ready to go another round, the chase through the ice exhausted them both, to say nothing for the weather. Giving in to the weariness, they both slumped against an opposite cave wall. "Oh, forget it. Even if I could get rid of you, I couldn't get away with your friend because of this blizzard. There's always something. Not that you would understand. You're worse than my sister. At least she has to try. You've been firebending for what, a month? 2? And you're already almost as good as me." "Hey, you won our 3 fights," Tom countered. "I don't see what you have to complain about. At least as far as that goes, anyway. I had to struggle and train every single day to get where I am. You just start throwing fire one day and suddenly you're a master. I trained at a bunch of different martial arts styles before I found out I was a firebender," Tom shrugged casually. "I just added the fire to what I already knew." "Well, what about that heat shield of yours? Where does that come from?" "My pressure barrier?" Tom questioned as he summoned it around his hand. "Well, where I come from there are no benders, only science. So I know stuff about heat and fire that even most firebenders don't know." Zuko paused, considering the firebender across from him. He had just assumed that he was a Fire Nation trader, but now he had no idea what to think. "Who are you?" he asked. Tom chuckled darkly. "Not much but a Greek chores, so far. But I intend to end this idiotic war with as few bodies as possible. Maybe right a few wrongs along the way." Zuko gave the thought a dismissive wave. "You sound like some kind of misguided knight. The war is the Fire Nation's way of spreading its greatness. It's not something that needs to be stopped." "You know, you're the second person to compare me with a knight," Tom smiled. It faded when he continued, "Greatness shouldn't have to be spread by the point of a sword. Let's call this war what it is, world conquest. Every child is taught differently in the Fire Nation. You don't know what you're talking about." "Of course they don't say the real reason for the war," Tom returned. "Why would the Fire Nation admit to its own kids that it's the bad guy?" The argument might have continued, but a bright flash blasted into the cave and Aang stirred. With a start he sat up and looked around at his surroundings, very confused. "Hey, buddy," Tom offered Aang a hand as he himself rose. "How was your vacation?" Aang ignored the odd setting and got down to business. "Someone is going to try to kill the moon spirit. We have to get back to the spirit oasis." "You're not going anywhere, Avatar," Zuko warned, ready to throw a fireball at the pair. "Not really an advantageous strategic position, Zuko," Tom noted. "You sure you want to start something? 2-on-1 isn't very knightly." "Yeah, you lost all credit for fighting fair when you used Aang as a meat shield." "Geez, how much did I miss?" Zuko, being as humorless as one would expect, launched a large fireball at the two. They both vanished like a mirage and Zuko followed their only possible path out the mouth of the cave. "You have got to teach me that trick." Aang smiled as they made their way out of the cave. Zuko was right on their heels and tossing fireballs at them from an impressive distance. Tom blocked the first few, but long-range firebending not being his specialty, Aang had to block several attacks as well. And even with Aang's gusts feeding Tom's own fireballs, their counterattack was fended off deftly. The fighting abruptly stopped when a huge shadow passed over the three. Aang was the first to look up and see the source, Appa. The sky bison landed and Katara hopped off. "Here for a rematch, peasant? I don't have time for you right now." He tossed a much less impressive fireball at her. "Trust me, Zuko," Katara said, easily blocking the fireball with a little snow, "it's not going to be much of a match." Without time to react, Zuko found himself half frozen to the top of a tall ice tower. Just as quickly he was slammed into the ground. Katara was right, it wasn't much of a match. "We need to get to the oasis," Aang said, hopping up to Appa's head. "The spirits are in trouble." While he and Katara hopped onto Appa, Tom picked up Zuko and started carrying him. "Tom, What do you think you're doing? Sokka asked as the two firebenders settled into Appa's saddle. We have a score to settle, Tom said. What happens if he wakes up and attacks us? You asked reasonably. Tom pulled off some rope slung over the unconscious Zuko's shoulder and handed it to Sokka. Use this. Sokka inspected it for a moment before he got down to using it to bind Zuko. This is some quality rope. Tom's right, Aang added before a flick of the reins bid Appa to take off. We couldn't just leave him to die. Suddenly, on the way back to the oasis, the moon went blood red and Yu and Aang clutched their heads in pain. Are you alright? Sokka asked. I feel faint. I feel it too, Aang agreed. The moon spirit is in trouble. I owe the moon spirit my life, Yu said as she recovered from the feeling of spiritual ill. She explained how she was born very sick and weak. She wasn't supposed to make it through the night. But her father pleaded with the spirits to save her. When he placed her in the pool at the spirit oasis, her black hair turned its now striking white and she cried like any other healthy baby. That was just one more reason they had to save the moon. The group arrived as Zhao was gloating over his victory over a helpless koi fish. Then again, Tom couldn't help but think Moonslayer was a pretty neat title. The effect was kind of ruined when Momo attacked him, yanking on his sideburns before flying over to Aang. The Fire Nation troops prepared for battle, as did Aang and the others, but Zhao spoke up. Don't bother, he warned as he threatened the moon spirit, trapped in a small bag, with his fist. Aang and the others lowered their weapons, but Zhao still held the fish hostage. It's my destiny to destroy the moon. And the water tribe. Destroying the moon won't just hurt the water tribe, Aang warned. Without the moon, everything would fall out of balance. You have no idea what kind of chaos that would unleash upon the world. Oh, please, Zhao scoffed, your vague threats of mystical unbalance mean nothing to me. How about more specific threats, then? Tom cut in. Balance is rather literal where the moon is concerned. The tilt on the planet's axis that causes the seasons would go out of control without the moon's gravity to keep it stable. The Earth would fall on its side, one hemisphere cooked to noting by a never-ending sun and the other frozen in an eternal night. There would be no one to tell the story of destroying the world because everyone would be dead. Sounds like wild fantasy to me. They're right, Zhao. Iroha's voice cut in as he arrived on the island. General Iroh, Zhao greeted dully, why am I not surprised to learn of your treachery? I'm not traitor, Zhao, Iroh assured, the Fire Nation needs the moon too. We all depend on the balance. Zhao didn't seem convinced. Iroh fell into a threatening stance. Whatever you do to that spirit, he growled, I'll unleash on you tenfold. Let it go now. Tom could see from the look on his face that Zhao's mind hadn't been changed. Even as Zhao was putting the fish back in the pond, Tom was dashing forward. He intercepted most of the strike, though like before, some of the flames spilled around and into the shallow pool. The firebenders guarding Zhao attacked, but Tom was able to deflect their attacks. Iroh joined him and the 4 elite firebenders were out cold in seconds. Zhao was conspicuously missing, however. Everyone looked to the moon spirit. Tom's intervention spared it an instant death, but it was still mortally wounded. And the moon above was quickly fading from its bright, full face to an ever-waning crescent. The moon spirit wasn't going to make it. There's no hope now, Yu lamented tearfully, it's over. Just as the group was about to give up, Aang smoothly slipped into the avatar state. No, the voice of every past avatar spoke through him, it's not over. Aang stepped into the shin-high waters with the 2 koi swimming around his feet and he disappeared into the water, the ocean spirit glowing the same as Aang's tattoos. The water glowed bright blue and a great creature rose up. Aang looked like a god. He was a god. He was the ocean. As Aang, empowered by the spirit of the ocean itself, set out to turn away the Fire Nation invaders, Tom started running toward the door to the spirit oasis. Fix the fish, he called back as he neared the door, I won't let Zhao get away with this. By the time Tom caught up with Zhao, he and Zuko were already fighting. Tom intervened. Two of Zhao couldn't have taken on Zuko. The only reason that he wasn't beaten to a charred pulp instantly was because Tom and Zuko weren't exactly on the same side either. The three traded blows for some time, none of them could have guessed how long exactly. Tom did his best to focus on Zhao. Before too long, so did Zuko. The two of them working together overwhelmed Zhao in seconds. They made an excellent team. A volley of blows from them in combination sent Zhao flying several feet onto a small bridge near the water. Tom and Zuko landed on either side of him, ready to knock him back down if he decided to get back up. He was considering it when he looked past them at the sky. The moon had been restored. It can't be. Tom looked up at the bright, full moon. You? Soon, the wrath of the ocean arrived to drag Zhao to his fate. Tom and Zuko rolled out of the way and the glowing fist of water lifted Zhao over one of the canals. Both Tom and Zuko lunged forward, hands extended to save the murderous admiral, but Tom knew it was useless. Zhao was too proud to accept their offer. Zuko looked over at Tom. Are we going to finish it? Someone will get in our way, Tom returned. He paused. We have a score to settle. When you lose everything, it's hard to find a reason to try anymore. The world and all its suffering just becomes a bad joke. Unless you find a reason to stand up again. Zuko nodded. He understood the feeling. He started on his escape while the water tribe was still in chaos. I won't let you win next time. Tom called as Zuko slipped into the ruins of the water tribe. The Fire Nation was gone the next morning. Tom looked out on the city. It was remarkable all the progress made with their bending restored. He sensed someone approaching and turned. Sokka was helping you to the same balcony Tom was on. She could hardly stand on her own and her hair had turned black, save for a streak of white still in it. Thank you, Tom, she said breathlessly. The shred of life left in the moon spirit that you defended allowed it to spare me some of mine. I just wish I could have done more. Will you ever be healthy again? With time, you nodded. I can't travel with you just yet, but we will meet again. Tom nodded. I'll give you to some privacy. He left, heading downstairs to Appa. That was something. That was worth being here for. He was going to return home. For all he had lost, there were still people there for him. But in the meantime, he was going to make a difference here. Even if he had to do it one life at a time. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 2. Peace.